Chapter 456. He had to praise Zhang Xiaohua's creativity. Using the shape of a golden pellet to make a jade talisman was probably unprecedented in the 10,000 years of the celestial way. Zhang Xiaohua waved his left hand. It was the equipment control formula in the weapon refining outline. The jade talisman in the air fell into Zhang Xiaohua's hand with a whoosh sound. Zhang Xiaohua first looked carefully at the dark green jade talisman, and then used his divine sense to observe the power of the array. He only felt that the qi of heaven and earth in the jade talisman was rhythmically stirring, slowly rotating along the path of the array. However, it was condensed and did not leak out the slightest bit of qi of heaven and earth. It was a good jade talisman. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. The jade talismans he had made previously were made using crude means. He directly inserted the array formation into the jade talisman. Although it was a jade talisman, it had been inserted forcefully and had lost its harmony. But now, with the help of refining techniques, he could quench the impurities in the jade and insert the array formation into the jade while it was in liquid form. The array formation was almost coexisting with the jade. Not only was its strength greater, the yuan qi of the array formation was also converged. This method of making talismans compared to before was simply the difference between cloud and mud. And the most important thing was that with this method of weapon refining, couldn't the jade talisman be made into different shapes according to one's wishes? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was rubbing the dark green little golden pellet jade talisman. It felt beautiful to the touch, much better than the dull square piece. Zhang Xiaohua happily strolled to the front of the bed and threw the grass praying mat on the bed. He held the jade talisman in his hand and thought, since the jade talisman can be made into different shapes, then the rabbit jade talisman in the Naiwan Palace should also be made from jade. I was wondering why this talisman was in the shape of a rabbit that day. So this was the reason. However, if the 365 incantations of this talisman were to be made into a big golden pellet, I don't know if it would work. But, most probably not. The flow of qi of heaven and earth in this talisman is in the shape of a rabbit. When the jade liquid condenses, it must be in the shape of a rabbit. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of cultivation methods to comprehend. There were many incantations of this talisman, and they were obscure and difficult to understand, so his progress was not fast. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the origin of this talisman was very strange, and its power must be great, so he had to take out a certain amount of time to comprehend it every day. After these days of hard work, he had already mastered 50 to 60 incantations. Although this was only less than 20% of the rabbit talisman, it had a significant effect on Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of incantations. For example, when Zhang Xiaohua used the fire control incantation for weapon refining for the first time, he could easily master it and control it skillfully. This was the effect of this rabbit talisman. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua threw the jade talisman on the stone table and took out the jade slip for refining elixirs from his arms. This jade slip recorded a lot of prescriptions for elixirs. That day on the deserted island, only the sealwort could be used. Zhang Xiaohua only looked at the refining method for the fasting pill in detail, and looked at the rest generally. A few days ago, he studied the medicinal herb books of Rejuvenation Valley and found a problem. Most of the medicinal herbs in the jade slip were not recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's books. In other words, if he followed the prescriptions in the jade slip to refine elixirs, he would not be able to find the medicinal herbs. How could he refine elixirs? Therefore, in the morning, he made a request to Valley Master Nye. He wanted to study all the prescriptions in Rejuvenation Valley and see if there was any difference between them and the prescriptions in the jade slip. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip and couldn't help but think of the method of making a jade slip in the outline of weapon refining. Jade slips were commonly used to record things in the immortal Tao. The appendix of the outline of weapon refining also casually recorded a few methods of making. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this jade slip for the first time, he was very curious about how to make it. Now that he knew the method of making it, he was naturally willing to try. Zhang Xiaohua took out an old piece of jade from his money bag. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi in it. He held the jade slip and the piece of jade in two hands, then closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense into the two pieces of jade. Then, according to the method of making in the outline of weapon refining, he began to make the elixirs. However, just copying less than 10% of the content, Zhang Xiaohua found that his divine sense consumption was very high. He immediately stopped and looked at the jade slip that had primordial qi fluctuations again. He smiled bitterly. This kind of plagiarism was really not a job that a qi refining stage cultivator could easily do. Putting the jade slip into his bosom, he practiced God traction for a while to replenish his divine sense consumption. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua take out the jade slip again and carefully look at the pill formula for the fasting pill. The fasting pill was the first type of elixir that Zhang Xiaohua had refined, and he was extremely proficient in it. However, the fasting pill formula didn't only have the sealwort as there were 7 or 8 other ingredients. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been able to find anything else on the deserted island, so he had only used the sealwort to practice and had succeeded. Now that he had the conditions, he was naturally willing to refine the complete fasting pill. However, after Zhang Xiaohua looked through the pill formula, he discovered that there were 4 ingredients that he hadn't seen in the book. Most likely, Rejuvenation Valley didn't have them either. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't flustered. There was another important reason why he wanted to refine the fasting pill first, and that was because Rejuvenation Valley also knew how to refine the fasting pill. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see the difference between the 2 fasting pill formulas. Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley's fasting pill is the same as mine and only uses the sealwort to refine it? However, since I can use the sealwort to refine the fasting pill, and I've also taken one myself and it also has the effect of fasting, why does this pill formula still require the other 7 medicinal herbs? Looking at the fasting pill formula, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought to himself. Looking at the other medicinal herbs that he knew the names of, as well as their uses and effects, Zhang Xiaohua slowly pondered over it. Suddenly, he thought of the situation when he was in the Qi Huang courtyard when he wrote a prescription for a patient. There was definitely a main ingredient in the prescription, but other than the main ingredient, there were also side ingredients that had the effect of a monarch and his minister working together. Furthermore, the prescription would also adjust the 5 elements according to the theory of the 5 elements by matching medicinal herbs with similar effects. Could it be that this pill formula also has the theory of the 5 elements, yin and yang, and the monarch and his minister? Zhang Xiaohua felt a sudden realization. It had to be so. Where did the medicinal theory come from? This was the result of the art of pill refining flying into the homes of ordinary people. The medicinal pills refined were used by people of the Tao of Immortality or the Tao of Martial Arts, and the decoctions boiled were used by ordinary people. The medicinal theory in the prescription was born out of the pill formula. Since there was such a theory in the prescription, the pill formula must also be the same. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua felt greatly ashamed. The theory of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the path of a monarch and his minister must be the foundation of pill refining techniques. He didn't have a master to teach him and could only blindly read the jade slips. He didn't understand such a simple theory. Fortunately, he met Nie Qianyu and came to Rejuvenation Valley to learn about this from the medicinal theory. Otherwise, even if he learned all the pill formulas, he might not necessarily be able to understand the essence. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He released his divine sense and saw Nie Qianyu quickly walking over with a small booklet in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua unhurriedly put away the jade slips and stood up to greet Nie Qianyu. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door, Nie Qianyu also happened to come over. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, Big Brother Ren, did you wait for too long? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, no, I just felt bored sitting here and wanted to go out for a walk. Nie Qianyu was overjoyed when she heard this and said, then I'll accompany Big Brother Ren for a walk in the inner valley. I'll also tell you about the inner valley situation while I'm at it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head in agreement. The two of them casually found a direction and walked in. When they walked to a medicinal garden, Nie Qianyu handed the small booklet in her hand to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Big Brother Ren, take this first. This is one of the Rejuvenation Valley's pill formulas. You can use it first. After you've finished refining this book, I'll help you get the others. Zhang Xiaohua took it with a smile and said, thank you, little you, With this book, I can slowly refine pills at night. Nie Qianyu also responded, Big Brother Ren is so impatient. I originally wanted to come over tomorrow to refine pills with you, but seeing that your refining of the blood replenishing pill went very smoothly today, you might as well try it out tonight. If it doesn't work, I'll come over tomorrow to discuss it with you. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's good. By the way, I heard you mention on the way here that Rejuvenation Valley has the fasting pill. After eating it, you won't feel hungry for a few days. Is there a pill formula for it in this book? Nie Qianyu smiled and said, yes, there is. This fasting pill isn't something too rare. It's just a pill that people in Jianghu carry around with them for convenience. The book in your hand contains the various basic pill formulas of Rejuvenation Valley. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. When she opened it, she saw that there was indeed a fasting pill in the middle of the book. Then, she looked at the back and saw that the main ingredient was indeed sealwort. Unlike what Zhang Xiaohua had thought, the latter part didn't have any supplementary herbs. Instead, it was similar to the pill formula on the jade slip, with 5 different kinds of herbs. These 5 kinds of herbs were commonly found in Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think about the combination of the 5 elements of these herbs. She only asked, little you, does Rejuvenation Valley have all 5 kinds of herbs for this fasting pill? Nie Qianyu smiled and said, yes, yes. Other than the sealwort and Dahurian angelica, which need to be aged, the other herbs are commonly found in Rejuvenation Valley. Then, she said, I understand now. Big Brother Ren isn't here for a stroll, but to gather herbs. Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously and didn't answer. Nie Qianyu pointed to a medicinal field at the foot of a distant hillside and said, that's where the sealwort is planted. The ones at the bottom are 1 or 2 years old, while the ones at the top are 10 to 20 years old. If Big Brother Ren wants to refine the fasting pill, you should first take those that are younger. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. If I accidentally ruined your 20-year-old sealwort, even if Uncle Nie doesn't say it out loud, his heart would ache terribly. Nie Qianyu smiled tenderly and said, Father isn't as petty as you. Chapter 457. After Nie Qianyu finished speaking, she took Zhang Xiaohua to the place where the sealworts were planted. She helped Zhang Xiaohua dig out a few sealworts in the herb garden that were born in 1 or 2 years. She turned around and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua, asking, Brother Ren, this sealwort is not easy to wash. Take it first. When we get to a place with water, I will wash it for you. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange and blurted out, why do I need to wash it? However, she immediately understood that Rejuvenation Valley was frying pills. If the sealworts were not washed clean, there would be one more ingredient in the fasting pill. If it was discovered by others, it would become earth injection pill, just like the water injection chicken that young Master Li Jinfeng talked about. Seeing Nie Qianyu's puzzlement, Zhang Xiaohua explained, the ancient method of refining pills is about using alchemy fire to quench the impurities in the herbs. Although there is a lot of soil, it can be quenched with alchemy fire. You don't need to trouble yourself to wash it clean. Nie Qianyu blushed and said with a smile, I have seen the steps of the ancient method of refining pills, but I have never thought of this. It seems that there is indeed a problem with the method of refining pills in Rejuvenation Valley. Receiving the sealworts from Nie Qianyu, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. The sealworts could be stored for a long time, but many of the herbs used for refining pills were very delicate. If they were not stored properly, the vitality in the herbs would be lost quickly. Rejuvenation Valley did not have to consider this problem, but she had to prepare in advance. After thinking for a while, it seemed that there was a method to make a jade box in the appendix of the outline of refining weapons. She had to refine a few backups later. The other ingredients of the fasting pill were very common. Since Rejuvenation Valley planted them in the outer valley, Nie Qianyu had to continue walking outside with Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. The two of them walked on the rugged path in the inner valley. Mottled shadows fell on their bodies from time to time. Nie Qianyu felt that the path in the inner valley had never been so comfortable. Her mood was like a happy little bird, flying in the valley filled with the smell of herbs. There was still some distance between the inner valley and the outer valley, but Nie Qianyu couldn't wait for it to be farther. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua entered Rejuvenation Valley, she had been studying and cultivating with all her might. Although the place where she lived was very close to Nie Qianyu's, there weren't many opportunities for them to meet. Compared to the time when they used to travel together and chat and laugh in the same carriage, Nie Qianyu really missed the time when they were traveling together. This journey, which was neither too long nor too short, allowed her to find the warmth of the past. However, Zhang Xiaohua's topic was not romantic at all. Little fish Nie, I've just looked at the recipe for the fasting pill. Aside from the main ingredient, sealwort, can you tell me what the effects of the other ingredients are? In addition, I have a question. If we directly use the sealwort to make the fasting pill, will it be successful? Hearing this, Nie Qianyu was embarrassed and said, Big brother Ren, I can't answer your second question. I haven't tried it, and it seems that Rejuvenation Valley hasn't tried it either. However, I can answer your first question simply. The effects of these herbs are recorded in the ancient books. Then, Nie Qianyu explained the growth, effects, and characteristics of the other ingredients in detail. These were all recorded in the ancient books, so naturally, Zhang Xiaohua knew about them. However, listening to Nie Qianyu's soft voice and her clear and logical explanation, Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. She was not called smart for nothing. However, Nie Qianyu did not know the method of the 5 elements in the elixir. Perhaps she knew about it, but she did not think about it. In her explanation, there was no mention of it at all. While listening to Nie Qianyu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua pondered in her heart. Slowly, she realized something and could not help but smile. Little fish, after listening to you, I'm very impressed. To be honest, I've been reading books about these herbs, but after all, the time is too short, so I can't reach your level. Hearing this, Nie Qianyu felt sweet in her heart, but she comforted him. Big brother Ren, you don't have to be modest. It's already very rare for you to know so much in such a short time. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and asked, however, little fish, can you think deeper? Nie Qianyu was stunned and puzzled. Deeper? What deeper? After choosing her words, Zhang Xiaohua probed, don't you know how to write prescriptions? Don't the herbs in the prescriptions have to match the 5 elements and adjust yin and yang? Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up, but she hesitated. The herbs in the prescriptions are used to treat people. Naturally, we have to consider the pros and cons. If we're not careful, won't we kill the person? Moreover, the medicine has to be right for the illness to adjust the changes of the 5 elements in the person's body and return to normal. Oh, big brother Ren, you mean? Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and looked like an expert. She said meaningfully, decoctions are for ordinary people, while elixirs are for people in Jianghu. Decoctions are used to treat people, while elixirs are used to adjust internal energy or qi and blood. In essence, they should be the same, right? Nie Qianyu still shook her head. It's different, it's different. Decoctions are just ordinary things. How can they be compared with elixirs? Moreover, what Big Brother Ren said is relatively common in pharmacology. It said that decoctions evolved from elixirs. If it's suitable for elixirs, why didn't the alchemy technique mention the 5 elements? Could it be that everyone else is stupid? This? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. That's right. Even I can think of such a simple reasoning. How can other experts not think of it? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, however, this is the first time I've heard of such a theory in alchemy. It's very novel. Big Brother Ren, reading like you is really reading. You can infer other things from one example and comprehend other things by analogy. Zhang Xiaohua straightened her chest and said, that's right. Your Big Brother Ren has read the 3-character classic for many days. Pfft, although Nie Qianyu was used to hearing this joke, she still couldn't help but laugh. After that, the two didn't talk much about it. They just chatted for a while and walked out of the valley. There were also many herbs planted in the herb garden in the outer valley. However, they were all common and not rare. Because of the rich vitality in Rejuvenation Valley, these herbs grew very well. These herbs were managed by the herb garden's Fei He. Fei He was a tall and thin middle-aged man who was not good with words. Zhang Xiaohua had seen him before. Her only impression of him was that he lived up to his name. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu come together, Fei He put aside his work and went to receive them. First, he helped the two of them pick a few herbs. Then, he didn't dare to disturb the two of them and prepared to leave. However, Nie Qianyu pulled him and said, second senior brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. Fei He asked curiously, is there anything else, little junior sister? Nie Qianyu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, second senior brother, you know Big Brother Ren. If he comes to the garden to pick herbs in the future, don't block him. Fei He smiled and said, who in Rejuvenation Valley doesn't know Ren Xiaoxia? Little junior sister, you're worrying too much. He. Seeing Fei He's strange smile, Nie Qianyu gently stamped her feet and said angrily, second senior brother. Fei He was much older than Nie Qianyu. He watched her grow up and cherished her like his own child. Seeing her girlish attitude, he laughed in his heart and said, when Ren Xiaoxia was in Big Senior Brother's Qihuang courtyard, he often came to the garden to pick herbs. Little junior sister, don't worry. I see. Nie Qianyu somewhat understood, but she still didn't let Fei He go. She asked softly, second senior brother, you've been in charge of the herb garden for many years. You're very familiar with the properties and characteristics of various herbs. I want to ask you a question. Fei He smiled and said, little junior sister, you've been asking, why, since you were young. Now that you've grown up, you still haven't asked enough? Nie Qianyu smiled and said, second senior brother, you have a good memory. It seems that you haven't aged yet. However, I really don't know how to answer the question that Big Brother Ren asked me just now. Nie Qianyu solemnly explained the theory of the 5 elements in alchemy. Fei He pondered for a moment and said, this question, young hero Ren has asked a good question. I have also paid attention to it before, but I only know about medicinal herbs and am not proficient in alchemy. I only know a little about Qihuang, so I did not dare to think too deeply about it. As for why there's no theory of the 5 elements in alchemy, I think it's probably like this. Hearing that Fei He had also paid attention to this question, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be interested. Fei He said, the application of herbs in pharmacology is based on the principle of alchemy. It applies herbs to human diseases. The theory of the 5 elements starts from acupuncture, then spreads to the prescription of decoction, and then back to the herbs in the prescription. Most of these herbs are common and don't involve the magic herbs used in alchemy. Alchemy has existed since ancient times. Our predecessors had great wisdom, but they couldn't classify magic herbs into the 5 elements. Therefore, the 5 elements may only be used for common herbs. Thinking of this, I stopped thinking about it. There are still many things to be done. Who has the time to do something that our predecessors disdained or believed to be impossible? Oh, Ren Xiaoxia, I'm not talking about you. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. What Fei He said was very reasonable and the logic was very simple. Although common herbs can be classified into the 5 elements, it's only according to the patient's condition. Magic herbs are not used to treat diseases, so they may not be classified. Moreover, if they can be classified, alchemy is already very mature, which is many years earlier than Qihuang. Why can't our predecessors distinguish them? It must be because they can't. However, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that things were not as simple as what Fei He said. He might not know what the Tao of Heaven was, but he had faintly glimpsed the trajectory of the Tao of Heaven. He didn't know what the predecessors thought, but he did feel that the theory of the 5 elements was everywhere from the Tao of Heaven. It must be in the herbs used for alchemy. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's chest rose a kind of ambition. Do what no one has done. Maybe I can create an era. Chapter 458. Nie Qianyu and Fei He didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's ambition. They only thought that he was ashamed and comforted him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said goodbye to Fei He with the muddy herbs in his hand. Nie Qianyu lived in the peach blossom forest. Seeing that it was late, she didn't go back to the inner valley with Zhang Xiaohua. They agreed to meet the next day and then left reluctantly. After returning to the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hurry to start concocting pills. Instead, he carefully read the prescription of the fasting pill, sent by the Rejuvenation Valley and pondered over the herbs except for the sealwort. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was in line with the theory of the 5 elements. However, plants and trees were all of the wood attribute. It would be difficult to regard a herb as of the metal attribute. Of course, this was something that no one could solve in 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't figure out the mystery in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to study it slowly. Zhang Xiaohua takes out a jade slip and writes down the prescription of fasting bolus. He also writes down some of his experiences and puts it in his pocket. Then he comes to the earth fire. When he was collecting the sealwort just now, he has already thought of the jade box to store the precious herbs. He might as well refine it now. Zhang Xiaohua took out the green jade coffin lid from his money pouch and looked at it carefully. Previously, he had only suspected that it was some kind of formation artifact. Now, looking at the patterns on it and the faint yuan qi, combined with the blacksmithing he had just learned, he was certain that it was a formation artifact made using blacksmithing techniques. Although he didn't know what kind of formation it was, since it was a formation that harmed people's lives, he had to destroy it no matter how precious it was. Zhang Xiaohua took out a small sword from his pocket and drew a line on the jade board. A piece of jade fell out. Zhang Xiaohua wrapped it with his divine sense and sent it into the groove. Then, he put the small sword away and threw the jade board aside. He turned on the earth fire and started concocting. The concocting of the jade box was not troublesome. Only the magic formation carved on the 6 sides was a little complicated. He had to be careful. After all, he had to keep the primordial qi of the herbs. Otherwise, what was the use of it? After a short while, Zhang Xiaohua stopped concocting and a square jade box was completed. Zhang Xiaohua waved his left hand and kept it. He opened it and was very satisfied. Then, his right hand concocted a more complicated concocting technique. However, it was not the concocting technique in the weapon refining general principles. After his right hand concocted the concocting technique, he hit the lid of the jade box. When the concocting technique hit the lid, a layer of bright light flashed. It was as though the jade box was immersed in water and the entire jade box was wrapped up. When the light disappeared, the jade box had lost its lid. It looked like a complete piece of jade. It was exactly the same as the jade box of the Carefree Heart Sutra that Zhang Xiaohua found in the library of the Misty School. This concocting technique was a type of restriction left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. It was used to restrict the jade box. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua obtained the restriction jade slip, he knew that the jade box in the Misty School was restricted by someone else. He had always wanted to make an identical item, but he did not have a jade box. Now that he knew how to refine weapons and had the materials, how could he not make one to satisfy his craving? However, was it too extravagant to use a jade box like his to store medicinal herbs? That was not a problem that Zhang Xiaohua was willing to consider. This young master has many jade boxes. I'll refine 2 of them. One to store medicinal herbs, and the other to store jade boxes. Is that okay? Zhang Xiaohua used his right hand to conjure a concocting technique and used his finger to point at a certain spot on the jade box. The top of the jade box dispersed, and with a flash of light, it returned to the jade box with a lid. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly. This was the technique of an immortal. After putting the refined jade box into the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the jade board that had 2 corners damaged. He simply used his small sword to cut the jade board into 2 and put half of it back into the money pouch while throwing the other half onto the earth fire. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and concocted a concocting technique with his left and right hands, hitting the earth fire and the melted jade liquid. In the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua had made more than 10 jade boxes of different sizes in batches. He then took out the money pouch and with a wave of his hand, he put all of them into the pouch. After refining the jade boxes, it was still early. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side and moved the cauldron that had been thrown to the side to the groove. After the cauldron was hot, he placed his right hand on the protruding part of the cauldron and slowly controlled the temperature of the cauldron. According to the records of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe, he threw the sealwort and several other herbs into the cauldron one by one. He then placed his other hand on the protruding part and sent his divine sense into the cauldron to refine the fasting pill. Not long after, the essences of those herbs were refined and mixed into powder. It was the correct result recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe. Looking at the pinch of powder with a medicinal fragrance in the cauldron, Zhang Xiaohua inwardly laughed. This was clearly medicinal powder. It would have been better to call it fasting powder. Why did he have to spend so much effort to knead it into a round ball and call it fasting pill? After refining Rejuvenation Valley's fasting powder, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to tidy up. He placed the cauldron there and casually extinguished the earth fire. Walking to the side of the bed, the grass praying mat was still there. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and scanned the outside with his divine sense. He took out his pill cauldron from his money pouch. Stroking the already shrunken pill cauldron in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the days when he used to learn alchemy on the deserted island. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't refined alchemy for more than a few months. Zhang Xiaohua placed the pill cauldron on the open space in front of the bed. His hands formed seals and hit the pill cauldron one after another. The pill cauldron emitted a slight roar and slowly grew bigger until it was the right size. Zhang Xiaohua then stopped the seals. However, Zhang Xiaohua's brows furrowed slightly. When he was refining alchemy on the deserted island, the sound of wind, water, and birds chirped constantly, so he didn't pay attention to this low roar. However, in this quiet pill cauldron, it was clearly out of place. After thinking for a while, he took out a few jade talismans and placed them in the 4 corners of the pill cauldron to set up a formation to protect the pill cauldron. Only then did he feel relieved and formed seals to light the pill cauldron's fire. After familiarizing himself with a few seals, he recalled the process of refining the fasting pill. Then he waved his hand and the Solomon's seal and other herbs that had been thrown to the side appeared in his hand. According to the pill cauldron's instructions, he threw the Solomon's seal and other herbs into the pill cauldron in order. Once the herbs and soil were burned by the pill fire, the impurities inside immediately turned into smoke. Only the essences were left rolling in the pill cauldron. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua formed a few more seals and the medicinal powder slowly began to rotate in a regular manner inside the pill cauldron. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe more carefully. The essences of the various herbs were not easy to identify, but there were faint embryonic forms of the 5 elements that were constantly promoting and restraining each other. The entire fasting pill was gradually taking shape. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She only observed for a moment before focusing her attention on the incubation of the pills. After a while, the medicinal fragrance from the cauldron gradually dissipated. Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was time to pull out the pills. Following her heart's desire, she inserted a few spells into the cauldron. As if there was a soft sound in her heart, the main pill that had been slowly rotating just now was immediately divided into 4 small pills of even size and abnormally round. After pulling out the pills, Zhang Xiaohua did not use her spiritual sense to drive the pills. Instead, she used the telekinesis technique of weapon refining. With a wave of her hand, the 4 pills immediately flew into her hand. Carefully looking at these abnormally round pills, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. With one look, she knew that these pills could not be made artificially. It was destined that she would not be able to give them to Nie Qianyu. She then placed them in front of her nose and sniffed. The medicinal fragrance was extremely faint. She then took out the fasting pills that she had previously refined from her money pouch. With one hand, she compared the 2 pills. The shape of the 2 pills were exactly the same. However, the fasting pills that were made using only yellow essence had an extremely strong fragrance. She did not need to place them in front of her nose to smell them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. She released her spiritual sense and carefully compared the yuan qi of the 2 fasting pills. Sure enough, the yuan qi of the fasting pills that she had previously refined was leaking. Although it was not much, it was still leaking. However, the yuan qi of the fasting pills that she had just refined was almost undetectable. When she used her spiritual sense to enter the pills, there was actually a faint formation that surrounded the pills. It should be this formation that prevented the yuan qi and the medicinal fragrance from leaking out. Although the previous fasting pills were also wrapped in something similar to a formation, there were obviously some flaws. The yuan qi and the medicinal fragrance were leaking out from here. Perhaps, this was the innate 5 elements formation formed by refining the pills? Zhang Xiaohua naturally became suspicious. After comparing the pills, Zhang Xiaohua placed the fasting pills that she had just refined into a jade bottle. Looking at the remaining yellow essence and several auxiliary materials on the ground, she lit up the alchemy fire in the alchemy furnace and refined the remaining medicinal ingredients into 10 fasting pills. She then placed all of them into the jade bottle and hid them. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua did not refine any more pills. Instead, she sat cross-legged and calmed her heart to comprehend the Tao of heaven. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. She placed the cauldron back into the groove, removed the formation, and walked out of the alchemy room. In the early morning, as the sunlight shone on the inner valley, all kinds of birds woke up early and chirped non-stop. Although there was no dense forest around the alchemy room, she could still hear the constant chirping of birds. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing that there was no one waiting nearby, she got into a fighting stance and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. She only stopped when she had completed 18 rounds of bone tempering with the warm current. However, the fist technique that she had practiced in the past had lost its effect after only 18 rounds of practice. Zhang Xiaohua felt very unsatisfied. However, what could she do if she did not practice the fist technique? Practice the flying sword? The nameless swordsmanship only had 10 moves. She had already mastered it. Moreover, if she practiced the flying sword in the Rejuvenation Valley, wouldn't it be obvious that she was a cultivator of the Tao of Immortality? Thinking of the swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when the Dalan Temple monk lost to her at the Misty School's martial arts competition, he had promised to let her go to the Dalan Temple's law enforcement hall a year later. Monk Changgung would teach her the Dalan Temple's Dharma swordsmanship. However, the 1-year promise had already passed. Moreover, the Misty School had been destroyed by the Dalan Temple. Would Monk Changgung still admit to his promise? Chapter 459. At the martial arts exhibition, Zhang Xiaohua had felt that Changgung was a kind and amiable monk. However, when she heard that when the Misty School was destroyed, Changgung also appeared on the Misty Peak and dealt with the people of the Misty School, her impression of him was immediately replaced by that of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now that she thought of this, she wondered if she should go to the Dalan Temple and ask him to fulfill his promise. If he did not admit it, she would be surrounded by a few young monks and a few old monks. Even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she might not be a match for them. Well, before she had absolute confidence, she had better not pluck the tiger's whiskers. There was still some time before the appointed time with Nie Qianyu, so Zhang Xiaohua did not want to waste time. She returned to the elixir chamber and sat cross-legged on the futon, carefully comprehending the rabbit talisman in her mud pill palace. Although the rabbit talisman was one of the talismans of the entire outer formation of the elixir heart, the 365 incantations of the talisman itself formed a formation. Previously, when she had just learned dozens of incantations, her attainment in the formation had improved by leaps and bounds. If she could learn more than 300 incantations, she could be considered to have a small achievement in the formation. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was also looking forward to it. Firstly, he wanted to combine the 365 incantations with the refining technique to make the rabbit jade talisman. He didn't know what kind of special effect it would have. Secondly, he wanted to make each incantation into a jade talisman. If he used the 365 jade talismans to set up a formation, would he be able to set up a powerful formation? These guesses could only be made after she finished comprehending all the incantations. The time for cultivation passed very quickly. Zhang Xiaohua was immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the incantations. With a thought, she released her divine sense and saw Nie Qianyu walking into the elixir chamber with a smile on her face. A wry smile appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Cultivating in the mortal world was truly not an easy task. She faintly felt that the reason why she did not want to meddle in other people's business for a period of time might be related to cultivation. Looking up at the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua found nothing wrong. She stood up and went to greet her. He ran into Nie Qianyu at the entrance of the elixir chamber. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coincidentally walking to the door, Nie Qianyu felt very strange and asked, "Brother Ren, you're so amazing. It seems that every time I come to find you, you coincidentally walk to the door." "Oh, it's true. In the attic in the peach forest, and here, it's true." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, "Isn't that nonsense? I only came out because I saw you coming." Sigh, but this is too obvious. However, he could only say, "Well, this young master had a sudden impulse and went to take a look at the entrance. I didn't expect to meet you here." Nie Qianyu curled her lips and said, "Every time he does it on a whim? Then Big Brother Ren's vigor is too vigorous. He's a young man after all. His qi and blood are abundant. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, and what?" Nie Qianyu said playfully, "Did you feel that it was time for me to arrive, so you came to the door to welcome me?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Nie Qianyu thought that Zhang Xiaohua was a little shy. She also lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Big brother Ren, I'm just the same. I felt that you were waiting for me at the door, so I hurried over." Her last words were so soft that they couldn't be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's heart, which had been tempered by the immortal cultivation method, suddenly jumped. She hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Little fish Nie, you came so early today. Why didn't you bring any medicinal herbs? Don't tell me you want us to go and pick them together?" Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. Nie Qianyu's expression was a little sad, but then she smiled and said, "I wanted to go with Ren Xiaoxia, but how could I trouble Ren Xiaoxia to do it himself? Last night, father specially found a few disciples to help him pick the herbs." "Oh?" Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. "So it's like this. Won't we be able to familiarize ourselves with the growth of the herbs if we pick them ourselves?" Nie Qianyu shook her head and said, "Growing medicinal herbs is also a kind of knowledge. Otherwise, Senior Marshal Brother Fei he wouldn't have to manage the herb garden alone. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if we were to pick the herbs? It's better to refine the pills directly." Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite agree with her opinion, she realized that her time was limited. After thousands of years of accumulation, Rejuvenation Valley had countless medicinal pills. She didn't know how many there were. If she refined a few pills a day, she didn't know if she could finish refining them before the people from the cult of fragrance arrived. Thus, she didn't express any more opinions. Nie Qianyu walked into the pill room and sniffed. "Big brother Ren, the smell of sealwort in the pill room is very strong. Did you succeed in refining the fasting pill yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "Look at what you're saying. How could Xiaoxia fail to refine such a simple fasting pill? You're looking down on me too much." Nie Qianyu looked at the cauldron in the groove and walked forward. She took out the box at the bottom of the cauldron and looked at the medicinal powder inside. She said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoxia said that we forgot to put the fasting pill into the porcelain bottle. I'm afraid that a lot of the medicinal efficacy will be lost after a night." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Will the medicinal efficacy of the fasting pill, which was refined using a complete pill formula, also disappear very quickly?" Nie Qianyu nodded. "Big brother Ren doesn't refine many pills, so I'm afraid you don't know. It's not just the fasting pill that's like this. It's the same for the other pills. After refining, the pills must be refined as soon as possible and placed in the porcelain bottle. If they're spread out like this, they'll lose their medicinal efficacy very easily." After she finished speaking, she took out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom and poured all the powder in the box into it. She then said, "However, the medicinal efficacy of these pills that Big Brother Ren refined using the ancient method is 50% better than the ones refined by Rejuvenation Valley. Even if the medicinal powder is spread out for a night, it should be similar to the ones refined by Rejuvenation Valley." While they were talking, a few disciples came to the pill room and placed a large pile of cleaned medicinal herbs on the ground. They stood there and waited for instructions. Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and ordered the disciples to leave the pill room first. They were not allowed to enter without instructions. After the disciples left, Nie Qianyu said, "Big brother Ren, today we'll refine the all-dispelling pill, New Snow pill, Tianchao pill, Plum Tongue pill, and Jinlu pill. These pills are recorded in the pill formula that I gave you yesterday. Take a look. When should we start?" Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula and looked at each pill one by one. She said with a smile, "Then let's start now. I think the steps of refining these pills are similar to those of the fasting pill. There's no need to hesitate." Nie Qianyu said, "That's great. Big brother Ren, I'll watch from the side. If there's anything I don't know, I'll ask you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me immediately. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. According to Valley Master Nie's intention, she wanted Nie Qianyu to guide her in refining pills. Nie Qianyu said that because she was worried about her reputation, she only said that it was a competition. She was really a sensible girl. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "That's great. If I do anything wrong, you can tell me." Nie Qianyu nodded and said, "Big brother Ren, you don't have to be afraid of making mistakes. These medicinal herbs are made in triplicate, enough for you to refine 3 times. If it's not enough, you can let the disciples pick them." Zhang Xiaohua said with satisfaction, "No need, I think 3 portions are enough." Then, she walked to the side of the cauldron and turned on the earth fire. She looked at Nie Qianyu and said, "Then, I'll start." Nie Qianyu also nodded and said, "Then let's start." After saying that, she was about to help Zhang Xiaohua separate the medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, "Let me do this. You can't always accompany me in refining pills." After saying this, she regretted it. It was too ambiguous. Sure enough, Nie Qianyu lowered her head slightly and did not answer. Zhang Xiaohua quickly separated the medicinal herbs for the all-dispelling pill and threw them aside. She slowly adjusted the flame until the cauldron was hot. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to put in the medicinal herbs, Nie Qianyu summoned the courage to look up and carefully watched Zhang Xiaohua's skillful movements. The refining of the all-dispelling pill was similar to that of the fasting pill. In a short time, Zhang Xiaohua had finished refining the all-dispelling pill. Nie Qianyu was a little surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua refining the all-dispelling pill so easily. Yesterday, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua controlling the temperature of the cauldron, she was still a little unfamiliar. She was worried that Zhang Xiaohua would accidentally burn the medicinal herbs today, but now it seemed that she was even more skillful than yesterday. How could she burn the pills? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua handing over the square box, Nie Qianyu woke up from her dream and hurriedly asked the disciples outside to come in and collect the pills in a porcelain bottle. Then, she hurriedly prepared to put in the second set of medicinal herbs, but was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua with a wave of her hand. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Let's put the rest of the herbs aside. I'll think about it in the afternoon. Let's refine other pills first." After he finished speaking, he rushed to take out a few medicinal herbs for the new snow pill. However, this time, he did not take 1/3 of the amount, but more than half of it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's actions, Nie Qianyu's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. She thought to herself, "Big brother Ren is indeed a wonderful person. He knew that father sent a disciple over to take away the pills that he refined. Before I could say anything, he had already sent more than half of the pills over. Presumably, some of the pills on the ground were left for himself after he refined them in the afternoon." Sure enough, it was as Nie Qianyu thought. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave any of the medicinal dregs for the new snow pill and had the Rejuvenation Valley disciples put them all into porcelain bottles. Seeing this, Nie Qianyu nodded continuously to herself. Zhang Xiaohua became more and more proficient in refining. Later on, she was practically refining pills with her eyes closed. The sun outside the pill room was just hanging above her head. The few pills that Nie Qianyu had prepared to refine today were all refined by Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua clap her hands and call it a day, Nie Qianyu said apologetically, "Big brother Ren, I thought that since it was the first time refining today, we would have to discuss it. In the end, you didn't even ask a single question and finished refining all the pills. I see that your technique is very skillful and almost exactly the same as described in the book." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Practice makes perfect. If you have vigorous inner strength and have mastered the method that I mentioned last time, there shouldn't be any problems." Nie Qianyu smiled bitterly, "It's a pity that I don't have such vigorous inner strength." Then, she smiled, "What plans do you have for finishing so early today?" As she said this, there was a slight expectation in her eyes. "Recommend me." Chapter 460. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Little fish Nya, it's still early. I want to carefully recall the pill refining technique just now and think about the experience of refining the all-dispelling pill, new snow pill, etc. When I have time in the future, I'll accompany you to pick herbs. How about that?" Nye Qianyu forced a smile and said, "It's okay, big brother Ren, you cultivate first. I'll go back and prepare. Tomorrow, I'll bring more herbs and more pill formulas. I'm sure not only you, but also father will be very happy." After that, her eyebrows hung with disappointment and she hurriedly left with the disciples. Looking at Nye Qianyu's small and thin figure gradually disappearing, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She sighed and closed the door of the pill refining room. The herbs for refining the pills had already been divided. After Zhang Xiaohua sat down, she took out the pill furnace. After calming her heart, she began to use the immortal alchemy technique to refine the pills just now. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua, Nye Qianyu returned to the outer valley with a bit of bitterness and brought a few disciples to the hall where Valley Master Nye presided over the affairs of the valley. Valley Master Nye had just finished dealing with some things and was resting with his eyes closed. He was carefully pondering over the techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had given him. When he heard the footsteps and saw that it was Nye Qianyu, he was very surprised and asked, "Little you, why are you here? Aren't you going to the inner valley to teach Ren Xiaoyao the refining method of the pills today?" Nye Qianyu saw her father's concerned look and felt very uncomfortable. She pursed her lips and said, "How can I teach him? He's very powerful." Seeing that his daughter was angry, Valley Master Nye walked forward and smiled. "It seems that this Ren Xiaoyao made you angry? What's going on? Tell me." Nye Qianyu didn't speak. She found a chair and sat down. She drank 2 mouthfuls of tea and said angrily, "Why would I be angry? I'm not angry at all." Okay, don't be angry." Valley Master Nye seemed to be very patient and said, "Then you have to tell father clearly so that I can settle the score with that kid." "Settle accounts?" Nye Qianyu looked at Valley Head Nye and said, "If you knew, why would you still look for Big Brother Ren? Wouldn't you be worshipping him?" Hearing Nye Qianyu say the words, "Big Brother Ren," Valley Master Nye knew that his daughter was slightly happy. He then pretended to be curious and asked, "Then tell me, why do I have to worship him?" Seeing that her father was interested, Nye Qianyu asked, "Father, do you know why I came back so early?" When Valley Master Nye heard this, he muttered in his heart, "Didn't I ask this question from the start? Also, is there any difference between this question and the previous one?" However, he still looked at his daughter dotingly and asked in surprise, "Why? Little you, tell me about it." Seeing her father's astonishment, Nye Qianyu's gloominess dissipated. She said proudly, "Father, you don't know. I prepared 5 to 6 ingredients for the elixir today, thinking that it would be enough for today's use. However, I never expected that Big Brother Ren could refine each elixir perfectly without any mistakes." Valley Master Nye was also surprised and said, "When I saw him yesterday, his technique was still very rough. It didn't seem like he had refined elixirs before. Could it be that he became an expert just yesterday?" Nye Qianyu smiled, "That's right. The elixir recipes I gave him yesterday were all similar to the fasting elixir. The refining techniques were also similar. That's why he was able to refine the elixir so smoothly. Yes, even if that's the case, it's still extremely rare." "Oh, that's right. Father, Big Brother Ren refined most of the herbs into elixirs and gave them to me to bring back." Valley Master Nye frowned and asked, "Didn't you say that he would take half?" "Yes, that's what I originally said. However, Big Brother Ren didn't ask for the freshly refined elixirs. He only left a few herbs and said that he would refine them in the afternoon. It's considered his share. Sigh, this child is really benevolent. It seems that he really just wants to learn alchemy." Thinking about it, I still asked for half of the elixirs from him yesterday. That's right. Father, look at how magnanimous Big Brother Ren is. He didn't even look at the quality of the elixirs and let me bring them back. Huh, little you still has good eyesight. Father is getting old. Nie Qianyu smiled slightly with a little shyness in her eyes and said, Father, don't you want to take a look at the elixirs refined by Big Brother Ren? Valley Master Nie stopped smiling and nodded. Of course I have to take a good look. I have already seen the blood-replenishing elixir that he refined yesterday. With the same amount, the medicinal properties are more than 5 times stronger than the elixirs that we refined ourselves. I don't know if the elixirs refined today are the same. Nie Qianyu waved her hand and several disciples behind her brought up their porcelain bottles and then left the hall. Valley Master Nie casually took a porcelain bottle and opened it. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out. Valley Master Nie took a sniff and exclaimed, This is the new snow elixir? How can the medicinal properties be so strong? It smells more than 5 times stronger than the elixirs that we refined ourselves. Nie Qianyu said with a smile, Father, this is just a sniff. If you study it carefully, I feel that it is at least 7 times stronger. Valley Master Nie did not doubt Nie Qianyu's judgment at all. He sealed the porcelain bottle and opened the other porcelain bottles. He sniffed them one by one and even poured out some medicinal powder from a few bottles to see and taste with his own eyes. When he finished sealing the porcelain bottles, his face had already revealed an expression of disbelief and surprise. He looked at Nie Qianyu and asked, Little you, did you see Ren Xiaoyao personally refine these elixirs with your own eyes? Nie Qianyu nodded solemnly and said, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Big Brother Ren personally refined them. Good, good, good. Valley Master Nie's face was full of 3 good words. He praised with a smile, We really picked up a treasure. No, 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 he is the savior of our Rejuvenation Valley. When Nie Qianyu heard this, her face was also full of smiles. She said, Congratulations, Father. If there is no problem with the cultivation method that Big Brother Ren taught you, Father will be able to revive Rejuvenation Valley in a few months' time and reappear the ancient method of refining elixirs in the world. Valley Master Nie was also happy. He said, Congratulations to you too. Little you, this is all thanks to you. Although you encountered a disaster on this long trip, you also turned misfortune into blessing. You even brought back such a great opportunity for Rejuvenation Valley. Then, he sighed and said, The rarest thing is that not only did Nephew Ren save you, he also imparted such an important cultivation method to you. This kindness, it will be difficult for Rejuvenation Valley to repay. Nie Qianyu said, Father, you are thinking too much. Do you think Big Brother Ren is the kind of person who would ask for repayment? Valley Master Nie shook his head and said, When he saved you back then, he did not ask for a reward at all. He also did not ask for a reward when he took over the arena of the marriage by martial arts competition. He also did not ask for a reward when he imparted the cultivation method of refining elixirs to me. Is there really such a person in this world who does not care about himself and only cares about others? Pfft, Nie Qianyu almost laughed out loud. She said, If it was someone else, I might believe it. But if it is Big Brother Ren, I will not believe it even if you beat me to death. When she finished speaking, she told Valley Master Nie about some of the interesting things that happened along the way. Moreover, she took out the gold that she obtained from the peach forest outside Sorrow City and showed it to Valley Master Nie. She then said, I reckon that this guy has forgotten about this gold. Otherwise, he would have asked me for it long ago. I see. Valley Master Nie did not know whether to laugh or cry. The image of Zhang Xiaohua in his heart immediately collapsed and she became a living person. Then, little you, should we also prepare some gold and silver for him? Valley Master Nie probed. Don't. Why should we give it to him? He didn't ask for it. Father, you don't know that he is greedy for small gains and has never asked for it. If you don't give it to him, he won't want it either. Now that you have asked, he will be very happy. If we don't give it to him, let's see how he will take advantage of it. Hearing Nie Qianyu's words, Valley Master Nie laughed in his heart. Little Yu is obviously angry with him. Sigh, let them handle this kind of thing. He then said, but if we don't express our gratitude, won't he think that our rejuvenation valley is stingy? After thinking for a while, Nie Qianyu shook her head and said, it's better not to express our gratitude. To be honest, Big Brother Ren just likes to take advantage of small gains. With his martial arts, what kind of gold and silver can't he get? Moreover, it's still the same sentence. With his temperament, he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits from pill refining. Since he wants to learn pill refining, and we've provided him with pill formulas and medicinal herbs, he can't be more than happy. There's no need to express anything, right? But the pills that he refined were all left in Rejuvenation Valley. He didn't get anything himself. We are the ones who are secretly happy. This? Nie Qianyu was also somewhat speechless. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to learn pill refining techniques, but the pill refining technique that she displayed today seemed to be the ancient method of pill refining. She didn't even learn any pill frying technique at all. If she said that she wanted to practice with pills, it didn't seem necessary. What if she wanted to see Rejuvenation Valley's pill formula? Thinking of this, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but glance at Valley Master Nie. Sure enough, Valley Master Nie was also looking at her. The two of them said in unison, pill formula. That's the only possibility. Nie Qianyu said, but, before coming to Vow City, I never said that I was from Rejuvenation Valley. Moreover, looking at him, it seemed that he didn't know about Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie also said thoughtfully, I've also discussed with your Uncle Yu. We feel that the possibility of this Ren Xiaoyao specifically coming to Rejuvenation Valley is not high. Moreover, the pill formula was something that happened after he took down the challenge arena. It definitely wasn't something that he had planned for a long time. Yes, I'm still at ease with Big Brother Ren's temperament. He's not that kind of person. Yes, that's good. Valley Master Nie thought for a moment and seemed to have made a certain decision. He said to Nie Qianyu, if that's the case, then let's fulfill his wish and give him all of our Rejuvenation Valley's pill formulas to refine. I'd like to see how big of a surprise this Ren Xiaoyao can bring me. Nie Qianyu was greatly alarmed when she heard this and hurriedly said, Father, you can't do this. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.Chidian. Chapter 461. Seeing that his daughter was so surprised and even wanted to stop him, Valley Master Nie nodded to himself, this girl hasn't lost her mind yet. Nie Qianyu continued, Father, are you sure you want to do this? There are a few pill formulas in there that are the treasures of our Rejuvenation Valley. They are the painstaking efforts of several generations of predecessors. Furthermore, the medicinal pills refined from these pill formulas are also treasures that are coveted by many in the martial world. If Big Brother Ren accidentally divulges them, it will bring disaster to our Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie listened and nodded, Little Yu, you are right. Father is gratified. However, you only saw the first layer and didn't see the depths. Father, please speak. First of all, although this pill recipe is Rejuvenation Valley's secret, it hasn't been refined into pills for thousands of years. Can a pill recipe that can't be refined into pills still be called a pill recipe? Secondly, the pills refined from this pill recipe can only increase one's inner strength and strengthen one's muscles and body. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are so powerful that even if he succeeds in refining it, it will only be a step further. Think about it, if he obtains this pill recipe or pill, will he tell others? Also, this kind of elixir is not a secret in the super sections. It has long been a legend in the ordinary Jianghu sections. Even if Ren Xiaoyao leaks it out, he has to first consider his own safety. Rejuvenation Valley is an aristocratic family that specializes in alchemy. It's not surprising that we have this kind of elixir recipe. Moreover, as long as we insist that this elixir recipe is illusory, who can use the 1,000-year-old legend as evidence? Moreover, the super sects won't care about this pill recipe. Why would we be afraid of the ordinary sects? Don't forget that our alliance is also a powerful force in the Jianghu. But, what if it's the force that wants to kill my daughter? Then there's even less to be afraid. Ren Xiaoyao escorted you back and ruined their plans. Ren Xiaoyao can't wait to avoid them. Why would he take the initiative to provoke them? Actually, once father has mastered the cultivation method, we can also refine it ourselves. Why do we have to? Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly and said, although Ren Xiaoyao can use this cultivation method to refine medicinal pills, father may not be able to succeed. Our Rejuvenation Valley's ancient method of refining medicinal pills has not been refined for thousands of years. The efficacy of medicinal pills is far from what is recorded in the ancient books. If we don't let Ren Xiaoyao help refine it now, there won't be such a shop after this village. In the future, it will be too late for us to regret. Nye Qianyu somewhat understood her father's thoughts. Rejuvenation Valley had always been famous in Jianghu for elixirs and healing. Others thought that Rejuvenation Valley's thousands of years of reputation must have a deep foundation. However, only a few people knew that Rejuvenation Valley's savings in the early years had been exhausted. Many of their elixirs had been lost, and their ancient methods of refining elixirs were extinct. It was far from being as glorious as imagined. If Zhang Xiaohua could refine all of Rejuvenation Valley's elixirs according to the ancient method, not to mention the great impact, it could at least make Rejuvenation Valley's waste a little stronger. Moreover, if Zhang Xiaohua refined Rejuvenation Valley's elixir recipes along the way, it would give Valley Master Nye, it should be pointing the way for Rejuvenation Valley's development in the future. Seeing that her father had made up his mind, Nye Qianyu nodded firmly and said, I know, father. When I need those elixir recipes, I will tell you. Valley Master Nye nodded with a smile, I believe in your vision, little you. His gaze also turned out of the hall, and he said leisurely, I also believe in my vision. In the inner valley, in the elixir room, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely for Rejuvenation Valley. She was continuously casting spells into the elixir furnace. Although there was a flash of fire in the furnace, the surrounding temperature was not too high. Even when the mouth of the furnace was open, there was no trace of heat coming out. Only impurities like flying ash occasionally floated out. The elixir recipes left by Nye Qianyu were all ordinary elixirs. Even if they were to use a martial arts cauldron, it would only take a short while, not to mention an immortal cauldron. Things like incubation and embryo elixir were all done in a flash and did not take too much time. When Nye Qianyu went to the hall to talk to Valley Master Nye, Zhang Xiaohua had already successfully refined half of the elixirs. However, although the process of refining these elixirs was the same, the situation during incubation was somewhat different. When Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe the all-dispelling elixir and new snow elixir, she could faintly feel the cycle of the 5 elements contained in the elixir. Although the refined elixir was small, it was like yesterday's fasting elixir. Very little of the medicinal power could seep out of the elixir. However, the plum tongue elixir obviously had a huge loophole. Although it was not as obvious as the fasting elixir refined earlier, the difference was also obvious. After a while, she finished refining the remaining medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua pinched a spell and hit a few elixirs of different sizes. Those elixirs floated in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe carefully. A small half of them were actually overflowing with medicinal fragrance. Looking at the other elixirs that were abnormally round and black in color, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. If her guess was correct, the elixirs that could restrain their medicinal power should have all 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could mutually reinforce and restrain each other, forming a small system of their own. They could be called true elixirs. The other elixirs probably lacked one or more of the 5 elements and could not form a system of their own. Alas, the majority of Rejuvenation Valley's elixir prescriptions were different from the elixir prescriptions of the immortal Tao, regardless of whether it was the name or the medicinal herbs. The jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained only contained elixir refinement techniques. There were only a few detailed records of precious medicinal herbs and drawings inside. The rest were only names. She didn't know if the medicinal herbs had all been lost or if they had all changed their names. There was no doubt that Rejuvenation Valley's elixir prescriptions originated from the immortal Tao. However, after 10,000 years, perhaps the medicinal herbs had been lost or the names had changed, the elixir prescriptions would also change. The all-dispelling elixir might be because the medicinal herbs' names were the same as before, or perhaps the replacement medicinal herbs found were the same as the original 5 elements, so it could maintain the elixir's 5 elements. The plum tongue elixir was probably not as lucky as the all-dispelling elixir. The replacement medicinal herbs used did not match the 5 elements, or perhaps there was some other reason. Zhang Xiaohua herself couldn't explain it clearly. In short, this elixir prescription was flawed. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Xiaohua placed the elixirs in the air into separate jade bottles and recorded the insights she had just gained into the jade slip. Only then did she raise her head with a trace of confusion in her eyes. With the annihilation of the immortal Tao, the elixir Tao naturally declined as well. After 10,000 years of changes in inheritance, the original truth was no longer known. She had the art of elixir refinement, but she couldn't find suitable medicinal herbs. What could she do? Moreover, there was another main reason why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in Rejuvenation Valley and use their elixir prescriptions to refine elixirs. That was, there were 2 types of elixir refinement techniques recorded in the jade slip. One was the technique that she was currently using to stimulate the formation to produce elixir fire and refine the elixir. This technique was often used for ordinary elixirs. These elixirs required a short time to refine, had few spells, and didn't have high requirements. The other method was to use an external fire to directly heat the cauldron and produce elixir fire through the cauldron to refine the elixir. This technique was often used for more advanced elixirs. This kind of elixir took a long time to form, often several days, 10 days, or even several hundred days. The spells used were also extremely complicated, and the slightest carelessness would result in failure. Zhang Xiaohua had now mastered the first method of elixir refinement, but was unfamiliar with the second method. She saw that Rejuvenation Valley's method of elixir refinement was very similar to the second method. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley also had conditions that the outside world didn't have. Thus, she wanted to try to see if she had the opportunity to truly learn the second method of elixir refinement in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the current elixir prescriptions could only be refined using the first method. There was no need for the second method at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua got up from the praying mat. Earlier, she had used her divine sense to explore this inner valley. She saw that there were many secluded places in the depths of the inner valley, with dense vegetation and endless streams. The key was that Rejuvenation Valley's vitality was dense. Perhaps there would be rare and precious medicinal herbs inside. These things might not be able to be seen clearly with her divine sense, so she had to go and see for herself. Moreover, since Rejuvenation Valley had elixir prescriptions, it might be some immortal Tao inheritance. If she strolled around inside, she might encounter some by chance. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua formed an incantation with her hand and jumped down. She disappeared in a flash. She didn't even leave the door, and directly escaped into the depths of the inner valley. Fortunately, the divine sense technique at the end of God Traction was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua soon arrived at the side of a small stream. Next to the stream was a deep forest. The afternoon sun was already scorching hot, but this place appeared incomparably shady and cool. In front of her was a small hillside. Zhang Xiaohua floated up and stood on the hillside. She looked at several rather neatly repaired small medicinal gardens at the foot of the hillside. Needless to say, these were precious medicinal herbs specially planted by Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and discovered that the speed at which these medicinal herbs absorbed vitality was much faster than the surrounding medicinal herbs. The vitality in the air was also much denser. She walked towards the hillside again and bypassed several obstacles. She stopped in front of one of the medicinal gardens and squatted down to carefully examine it. Sure enough, it was a medicinal herb called eroding grass. The name of this medicinal herb in the jade slip was the same as the name in Rejuvenation Valley's book. Although the jade slip didn't have a diagram, the book had a drawing. Moreover, both records were the same: nature cherishes relies on water. However, the jade slip contained the ingredients for refining the marrow communication pill, while the book contained the main ingredient for the spirit awakening pill. Seeing that this place was already very far from the entrance of the valley, it was a good place for eroding grass to grow. If she reported to Valley Master Nia and then came back to pick it, she would have to work hard. Since Valley Master Nia had already promised her that she could use the medicinal herbs in the inner valley as she pleased, presumably the medicinal herbs that were extremely far away should also be in the inner valley. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan on being polite with Valley Master Nia. She took out the refined jade box from her bosom and carefully followed the steps described in the jade slip. She picked several stalks of eroding grass and sealed them in the jade box. Chapter 462. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua looked into the distance and visited all the places where precious herbs were planted in the Rejuvenation Valley. She collected some of them and collected them. Although these herbs were not described in the jade slip, they were the main ingredients of some elixirs in the book. If she didn't pick them now, when would she? It would be a waste not to pick them. She picked them all the way and gradually went deeper into the valley. Gradually, the medicinal garden disappeared and there were more wild plants. The unknown herbs also gradually increased. As Zhang Xiaohua went deeper, the environment gradually became worse. There was almost no way out. The shrubs were half a person's height and the towering trees needed several people to surround them. The birds became noisier and noisier. From time to time, small animals passed by in the trees, on the ground, and in the water. Zhang Xiaohua only released her divine sense slightly and covered a small area around her. She carefully checked, hoping to have an exciting harvest. While walking, after passing a slope, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned and her expression became overjoyed. She jumped on a big tree next to her, but she looked a little flustered. About 100 feet in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there was a sunny area. This area was about 10 feet in radius, and there were no weeds, only some bare rocks. There was not even a bit of soil, and in the middle of these rocks, there was a bright red grass. The grass seemed to be able to burn under the sun, constantly emitting a beautiful light. Wasn't this one of the few herbs recorded in the jade slip, the bright sun grass? Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that her luck was so good. When she reached the top of the tree, she pinched her thigh hard. It was quite painful. It shouldn't be a dream. Right, why did she pinch herself? She had been with little girls like Nye Qinyu for a long time and always listened to their nonsense. How could she dream? Zhang Xiaohua first used her eyes to appreciate the gorgeous scenery of the bright sun grass shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. Only then did she cast her divine sense into the bright sun grass. Sure enough, the vitality above the bright sun grass was 3 times more than the eroding grass, and the vitality in the bright sun grass seemed to be extremely terrifying. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua finally confirmed that this was what was recorded in the jade slip. It grew in a place where the yang qi was dominant. There would be no other plants nearby. Even the ordinary soil would be sucked dry by the yang qi in this grass and turned into hard stones. However, the only difference from the jade slip's introduction was that most of the precious herbs in the world would have some accompanying monsters that dutifully guarded them. Accompanying monsters? Zhang Xiaohua had always scoffed at this. It was just a matter of first come, first served, and the one who arrived early would be the first to arrive. But when it came to monsters, Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was the thing in the lava of the volcano under the deserted island. How could he not be moved? Let's climb the tree first. However, after Zhang Xiaohua finished observing this herb and swept her divine sense into the surroundings, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that this monster was actually able to hide from her divine sense? Thinking of hiding from her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the incantation for concealing one's cultivation level. Since human cultivators could create cultivation methods that made others unable to detect their own divine sense and cultivation level, perhaps this demonic beast could also have the same ability. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua once again used all of her divine sense to carefully investigate the area around the bright sun grass within 100 feet. After a long while, she actually didn't find anything. Could it be that this bright sun grass didn't have any accompanying demonic beasts? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hit her forehead with her hand, inwardly feeling ashamed. The world's vital energy had undergone a great change 10,000 years ago. Even if there were demonic beasts, they would all hide in places with abundant vital energy, such as the things in the lava. Although this rejuvenation valley's vital energy was different from other places, it was still far from meeting the living standards of demonic beasts. How could there be demonic beasts here? In this kind of place lacking vital energy, the bright sun grass couldn't mature. These demonic beasts would have already starved to death. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would have already died of old age. Zhang Xiaohua viciously thought. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the tree and swaggered towards the bright sun grass. However, before she could approach the bright sun grass, a fishy wind suddenly came from the side. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and didn't even turn her head as she sent her divine sense to the right behind her. She saw that several 100 feet away, there was something rapidly running in her direction. It howled as it ran, as if it was warning her of something. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile wryly and inwardly say, "I have to go back and have a good talk with Nye Qianyu. The scenery in her rejuvenation valley is beautiful and harmonious. Why is she raising such an ugly thing? It's fine if she's raising an odd beast or a small squirrel as a pet, but why is she raising a big white wolf for no reason? You can just be your big bad wolf, but you're still making it white like a big white sheep. You really need to be taught a lesson. It looks like I have to have the people of Rejuvenation Valley properly clean up the valley and reorganize it harmoniously." Alas, this guy really wanted to. How could the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley keep an eye on such a large place? If that was the case, then the bright sun grass would have been taken by the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley long ago. How could it possibly be his turn? The big white wolf let out a low growl and quickly ran over, but Zhang Xiaohua stood there calmly. A rare medicinal herb like the bright sun grass needed to be carefully picked without distraction. With the threat of the big white wolf, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't rashly reach out her hand. Thinking about it, why was she being so cautious just now? If she didn't discover anything with her divine sense, she could have just directly gone up to pick it. Why did she have to carefully inspect it a second time? Wasn't this trouble coming? However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous when she saw the trouble chasing after her. That's right, wasn't it just a wild wolf? Even with a white coat, it was still a wolf. It wouldn't be some monster with astonishing strength, and it definitely wouldn't be a martial arts expert with astonishing inner strength. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and locked onto the big white wolf from afar. The big white wolf seemed to have sensed the danger ahead and slowed down slightly. However, it was only a distance of a few dozen meters, so it only took a few breaths for the white wolf to reach the side of the slope. When it reached the slope, the white wolf stopped. It didn't directly pounce over like Zhang Xiaohua had imagined and start a fight. Instead, it used its eyes to stare straight at Zhang Xiaohua and sniffed with its nose. Then, it cast its gaze towards the bright sun grass in the sunlight and raised its head to howl. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Although she hadn't seen a wolf before, she knew that wolves lived in packs. Was this big white wolf howling to summon the wolf pack? She was about to release her divine sense, but at this time, the big white wolf swept its tail on the ground and exerted force with its hind legs. Like a white shadow, it directly pounced towards Zhang Xiaohua. Wow! Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This white wolf actually knows the art of war. First, it warned from afar, then it approached. It only howled to make people think that it was waiting for its companions to come. But the moment people relaxed, it suddenly attacked. Unfortunately, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was everywhere within 100 feet. Although the big white wolf was extremely fast, it was still clearly seen by Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the white wolf approaching, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the unruly look in its eyes. Its two front legs revealed sharp claws. Without a doubt, as long as one was caught by these claws, at least a piece of flesh would be torn off. Not to mention the sharp wolf teeth behind the claws. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. When the big white wolf came close, she only slightly leaned to the side and let the big white wolf pass. The white wolf didn't have time to turn around in the air, so it swung its tail and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Is this the legendary tiger tail scissors? When did this big white wolf steal it? Zhang Xiaohua still ignored it. She shrank back and dodged. The white wolf missed its target and landed on the ground. It did not rest, nor did it strike a pose. It turned around and pounced on Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua did not frown. He thought that since the white wolf was able to protect the sunshine grass, it must have some kind of psychic ability. He had taken the wolf's item for no reason. Even if he did not repay the wolf's kindness, he would not take the wolf's life. So, he didn't want to fight back. He wanted to let the white wolf know the difficulty and retreat. Since it pounced for the second time, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed the white wolf's front leg from an extremely tricky angle. Then, she leaned to the side and easily used 4 tails against 1,000 catties to throw the white wolf far away. The white wolf cried in the air, thinking that it was going to be hurt. In the end, although it was thrown for nearly 100 feet, it still landed steadily on the ground. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally had a chance. She used her divine sense to explore the depths of the forest. She didn't see any other wolves. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little astonished. At this time, the white wolf who was thrown far away didn't run away pathetically like Zhang Xiaohua had expected. Instead, it perked up and pounced towards him. This time, Zhang Xiaohua was really angry. He thought to himself, although this white wolf is handsome, it's not some spiritual thing. I've already spared it twice and it still doesn't know. Thinking, he grabbed the white wolf's throat which was pouncing towards him. Although there was a saying, copper head, iron back, hemp waist, was the weak point of a wolf. But with Zhang Xiaohua's current strength, why would he care about this? Although his palm wasn't big, but it was very strong when he grabbed the white wolf's huge neck. With just a little bit of strength, the white wolf's tongue stretched out and its throat let out a hoarse and low growl. It seemed to be afraid, unwilling and begging for mercy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the big white wolf which he had picked up single-handedly. Just as he was about to exert more strength, he saw the white wolf's eyes. The ferocious gaze just now had become extremely clear. It seemed to be that kind of sadness. That kind of familiar sadness, the sadness that was deeply imprinted in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It was the gaze of the cat which was run over by the horse carriage on the snowy ground outside Pingyang City. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 463. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Her heart softened for no reason, and she could no longer exert any strength. With a shake of her arm, she flung the white wolf far away. This time, even if this white wolf is stupid, it won't turn back. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Unfortunately, facts often spoke louder than words. That white wolf actually did something that made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. The white wolf actually raised its head and howled again. The sound shook the surroundings, and there was actually a stirring sadness in its voice. After the howl landed, the white wolf once again pounced on Zhang Xiaohua without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua was thoroughly enraged. What's going on? Is this young grass so important to this white wolf? The jade slip didn't record the effects of the young grass on monsters. Even if you saw it first, the treasures in this world can only be obtained by the virtuous. Since this young master can see this young grass, I must be a virtuous person. I've spared your life time and time again, so it can be considered that I've done my utmost benevolence. You're pestering me endlessly. Do you really want to die? Zhang Xiaohua was excited by the white wolf. She was too lazy to think about why the white wolf was behaving like this. She clenched her left hand, gathered 70% of her strength, and directly struck the white wolf's head. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from afar. You brat, who are you? Eat this old man's dart. After that, a hidden weapon shot towards Zhang Xiaohua like a meteor. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just swept through the forest. She didn't think that someone would come from the valley entrance, so she didn't notice. However, that person didn't ask for a reason and just used the hidden weapon to greet her body. And, fortunately, although the hidden weapon was shot from afar, it was still accurate. It was precisely her arm. Presumably, that person only wanted to stop her from killing, but didn't have the intention to take her life. At this point, how could Zhang Xiaohua not know that this person was in cahoots with the big white wolf? The person behind this was the true owner of the young grass. Alas, who else could be in the depths of this forest other than Rejuvenation Valley's people? It seemed that the flood had reached the Dragon King Temple. Zhang Xiaohua figured out the key point in a flash. She stretched out her left fist and grabbed the big white wolf's front leg. Just like the first time, she threw the big white wolf behind her in the direction of the attacker. Then, she stretched out her hand and easily caught the hidden weapon that was shot at her. It was a gold coin dart. Although the man's roar startled Zhang Xiaohua and she threw out the gold coin dart, his body was still far away. The big white wolf was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua. He just ran to the white wolf's side. The white wolf landed on the ground. It seemed to have adapted to it and did not panic. With a cheerful howl, it pounced on the man. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua slowly turned around and carefully sized up the person who had just arrived. This was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore light blue clothes and held a small hoe in his left hand. His right hand was constantly stroking the white wolf's head, as if he was trying his best to comfort it. However, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance with a pair of surprised, angry, and puzzled eyes. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was in the wrong. She took the lead and walked forward. She bowed deeply and was about to speak when the old man did not return the greeting. He said angrily, "Whose sect are you? Why don't I have any impression of you? Don't you know Big White? Big White? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. This Big White Wolf? This person is probably a senior of Rejuvenation Valley. But aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm a disciple of someone, why wouldn't I know your pet? Yes, maybe this is Rejuvenation Valley's mascot. Since I can make a move, of course I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley. If you can't even distinguish this logic, how can you be a senior? Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley. May I ask for senior's name? Once he heard that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, the old man's face became alert. Even the Big White Wolf turned its head again, looking somewhat fierce. Unfortunately, although the Big White Wolf looked fierce, its fearful eyes had already betrayed its feelings. The old man said, Since you're not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, why did you barge into my Rejuvenation Valley? Where did you come in from? Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the towering cliff in the distance and said with a smile, Old man, do you think there's a path to come down from here? The old man was startled and answered casually, Of course there isn't. However, after he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong and immediately said, I'm asking you, not you asking me. Zhang Xiaohua pointed behind him and said, Of course I came in from the entrance of the outer valley. The old man snorted lightly and said, Your story is too poorly made up. You might as well have said that you flew down from the cliff. The inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley has always prohibited outsiders from entering, not to mention the depths of the inner valley. Even the disciples of the valley are not allowed to enter. Who would have thought that someone like you would actually? At this point, he looked at the bright sun grass in the distance and said with a nod, It seems that you're here for this scarlet flame grass. Immediately, he said sternly, Speak quickly, who sent you in? If you have an honest attitude and confess, this old man will not pursue your crimes. I will only take you down and interrogate the person behind you. Scarlet flame grass? Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She pointed at the bright sun grass and said, You call it scarlet flame grass? A strange look flashed through the old man's eyes, but he was not moved by Zhang Xiaohua's words. He patted the white wolf's head and the white wolf obediently stood to the side. It raised its head and growled again. Its eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if it was provoking her again. The old man also took a step forward and waved the small hoe in his hand. He said sternly, Brat, seeing that you're not honest and still want to change the topic, you must not be a good person. Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or are you going to let this old man kill you with one palm strike? Wow! Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this old man too subjective? This temper, TSK, is even more fiery than a young man like me, wanting to kill people with one palm strike at the slightest provocation. Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest, Old man, how can you tell that I'm not a good person? Do you think you have the right to sentence me to death based on your own good and evil? The old man did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to say this and was slightly stunned. He laughed heartily and said, When this old man was enforcing the law in Rejuvenation Valley, I don't know how many thieves like you I've seen. They sneaked into my Rejuvenation Valley and coveted my Rejuvenation Valley's rare medicinal herbs and miraculous elixirs. The number of thieves who were killed by this old man's palm is countless. Now, you're one more. Seeing the old man's conceited look, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only say helplessly, Old man, if you're talking about the scarlet fire grass, I admit that I saw it when I walked here and wanted to pick it to refine elixirs. However, if you're talking about the elixirs that are boiled with water in Rejuvenation Valley, please, I really don't have the slightest interest. And most importantly, although I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, since I can appear in Rejuvenation Valley, other than sneaking in as you said, I'm a friend of Valley Master Nye's youngest daughter. I was invited to the inner valley by Nye Qianyu. What? You've even been to Rejuvenation Valley's elixir refining area? This Commander Nye, how can he not know the severity of the matter? How can he let an outsider casually enter the elixir room? Sigh, he's still so coarse, he hasn't changed at all. Commander Nye. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Valley Master Nye's name, she almost laughed out loud. No matter how she looked at it, Valley Master Nye did not have anything to do with the word commander. Furthermore, this old man actually said that Valley Master Nye was coarse. It really was, you have a body of white hair, but you say that others are monsters. Afterwards, the old man looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua, asking, how is Nye Qianyu related to Commander Nye? I remember that this brat's daughters all have similar names. Io, are you a child of dear Cry Sexu family? I remember that when you were young, you followed old Yu to Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're talking about Nye Qianyu's eldest sister, Nye Qianrong. Her husband is dear Cry Sexu. I'm sorry, I don't remember what Yu is. I only saw him once a few months ago. Nye Qianyu is Valley Master Nye's youngest daughter. Oh, that girl. Sigh, even she has grown up and found a husband. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, old man, you're mistaken again. I'm only Nye Qianyu's friend. The old man copied Zhang Xiaohua, waving his hand and interrupting his words, saying, what friend? You've already entered our Rejuvenation Valley's pill room, can you still be ordinary friends? Little brat, you must be honest. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to explain her dishonesty. But, after the two of them said this, the old man seemed to have understood that there was some misunderstanding. His tone seemed to have confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity, but the little hoe in his hand was still raised in the air, not relaxing in the slightest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced sideways at the scarlet flame grass not far away and cupped her hands, saying, I didn't know that this scarlet flame grass belonged to you. Please forgive me. Since you've already come, I'll leave now. What do you think? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, the old man immediately said, no, although you've said so much, it's all just one side of the story. How can I be so easily fooled? Moreover, you already know the location of this scarlet flame grass. In the future, you might take the opportunity to pick it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, saying, that's easy. I'm going to the pill room at the entrance of the valley now. If you're willing, you can come with me. Speaking up to here, her heart stirred. She released her divine sense and already saw a few people rushing over here. The one in the lead was Valley Master Nye. But the old man waved his hand and said, my time is precious. I'm picking herbs here, how can I have the time to accompany you back to the valley? Wait a moment, Big White's roar just now should have already notified the valley. I'm sure your so-called father-in-law is rushing over here. Hee, little brat, if you're lying to me, I'll let Big White tear you to pieces later. Old man, I'll say it again. I'm not Nye Qianyu's husband. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. It's the same. You're not now, but you'll be sooner or later. The old man curled his lips and said. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and ignored him. Chapter 464. It turned out that the old man had spoken harshly for a long time but didn't try to capture him. Instead, he made him explain again and again. However, it was all a delaying tactic, waiting for Valley Head Nye and the others to come over and confront him or surround him. Zhang Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the intelligence of these Jianghu veterans. Sure enough, after a long while, the old man slapped Big White's head again. The big white wolf then gave a low howl. Valley Head Nye and the others received the message and also gave a long howl in response, directly pouncing towards Zhang Xiaohua's side. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm and composed appearance, presumably the explanation just now was true. The old man gradually put down his little hoe. Only the big white wolf that had suffered a loss before still stared at Zhang Xiaohua without letting go. Valley Head Nya brought a few people to the scene and saw Zhang Xiaohua and the old man standing there from afar. He already knew that there was a misunderstanding, and before he even arrived, he shouted loudly, "Elder Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, please don't fight." Elder Zhang turned around and scolded jokingly, "When did you see me fight? It's your good son-in-law who beat up Big White. I still have to get justice for Big White." Valley Head Nya ran in front and bowed towards Elder Zhang. "Elder, long time no see, how are you?" Elder Zhang waved the little hoe in his hand and said, "No official position, my body is light. Right now, I'm picking herbs under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain." "Very good, very good." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the old man pretending to be cultured. It was quite similar to how she fiddled with words in front of Little Orange that day and almost laughed out loud. Valley Head Nya's eyes were also full of smiles and he repeatedly congratulated, "That's good, that's good." Then he turned around and asked in surprise, "Virtuous nephew Ren, I heard from Little You that you were refining pills in the pill room in the afternoon. Why did you run here?" "Hee, this is a rather secretive place in Rejuvenation Valley and it's quite dangerous. It's also my fault that I didn't tell you properly yesterday." These words sounded like concern, but they were actually blaming Zhang Xiaohua for coming in without telling her. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, "How can I blame Uncle Nye? Wasn't it because little nephew was refining pills in the pill room for a while and was bored, so I came out for a walk. I saw that the medicinal herbs here were very rare, so I came all the way here. If it's not convenient for Uncle Nye, I won't be coming in the future." How could Valley Master Nya not understand the meaning behind Renbachian's words? He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since Nephew Ren has seen enough of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes, what else is there to keep secret here? If Nephew Ren likes it, feel free to come. My Rejuvenation Valley can't see all the medicinal herbs here and many of them are unknown. If Nephew Ren recognizes them and wants to pick them, feel free to do so." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this and cupped her hands in thanks to Valley Master Nya. Elder Zhang, who was at the side, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Marshal Nya, although you're the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley, I'm also your elder. I was the one who introduced the wife you married when you were young. How important is our Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes? Why didn't you discuss it with the other elders before showing it to others? Even if he's your son-in-law, I heard him say that he hasn't married into your family yet. How can you be so casual?" Zhang Xiaohua held her stomach and laughed secretly. Valley Master Nye's face was full of black lines and he could only smile apologetically and say, "All the elders are enjoying their old age in the inner valley. I don't dare to disturb them for such a small matter. Elder Zhang, haven't you not seen me for almost half a year? I went to find you for something before the new year, but I didn't see you several times. If it wasn't for Big White's warning today, I wouldn't have known that you were here." Then, he pulled Elder Zhang to one side and told him the whole story in detail. Elder Zhang listened while glancing at Zhang Xiaohua. His gaze was very interesting. At first, it was disdain, then praise, then amazement, and finally surprise, admiration, pity, and so on. Zhang Xiaohua was filled with displeasure from being looked at like that. After Valley Master Nya finished speaking, Elder Zhang walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, I was a little rude just now and shot a dart at you. I really can't justify it." Saying that, he cupped his hands and was about to apologize. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he was Valley Master Nye's elder, so how would she dare to let him apologize? She hurriedly held onto his arm and apologized, "Elder Zhang is wrong. It was my fault first. First, I wanted to pick your scarlet flame grass, then I hurt your big white wolf. It was my fault." Elder Zhang was an elder and he didn't really want to apologize. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua holding onto his arm to give him a way out, he used a little strength and was about to get up. But when he used his strength, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was like a huge rock that couldn't be moved. Thinking about how Valley Master Nye said that Zhang Xiaohua was the winner of the arena battle, he couldn't help but have the desire to win. Using strength in his arms, he was about to bow down. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was angry. How could this old man be like this? Just now, you didn't ask about the situation and wanted to attack. Now that I'm stopping you, you're still supporting me. Tell me, should I stop you or not? If I don't stop you, you want the elder to apologize to you. How can you be a junior? Also, Elder Zhang's arms were already using strength. If she withdrew her strength, perhaps the old man's mouth would be stuck in the mud. If she stopped him, wouldn't this be a competition? It would also show that she was impudent in fighting with an elder. Just now, she didn't know, but now that she was fighting, it wasn't right. Without any other choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only use strength in her hands to support Elder Zhang firmly. At least this way, she could save a few teeth in Elder Zhang's mouth. When Valley Master Nye saw this, he hurriedly called out, "Elder Zhang, don't lower yourself to the same level as the younger generation. I know that you don't have a suitable person to spar with in the valley. If you have this idea, wait until you return to the outer valley and spar in the arena. Why do you need to compete in the wilderness?" When Elder Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "That's good." He immediately retracted his arms. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Not good, not good." Seeing the two separate, Valley Master Nye then looked at the scarlet flame grass not far away and said, "Has Elder Zhang always been here looking after this scarlet flame grass? I said that I couldn't find you." Elder Zhang pointed at the big white wolf and said, "Actually, most of the time, it's Big White who looks after it. I'm just looking for herbs in the surroundings to move my hands and feet." Valley Master Nye walked forward and carefully looked at the scarlet flame grass. He nodded and said, "This scarlet flame grass seems to be 100 years old. It's enough to be of great use. It's just that crimson pearl grass, bitter bamboo grass, chu dingzhen and other supplementary materials are hard to find. Otherwise, there's nothing else. Even if we have these herbs, our rejuvenation valley has no way of refining the crimson flame pill." As he said this, his eyes lightly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Valley Master Nye's words were strange. In the jade slip, there was a medicinal pill called the Meridian Soothing Pill. It was made with bright yang grass and crimson pearl grass as the main ingredients and other supplementary materials. It was used to nourish the meridians and recuperate the meridians. The main use of the bright yang grass was to make the bright yang pill. It could refine the qi in the meridians and improve one's cultivation. Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, "I haven't done anything these past few years. I've just been collecting herbs in the valley. The ingredients for the crimson flame pill are all ready. It's just that I haven't had the confidence to refine it. If it wasn't for this kid finding this scarlet flame grass today." Speaking to this point, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a bit of excitement and asked, "Ren Xiaoxia, I remember that when you heard me mention the name of this scarlet flame grass, you didn't agree. You pointed at it and asked me, you call it scarlet flame grass? Is that right?" At this point, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't deny it. He could only brace himself and say, "Yes, I did say so." "Then, what do you think it should be called?" Elder Zhang looked at him with bright eyes. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Old senior, this is a tattered little book that I saw a long time ago. There were pictures of herbs that looked like this scarlet flame grass. Since you say it's scarlet flame grass, then it's scarlet flame grass. I think I must have seen wrongly." "Don't, kid. Think carefully. It doesn't matter if you're wrong." Elder Zhang's face was kind, but Zhang Xiaohua looked a bit like Dabai's grandmother. He could only pretend to be thinking. After a while, he hesitated and said, "It seems to be morning sun grass, bright yang grass, or sunset grass. I can't remember." Elder Zhang clapped his hands and said, "Okay, it's bright yang grass." "That's right, kid, just now Nye Shui said that you know how to refine pills. And you also know that the ancient name of this scarlet flame grass is bright yang grass. Logically speaking, your Beidou school should also be an ancient alchemy sect. How come I've never heard of it?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. "It would be strange if you knew. But he said, I'm not too sure. Our Beidou school doesn't get involved in Jianghu matters. The elders in the sect also don't come out." "Oh, so it's like that." Elder Zhang was obviously very disappointed. Seeing the two chattering non-stop, Valley Master Nye said, "Elder Zhang, it's not easy to meet you. I see that you still have a lot of things to ask Nephew Ren. Why don't you come back to the Outer Valley with us? You can also see the changes in the valley and the pills that Nephew Ren helped us refine." "Yes, Valley Master Nye's words are very reasonable." Elder Zhang nodded and said, "I also want to see the ancient alchemy techniques and what kind of pills can be refined." Then, he said, "You guys wait here for a while. I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, he used his qinggong and left. Not long after, he came back with a small bag. Then, he patted the big white wolf's head. The white wolf licked Elder Zhang's hand with its tongue and lazily walked to the side of the flaming red grass and lay down on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Elder Zhang, since this flaming red grass is already 100 years old and can be used as medicine, why don't you just pick it directly?" Elder Zhang said very meaningfully, "Now is not the time. If you don't have the confidence to refine pills, then let it grow for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but twitch her mouth and secretly said, "How is that possible? If it's in the wilderness, it's possible, but in this rejuvenation valley? Although it's in the inner valley and people rarely come here, there will still be people who will see it. Since it's seen, how can it be preserved for a long time? What's more, how old is your grandfather? When you're gone, then let me pick it. It's inhumane to let this flaming red grass be lonely in the wind for no reason." Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved. If I don't have the confidence to refine pills? But what if I have the confidence to refine pills? Zhang Xiaohua also glanced at Elder Zhang. Her eyes were also very meaningful. Chapter 465. Elder Zhang lived some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's pill room, but they were both on the left side of the inner valley. In front was a simple bamboo room and behind it was the pill room. Looking at his tightly shut door, Elder Zhang smiled, "I haven't returned to this room for many months." He then looked around, "Where are your senior sect brothers? Are they all home?" Valley Head Nye smiled wryly, "Don't mention them. Even the other elders are like wild cranes. I don't know where they've flown off to." Elder Zhang said, "We haven't been elders for many years. Shouldn't we be researching our own things and doing the things we like to do?" Valley Head Nye said solemnly, "Elder Zhang is right. You've made many contributions to Rejuvenation Valley in the past. Now it's up to us." He then said mysteriously, "Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Elder Zhang seemed to know what he was going to do and nodded, "Come back quickly. I want to see if this kid is really a green onion." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes when she heard this and thought, "Is there anyone who talks like that? If I'm not a green onion, then what am I? Pa, how can I be a green onion?" Valley Head Nye quickly left with his two subordinates. He left behind a few disciples to open Elder Zhang's door and help him tidy up. The interior of the bamboo room was very simple. There was a bamboo couch, a bamboo chair, and a bamboo desk. It didn't take long for everything to be cleaned up. After the disciples left, Elder Zhang entered the room and carefully placed the small package in his hand on the couch. He turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Young man, sit." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the only chair in the room and shook her head. "Elder should sit. This junior can stand." Elder Zhang didn't hold back and threw his body onto the bamboo chair. He rocked left and right and murmured, "I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Days of looking at the clouds and listening to the wind are truly pleasant." Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wanted her to continue the conversation. Thus, she closed her mouth and pretended that she was only listening. Elder Zhang waited for a while, but no one responded. He could only mutter to himself, I'm old and only want to do the things I like. I mostly ignore the matters of Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore, I didn't know that you saved the Valley Head's daughter and resolved Rejuvenation Valley's crisis." Seeing that Elder Zhang was about to express his gratitude again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Old senior, you're old, but you're still strong. You'll definitely be able to use your remaining energy to write a new chapter. I merely ran into Miss Nya for a while. Anyone with a heart would lend a helping hand in this matter." "Someone with a heart? Huh." Elder Zhang sighed and said, "There are few people with such intentions, but there are many others with such intentions." Then, he continued to ask, "By the way, young man, you said that you saw a booklet with the name Yang Grass. What's the name?" Zhang Xiaohua inwardly said, I knew you'd ask. Even if I wanted to shut up, I didn't have the chance." Zhang Xiaohua could only say, "It's not that I don't want to tell old senior, but this booklet really is something from a long time ago. Also, it doesn't seem to have been read in my sect. At that time, I only saw that the drawings inside were very interesting and remembered them in my heart. I've already forgotten the rest." Elder Zhang didn't find it strange that Zhang Xiaohua had completely pushed away the responsibility. He said, "This was a fortuitous opportunity. Unfortunately, you were still young at the time and missed it." Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, "What do you mean?" Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, "It's a long story. To put it simply, alchemy has a long history. I'm afraid it's at least 10,000 years old. It existed as early as the ancient times, and the study of medicinal herbs closely related to alchemy also has a very long history. But I don't know what happened, but alchemy now seems to be very different from alchemy in the past. Even medicinal herbs are very different. In the ancient times, it said that medicinal herbs grew luxuriantly, and all kinds of rare herbs existed. There were some that were hundreds of years old, thousands of years old, and even tens of thousands of years old. However, these are all legends. Most of the medicinal herbs have been annihilated, and not even a trace can be found. Moreover, for some reason, the ancient books have not been passed down. Not to mention alchemy, even the ancient books on medicinal herbs are ordinary. Therefore, although there are many medicinal herbs that have survived, they have lost their original names. Even if there are people who know a little about them, they have slowly changed through word of mouth. Until now, it's almost completely different from the ancient times. Also, in these thousands of years, many medicinal herbs have grown from the vast land. No one knows whether these are ancient varieties or new varieties. Therefore, alchemy, elixir recipes, and so on have also changed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't interrupt and only listened quietly. Yes, the changes in the world over the past 10,000 years had changed even the fist techniques into a complete mess, not to mention the unorthodox alchemy, medicinal herbs, and elixir recipes. After listening for a while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "How does Elder Zhang know all these?" But as soon as she asked, she regretted it in her heart. Didn't Elder Zhang want me to ask? Moreover, wasn't the answer to this question found in the Rejuvenation Valley's ancient books? Unexpectedly, Elder Zhang said, "Back then, I was also infatuated with martial arts and didn't know anything about alchemy. Later on, by chance and coincidence, just like when you were young, I obtained a small book left behind by a predecessor. It talked about a lot of knowledge about alchemy and medicinal herbs. Only then did I become interested in alchemy. Later on, I joined this rejuvenation valley and became an elder. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought to herself, so he also left home halfway. Alas, it's a pity that this kind of small book is also the insights of predecessors in studying ancient medicinal herbs and alchemy. It's extremely rare and I only obtained one book. Later on, I also read 2 books in Rejuvenation Valley, but I always felt that there was too little information inside. If you hadn't missed the opportunity, I would have been able to read the 4th book. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "It's a pity that this junior was too young and really didn't know the value of that small book. I've disappointed senior." Elder Zhang shook his head and said, "Do you know what I like to do the most right now?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Gather medicinal herbs." Elder Zhang laughed involuntarily and said, "My greatest wish right now is..." Halfway through his words, he took out a book from the small bundle on the bed and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Open it." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took the book. She flipped through the pages one by one. However, the more she read, the more shocked she became. She couldn't help but ask, Elder Zhang is actually so proficient in medicinal herbs. Moreover, many of these medicinal herbs have their characteristics and medicinal properties indicated. Oh, they even have their respective names from ancient times and now. As she spoke, she flipped to a page and found a thin jade slip. This page also recorded the scarlet flame grass. Beside it was written, ancient name, bright sun grass. Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip and casually held it in her hand. She said, "So Elder Zhang has already recorded the other name of the scarlet flame grass in this book." Elder Zhang smiled and said, "That's right. I also saw this bright sun grass in a small book in Rejuvenation Valley. That's why I was surprised when you mentioned the bright sun grass. This ancient name isn't something that just anyone can know." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and continued to flip through the pages. Sure enough, there were many medicinal herbs at the back, and all of them had 2 names. Many of them were things that Zhang Xiaohua had seen in the jade slip. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She thought to herself, "That's right. Although alchemy is highly valued, the foundation of alchemy is the medicinal herbs. Only someone like Elder Zhang, who is unknown and has done the basic work of alchemy in detail, can refine better alchemy." There were many things in the small book, and it definitely wasn't something that could be finished right now. Zhang Xiaohua only flipped through a little before closing the book. Elder Zhang saw that Zhang Xiaohua had finished reading and said, "I'll let you see another thing." Finished speaking, he lowered his head and went to take out the small bundle. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small book in her hand. Just as she was about to insert the thin jade slip in her hand into the book, her divine sense habitually swept over the jade slip. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Elder Zhang didn't notice Zhang Xiaohua's behavior. He took out an even thinner book from the small bundle and was about to hand it to Zhang Xiaohua. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression, he found it funny and called out, young man, don't be like this, okay? I'm just making a small contribution to alchemy and slightly promoting the development of alchemy. You don't have to worship me like this, I'm just an ordinary person." Hearing Elder Zhang's call, Zhang Xiaohua came back to her senses and said with a smile, "An ordinary person doing extraordinary things. I'm really moved by your spirit. Today, you may be high and few people will see this small book, but history will remember your achievements. Time will prove your wisdom. You will definitely, stop." Elder Zhang finally blushed and said embarrassedly, "This old man is not so noble. I only do what I like." "Oh, right, take a look at these pill formulas." Although he said that, his tone was a bit affectionate. Zhang Xiaohua placed the small book on the table and carefully placed the jade slip beside it. She took the thin book and saw the words, "Crimson Flame Pill," on the page that Elder Zhang had just opened. Behind it were the ingredients and refining method. It was the pill formula for the Crimson Flame Pill. After looking at the pill formula for the Crimson Flame Pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to look at the other pill formulas and returned the small book to Elder Zhang. His heart moved and he returned to the front of the table. He picked up the book and found the names of the ingredients that he saw in the pill formula. When he finished looking, he couldn't help but be shocked. The ingredients in the Crimson Flame Pill formula were exactly the same as the Meridian Nourishing Pill in the jade slip. It was just that the names of the ingredients were mostly changed. If there was any difference between these two pill recipes, it would be the difference in refining methods. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the Crimson Flame Pill was a Meridian Soothing Pill. However, the martial Dao could not use the Immortal Dao's alchemy techniques to alter the refining process. Please vote. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 466. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua turn back to look at the booklet again, Elder Zhang smiled and said, "Did you think of something?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua deep in thought, he said, "If we compare this booklet and put the ancient name inside, wouldn't it be another ancient pill recipe?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Elder Zhang smiled and said, "If this Crimson Flame Pill is successfully refined according to this pill recipe, wouldn't this pill have two names? One would have the ancient name of the pill, and the other would be the current Crimson Flame Pill. In other words, didn't we refine the legendary ancient medicinal pills?" Elder Zhang stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua, waiting for him to speak. But Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked at the jade slip on the table and picked it up with interest, asking, "Elder Zhang, this jade slip looks warm and smooth, like a piece of good jade, where did you get it?" Elder Zhang heard and frowned, impatiently saying, "It can't be considered good jade, the color is a bit mottled. I saw it in the pill room and casually put it in the book, it's really useful." Then he said, "Ren Xiaoxia, aren't you interested in doing this interesting thing with me?" Zhang Xiaohua still did not answer his question. He raised the jade piece to the light outside and studied it carefully. He said, "This jade piece doesn't seem to be polished. If it was naturally formed, it would be very difficult for it to be this thin. It's a waste for the old man to use it to hold books." Elder Zhang saw that he kept changing the topic and waved his hand resolutely, saying, "If I don't use it to hold a book, what else can I do? It's not square and can be used as a paperweight. If you like it, take it, I don't have any use for it." Zhang Xiaohua heard and was overjoyed, but still said, I'm afraid it's not good, a gentleman doesn't take away others' good." Elder Zhang said, "I don't like it, just take it." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "I don't dare refuse an elder's gift, so I will shamelessly accept it." Finished speaking, he casually put it into his pocket. It really was very casual. Elder Zhang saw him put away the jade slip and asked carefully, "Ren Xiaoxia really doesn't want to do something that will affect the history of pill refining? You must know, if you can successfully refine it, it will have epoch-making significance in the history of pill refining. It's a turning point, a starting point." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't stop laughing wildly in his heart. He thought to himself, "If that's the case, then I don't know how many times I made the turning point in the pill room of Rejuvenation Valley this afternoon. Oh, that's right, I've already begun to turn it." But on the surface, he still smiled wryly and said, "Elder, it's not that I'm not tempted, but this ancient pill recipe requires an ancient refining method. If I use Rejuvenation Valley's water decoction method, it will only fail." Elder Zhang criticized endlessly in his heart, "Isn't this nonsense? If the water decoction method can succeed, why would I waste time with you? I've been talking for half a day." Isn't it just that I know you can use earth fire to refine pills directly? Elder Zhang was about to speak when Zhang Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Io, I remember now, Elder Zhang, I remember where I saw the name Sunshine Grass." When Elder Zhang heard this, he threw the matter of pill refining to the back of his mind and asked eagerly, "Where did you see it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "There's a small compartment in the attic of my hometown. Inside it are some trinkets that I picked up from the fields outside when I was young. Among them is a large and thick book with many drawings of grass. When I had nothing to do, I flipped through it for fun. However, I don't remember where I picked this book up from. Moreover, the attic has long been torn down, so I don't know if I can find it now." "What? You said that book is big and thick?" Elder Zhang was both surprised and surprised as he asked. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and pointed at the small book he wrote. "It should be several times larger and thicker than this." When Elder Zhang heard this, he rushed forward and grabbed his collar, saying, "Brat, the attic has been torn down, so that book." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The attic has long been torn down, but I hid my small belongings well. However, I haven't been home for a long time, so I don't know if those things are still there." "Where is your home?" "I'll go right now," Elder Zhang said anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I hid those things very well. Even if I went back by myself, it would be difficult to find them. You don't even need to think about it. That book is of no use to me. If it is as you say, those are ancient medicinal herbs and I have no use for them. When I have time to go back and find them, I will definitely find a way to send them to Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think?" This. Elder Zhang was very helpless and dejectedly threw himself back onto the bamboo chair, saying, "That's the only way." That's right, knowing that there was something that he had been searching for many years but still couldn't get his hands on it, even if it was an old man who had seen the wind and rain, it still wasn't easy for him to accept. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt very apologetic and comforted. "Elder Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely send it to you." When Elder Zhang heard this, he forced a smile and said, "You're too considerate. Anyways, I've been searching for more than 10 years. A few more years won't make a difference." Just as they were talking, Valley Head Nya brought a few more disciples over. Waving his hand, he let the disciples wait outside. Valley Head Nya entered the bamboo house alone. Seeing the two people happily chatting, he knew that the misunderstanding just now had been cleared up. He walked to Elder Zhang's side and took out a few small porcelain bottles from his bosom, handing them to him, saying, "Like I said, Elder Zhang, you and Nephew Ren will definitely have a common language. Just now was just a small misunderstanding. Look, this is the medicinal pill that Nephew Ren refined using the ancient method." At this time, words were already written on the porcelain bottles. Elder Zhang casually took the porcelain bottle with the words, "Blood Replenishing Pill," written on it and said with a frown, "This blood replenishing pill is Rejuvenation Valley's signature medicinal pill. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia has already learned it?" After he finished speaking, he opened the seal and poured out a brown-red medicinal pill. That medicinal pill was one size smaller than the one that Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhou Tai holding in the peach forest, but it was also perfectly round. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. They gave them powder, so how could they make it so round? Seeing the medicinal pill in his hand, Elder Zhang's expression changed and he sternly said, "Commander Nya, although you are the valley head, this old man also has to say a few words today. Our Rejuvenation Valley stands tall in Jianghu because we rely on our reputation. Our reputation of not deceiving both old and young people. The heroes of Jianghu trust us and trust our medicinal pills. When they save a life, the first thing they think of is our medicinal pills. Although this old man has not participated in the affairs of the valley for many years, how can this blood replenishing pill shrink so much? Cutting corners is the beginning of digging one's own grave." At the side, Zhang Xiaohua listened in a daze. This old man was really amazing. He drew inferences from one case and was really good at scolding people. No wonder he could be an elder. If it was her, oh, would she encourage Valley Head Nya to continue? Valley Master Nya listened obediently, as if he already knew Elder Zhang's temper. Seeing him spit all over the place, he didn't refute a single word. When Elder Zhang was tired of speaking, Valley Head Nya said softly, "Elder Zhang's lecture is correct. Although you are no longer an elder, your heart is still in this position. I hope you will continue to spur the younger generation in the future. However, I would like to ask you to evaluate the blood-replenishing pill that Nephew Ren refined using the ancient method. How is it different from our medicinal pills?" Elder Zhang glanced at Valley Head Nya, then looked at the calm Zhang Xiaohua. He put the blood-replenishing pill in front of his nose and sniffed it. Then, without a frown, he put it on his tongue and licked it. His brows furrowed even more. At the side, Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny. This Elder Zhang's expression was really too rich. Just now in the valley, the way he looked at her, the way he talked to her, and... Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought, this Elder Zhang couldn't have put the blood-replenishing pill into his mouth to taste the medicinal effects, right? Just as she was thinking, Elder Zhang really opened his mouth and threw the blood-replenishing pill into his mouth as if he wanted to eat beans. Then, he began to eat with a crunching sound. Oh, this sound was purely from Zhang Xiaohua's imagination, hee. After seeing the blood-replenishing pill enter his mouth, Elder Zhang's expression became even more wonderful. First, his brows furrowed, then they relaxed. His eyes widened as he looked at Valley Head Nya in surprise. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. Finally, he closed his eyes and tasted the blood-replenishing pill, no longer speaking. After a moment, Elder Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes as he said, "Commander Nya, was this pill really refined by Ren Xiaoxia?" "Yes, this junior saw it with my own eyes," Valley Head Nya respectfully said. Elder Zhang's words almost caused the two people present to faint from shock. "Then why are you still in a daze? Why don't you let Ren Xiaoxia and your Nye Qian go through the wedding ceremony? Even if you give 3 Nye Qians to this brat, it's still worth it." Zhang Xiaohua's figure swayed and she barely managed to stand up. Valley Head Nya was also an iron plank bridge. He steadied himself and said with a wry smile, "Elder Zhang is joking. Qianrong and Qianxiu are both married. Ren Xiaoxia also has a chivalrous heart and reached out to help us. How can we?" Elder Zhang didn't wait for Ren Baqian to finish speaking. He smiled mischievously at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Young hero Ren, you are a friend of Nye Qian or something. If you work hard, you can become the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was useless to say more at this time, so she didn't speak. On the side, Valley Head Nya hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Elder Zhang, let's not talk about other things first. How do you think the effects of this pill compare to the previous blood-replenishing pill?" Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, "There's no need to compare. This blood-replenishing pill melts in the mouth. It's sweet and refreshing, as smooth as silk. It feels very good. It's not on the same level as the previous pills that were chewed." Valley Head Nya's face darkened and he asked in a low voice, "Elder Zhang, this junior is asking about the effects of the pill, not the taste." Elder Zhang glared and said reproachfully, "Marshal Nya, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you are also the leader of our Rejuvenation Valley. Don't we know that in order for this pill to be recognized by the people of the Jianghu, not only does it have to be effective, it also has to have the taste and appearance. One melts in the mouth and the other is as hard to chew as copper peas. Which one will people choose after tasting it?" Then, he picked up the small porcelain bottle in his hand and said, "Also, you shouldn't underestimate this porcelain bottle. This is the result of the hard work of previous generations. People will know that our Rejuvenation Valley's pills are of high quality just by looking at this porcelain bottle. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was wide open as she listened foolishly. Chapter 467. After Elder Zhang talked about the importance of the porcelain bottle and the taste, he said again, "Of course, the main function of the medicinal pill is the medicinal effect. No matter how well it is made, if it doesn't have a good medicinal effect, people will only be fooled once and won't turn back a second time. If our Rejuvenation Valley wants to make something, we must make something that is the same on the outside and on the inside." Valley Master Nya opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Elder Zhang, can you talk about the medicinal effect now?" "Yes, there is nothing to say about the medicinal effect." "Not bad, not bad." After Elder Zhang finished speaking, he closed his mouth and didn't say another word. Valley Master Nya asked curiously, "Just these 2 words?" "Yes, it's not bad." Bang! Valley Master Nya fell to the ground. It took him a lot of effort to hold back his patience and wait for Elder Zhang to finish rambling. He wanted to hear him talk about the effects of the medicine, but Elder Zhang summed it up in 2 words. He was really concise and comprehensive. When Valley Master Nya stood up and brushed the dust off his body, he said with a bitter smile, "Elder Zhang, can you be more specific?" "Oh, you want to be more specific? You should have said it earlier. If you didn't say it, how would I know what you wanted me to say?" When he was done talking, he put away his smile and said seriously, "Valley Master Nya, in fact, what I said just now was not nonsense. It is the advantage of this blood-replenishing pill. Moreover, based on my experience, the medicinal effect of this blood-replenishing pill should be twice as good as the blood-replenishing pill produced by our Rejuvenation Valley." When Valley Master Nya heard this, he said with a smile, "Elder Zhang is right. This junior also made a rough estimate. Also, you see, the amount of this medicinal pill is twice as small as before. In other words, using half of the medicinal herbs from before, we can make a blood-replenishing pill that is 4 times as good as now. This kind of utilization of medicinal herbs and the effect of saving energy is the goal that our Rejuvenation Valley has been striving for more than 10 generations. I didn't expect it to be realized by this junior." With tears in his eyes, he said, "It's really the ancestors who have shown up. The heavens have blessed our Rejuvenation Valley." This time, it was Elder Zhang and Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be speechless. Waiting for Valley Head Nye's mental state to stabilize, Elder Zhang reminded him, "Valley Head, no matter how good this blood-replenishing pill is, it was refined by an outsider. It's better to turn the outsider into an insider as soon as possible. Your 3 daughters are all." Valley Master Nya continued, "Elder Zhang may not know this, but nephew Ren has already imparted the ancient method of refining medicinal pills to this junior. Of course, my Rejuvenation Valley has also paid a price. The price is your 3 daughters? Good, it was worth it. I've long found old man Chang unpleasing to the eye. It's better to divorce him as soon as possible. But old man Yu is still not bad. This is more difficult to deal with." Alas, it was a good thing that Zhang Xiaohua and Valley Master Nya had been using the 1,000-kilogram drop, so they were able to stand firmly on the ground. Valley Master Nya wiped away the sweat on his face and said, "Ren Xiaoxia's request is to see all of our Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes and help us refine them into pills. Do you understand?" "Ah." Elder Zhang said in surprise, "This is what you said just now, the reason for handing over all of the pill recipes to Hero Ren?" Valley Master Nye's face was filled with apprehension as he said, "That's right. Elder Zhang, please punish me. This junior will definitely humbly accept the old man's reprimand and do a good job of criticism and self-criticism. I won't disappoint." Without waiting for Valley Master Nya to finish speaking, Elder Zhang suddenly stood up and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He grabbed both of his hands and shook them enthusiastically while saying, Hero Ren, Could this be the legendary not benefiting oneself but benefiting others? You really have noble character and unquestionable integrity. This old man has lived for a lifetime, but this is the first time I've seen a hero like you. You're a great hero. You're a great hero. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately promoted from Ren Xiaoxia to Hero Ren. Zhang Xiaohua never thought that Elder Zhang would be so enthusiastic and could only murmur, I just want to practice alchemy. Elder Zhang didn't seem to understand. He turned his head and said to Valley Master Nya, Valley Master, you haven't done anything right in your life, but you did the right thing this time. Valley Head Nya smiled merrily and thought to himself, yes, I did the right thing in showing Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe to virtuous nephew Ren. You gave birth to 3 daughters. This is the only right thing you've done in your life. Elder Zhang continued. Although Valley Master Nya had already used the 1,000-pound drop and was mentally prepared, he still fell to the ground with a bang. After a long while, Valley Master Nya, who had always thought of himself as wise and mighty, stood up and complained, Elder Zhang, you're also considered an old man in the valley. How could you speak of such a confidential matter in front of an outsider? Elder Zhang's big hand still held Zhang Xiaohua's small hand with great enthusiasm. The wrinkles on his face were all smiles as he said, how is Hero Ren an outsider? As long as you ask Little 3 to help, wouldn't this guy be born a member of Rejuvenation Valley and dead a member of Rejuvenation Valley? Then he turned his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua, besides, Hero Ren, the 2 of us met very late. This old man and you can be considered friends despite the difference in age. How can you say that I'm an outsider? Feeling the eagerness in Elder Zhang's hand, Zhang Xiaohua shrank her body and pulled her small hand back. She secretly said, he just hit me with a dart and now he's trying to get close to me. Does this old man have some ulterior motives? Oh, that's right. She seemed to have thought of something. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't pull her hand back. She smiled and said, if Elder Zhang has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. If it's not troublesome, this junior will definitely agree. That was, others didn't know, but Zhang Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. She had received benefits from others, so how could she not repay? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being so straightforward, Elder Zhang was a little incredulous. He trembled a little and said, Hero Ren. Do you mean what you say? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, and a few strands of hair in front of her forehead swayed with the wind. She said, Elder, do you think this junior is that kind of person? It doesn't look like it, it doesn't look like it. Elder Zhang said repeatedly. Then he still didn't believe her and asked, then, can Hero Ren agree to this old man's condition? Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, no problem, this junior has long known your thoughts. You are the paving stone of the alchemy world. You have done so much basic work. How can this junior not agree to such a small request? Later on, you can just look for Valley Master Nya. I've entrusted everything to him. Her voice was loud and seemed to be really generous. But when Elder Zhang heard this, he was stunned and said, Hero Ren, are you mistaken? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand indifferently and said, I'm not mistaken. Don't worry, Elder, Valley Master Nya won't let you down. But Elder Zhang smiled bitterly and said, Valley Master can't do it. Okay, if I say it's okay, then it's okay. Zhang Xiaohua now had the bearing of a leader. But Elder Zhang was still a little hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua still waved her hand and said, no buts. At this time, Elder Zhang said pitifully, Hero Ren, but, I just want you to help me refine the Crimson Flame pill. Zhang Xiaohua proudly waved her hand halfway and put it down dispiritedly. She couldn't believe her ears and said, Elder Zhang only wants me to refine the Crimson Flame pill? Yes. Elder Zhang felt wronged and said, my request doesn't seem to be that high, right? Didn't you want me to teach you the method of refining the pill? Zhang Xiaohua still didn't believe him. Elder Zhang pursed his lips and said, "This method must be Hero Ren's unique skill. How would I dare to be delusional? Moreover, after a long time, he said, I've never married in my life and don't even have a child. Where can I find a granddaughter to match you?" Zhang Xiaohua heard this and rolled her eyes. She went straight back to lie down. Fortunately, Elder Zhang held her arms enthusiastically and she didn't fall. "This can be taught, Elder Zhang. I don't want your granddaughter or maternal granddaughter," Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Really?" Elder Zhang said excitedly, "I want to tell you, but I'm afraid of losing face." "Alright, Hero Ren, you're really worthy of being a hero. I'll thank you." After he finished speaking, he pulled out his hands and was about to bow. Zhang Xiaohua's body wasn't stable at this time. When she pulled her hands out, her body immediately tilted to the side. Poor Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high, but she was beaten to this extent. Oh, ___, oh haha. However, Elder Zhang grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hands like lightning and steadied her body. He said with a bitter face, "There's another problem, Hero Ren. Even if I learn the method you've taught me, whether or not I can refine the Crimson Flame Pill is another matter. There's only one Scarlet Flame Grass in the entire Rejuvenation Valley. If we waste it, we won't be able to refine it again." Zhang Xiaohua understood that he had seen the recipe for the Crimson Flame Pill before. The refining method inside was just a simulation of the Immortal Tao's refining method and was far from the authentic method he had learned. If she refined according to Elder Zhang's recipe, there was an 80 to 90% chance that she would fail. However, she hadn't practiced the second refining method in the Jade Scroll, so she naturally couldn't agree rashly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled, "Elder Zhang, I understand your feelings. However, from what I've seen just now, the refining of the Crimson Flame Pill isn't that simple. I don't have full confidence." When Elder Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, "Then how confident are you, Hero Ren?" After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua extended 4 fingers. Elder Zhang smiled and said, 40% is enough." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, 40% is enough to mess it up. Valley Master Nye's eyes lit up even more and he said with a smile, "Nephew Ren is so confident?" Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head and said, "I need a few things. Perhaps there are some things that I have more confidence in." "What do you need? What does Nye Qian have?" "Quick, Valley Master, call your daughter over," Elder Zhang said hurriedly. Zhang Xiaohua and Valley Master Nye both collapsed. Zhang Xiaohua steadied her body and said, "Elder Zhang is thinking too much. I just want to take advantage of Rejuvenation Valley's superior conditions to practice more and master the art of refining pills. This doesn't go against Elder Zhang's request. As long as I can refine the various pills of Rejuvenation Valley, I will definitely accumulate a lot of experience in refining pills. Then, when I refine the Crimson Flame Pill, I will have more confidence." Chapter 468. Hearing this, Valley Master Nye suddenly understood. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua didn't mention any conditions at the beginning. She just wanted to use the pill recipe to refine pills. As long as she was familiar with the pill recipe, she would be able to refine the Crimson Flame Pill easily. At this time, Elder Zhang smiled and said, "Since Hero Ren already has a plan, why don't you demonstrate to me how to refine pills using the ancient method? I read in the book that it was extremely baffling. You must have seen the Valley Master refine pills. We don't even know how to control the temperature freely." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Valley Master Nye and saw him make a "please" gesture. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Nye to prepare the herbs." Valley Master Nye also laughed and said, "I've already prepared them." After saying that, he instructed the disciples outside the bamboo house to bring in some of the herbs that had just been dug out. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly, these old people are all shrewd. They knew that Elder Zhang might not believe them and had already prepared them. Elder Zhang was also very happy to see this. What he saw just now was the formation of the pills, but how the pills were formed was even more important. As the ancient said, care about the process, don't just focus on the results. Elder Zhang quickly said, Hero Ren, behind my bamboo house is the pill room. It's also one of the earliest pill rooms in Rejuvenation Valley. Do you think it's suitable? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Zhang, you're a senior in the alchemy world. Don't be so polite with me. You're too kind. Since you're better at alchemy than me, I should respect you. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, moreover, you're magnanimous and can be called a hero. But, your attainments in the field of medicinal herbs are far beyond this junior's reach. Zhang Xiaohua admired Elder Zhang's hard work. Hearing this, Elder Zhang was very stunned and said in surprise, I didn't expect Hero Ren to be able to see so far. You really know me well. I only knew this when I was very old. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. That's right, you have all kinds of books on medicinal herbs and know all kinds of alchemy techniques. What about me? After obtaining the pill forging technique but not knowing the names of the ancient medicinal herbs, one would naturally realize the importance of studying medicinal herbs. Then, Elder Zhang walked to the side of the table and picked up the ancient book on medicinal herbs that he had written. He respectfully handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, this book is a little bit of this old man's painstaking research. I hope Hero Ren can correct it. Zhang Xiaohua also took it with a serious expression and said solemnly, I don't dare to say anything. Senior Zhang, this junior is lacking in this aspect. I should learn it well. Zhang Xiaohua received the ancient book and carefully placed it in her bosom. Only then did she enter Elder Zhang's pill room under his lead. This pill room was similar to Zhang Xiaohua's small pill room. However, there were two cauldrons, one large and one small, placed in a groove. Elder Zhang pointed at the larger cauldron and said, this is the cauldron that this old man used in his early years. The earth fire below it is also first-rate. Hero Ren, take a look and see if you can use it. Zhang Xiaohua actually didn't care, but she still politely went forward to take a look. That cauldron was no different from Valley Master Nia's. After she finished looking, she very casually looked at the smaller cauldron at the side. She suddenly discovered to her surprise that the cauldron didn't have two protrusions like the other cauldrons. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the small cauldron and asked, Elder Zhang, don't you use this cauldron? Elder Zhang took a look and said with a smile, this small cauldron was already here when my Rejuvenation Valley's ancestors discovered this pill room. Didn't I just say that this old man's pill room was one of the earliest pill rooms to be used? The things inside basically haven't changed. Even the cauldron and the earth fire below it haven't been touched. The earth fire and cauldrons in the other pill rooms have all been modified. However, this cauldron doesn't have any protrusions to control the temperature, so it's not suitable for use. This old man only tried it out at the beginning and didn't use it anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her heart stirred. She slowly walked to the front of the cauldron and poked her head out to take a closer look. Indeed, the inside and outside of this cauldron were almost exactly the same as the cauldron in her money pouch. When she used her divine sense to examine it again, she saw that there weren't any incantations inside the cauldron. Only some of the formations engraved inside the cauldron were the same as her cauldron. There was no need to guess. This cauldron was certainly a cauldron used by an immortal Dao pill refiner, just like Zhang Xiaohua's cauldron. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. What a coincidence! It was best to use an immortal Dao cauldron to refine the crimson flame pill, and Zhang Xiaohua's cauldron wasn't suitable for public use. Elder Zhang's cauldron that had never been used before was just right for her to use. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This junior has also never seen a cauldron like this. If there's a chance, I would also like to try it out." Elder Zhang said, "Anytime, anytime. If this cauldron wasn't used by Rejuvenation Valley's ancestors, and if it wasn't for the fact that you can't take it away, then what harm is there in giving it to you?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. This is Senior's relic, so it's best to treasure it." Finished speaking, she walked in front of the large cauldron and skillfully turned on the earth fire to preheat the cauldron. Looking at the medicinal herbs on the ground, she said with a smile, "Uncle Nya seems to want this nephew to refine the white nightmare pill?" Valley Master Nya clapped his hands and praised, "Virtuous nephew Ren has indeed reached a higher level in the Tao of pills. You've also carefully read the pill recipe that this old man had little you give you. Virtuous nephew is correct. These medicinal herbs are white chrysanthemum and black gold grass. There are also a few other ingredients that are used to refine the white nightmare pill." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Uncle Nya is testing this nephew. This nephew has only seen the pill recipe a few times. If I mess up today, the two seniors won't laugh at me." Finished speaking, she no longer held back and placed her left hand on top of the cauldron. She transferred her vital energy over and carefully controlled the temperature of the cauldron. In fact, how could using vital energy to control the cauldron and then the fire be as convenient as directly casting the spell onto the earth fire? When the temperature was suitable, Zhang Xiaohua placed the white chrysanthemum, black gold grass, and other medicinal herbs in order according to the pill recipe. In order to let Elder Zhang take a closer look and also to conceal something, Zhang Xiaohua controlled the temperature to not be too high. After a long while, the dark brown medicinal powder was gradually refined successfully. When Zhang Xiaohua's hands left the cauldron, Elder Zhang quickly walked forward and took out the medicinal powder from the bottom of the cauldron. He carefully looked at it. Just like before, he put some powder into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating. This white nightmare pill had some aphrodisiac strengthening effects. If something happened to Elder Zhang, what should she do? After carefully examining it, Elder Zhang said, "Actually, it's not that I have doubts in my heart. It's just that seeing is believing and hearing is false. Now that I've seen Hero Ren refine pills with my own eyes, I know that I was a frog in a well. I didn't think that there would be such alchemy skills outside of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This method is actually a martial art. It has nothing to do with alchemy." Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nya looked at each other in surprise. What kind of martial art was this? It actually had such an effect. Immediately, Elder Zhang's eyes were somewhat fiery as he asked, "Hero Ren, this method, when will you teach me?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I've already said it just now. I've already copied this method to Uncle Nya and asked him to take it out for you to comprehend." "Oh right, it's still the same sentence. This method is very important and must not be leaked. It will bring disaster to your noble valley." Valley Head Nya was somewhat surprised and said, "Is it that serious?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If Uncle Nya feels that it's inappropriate, then return the method to me." Valley Head Nya looked at Elder Zhang. Both of their eyes were resolute. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Although this method is not easy to leak, Uncle Nya and Elder Zhang only refine pills in Rejuvenation Valley. Even if others see it with their own eyes, they may not know the secret. It's fine as long as no one knows about the method." Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang both nodded and said, "We also have the same idea. It's just that." Elder Zhang was a little worried and said, "If I were to refine pills using the ancient method, wouldn't those old bastards beside me and the Valley Master's senior brothers be jealous when they see it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is something that Uncle Nya and Senior Zhang have to consider." "Oh, right, Elder Zhang, this junior wants to take this small cauldron furnace and study it. Oh, don't worry, I'm just trying it out in the pill room. I won't take it out of the valley. Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, yes, Hero Ren, be careful. Just don't break it. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It would be strange if this immortal item could be so easily damaged. Valley head Nye called a few disciples outside the room to send the small cauldron to Zhang Xiaohua's pill room. Zhang Xiaohua asked Elder Zhang a few more questions about medicinal herbs and then cupped her hands and said, Seniors, this junior is a bit tired and will go back to rest for a while. Elder Zhang might as well ask Uncle Nye about the method of cultivation. If there are any questions, this junior will come tomorrow to clear them up. Elder Zhang's face bloomed with a smile and said, no need, if this old man has anything he doesn't understand, I'll ask you later. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, this junior sleeps very hard and may not hear Elder Zhang's call. Valley head Nye said, no matter, I've also practiced for a while. Presumably, today is enough to discuss with Elder Zhang. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said goodbye to the two and returned to her pill room. In the pill room, the small cauldron had already been placed next to the groove, along with the remaining medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua only looked at it casually and then sat cross-legged on the bed. With a face full of excitement, she took out the thin jade slip that she had obtained from Elder Zhang and immersed her divine sense into it. What came into her mind were 4 ancient characters, 100 Herbs Compendium. Previously, when she was in Elder Zhang's room, she didn't look at it carefully. Now that she looked at it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's smile became wider and wider. This 100 Herbs Compendium didn't just record 100 types of medicinal herbs. Chapter 469. Indeed, the immortal Tao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years, and the art of alchemy had also gradually died out. All kinds of alchemy techniques had been modified to suit the rules of martial arts. During these tens of thousands of years, the changes in medicinal herbs had also been huge. Only the names were completely different. The jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua now had was the authentic alchemy technique used by the immortal Tao. Although the contents were passed down directly, the medicinal herbs used were also completely different from the current system. Therefore, if Zhang Xiaohua did not have this 100 Herbs Compendium, even if the authentic medicinal herbs were placed in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he might not be able to tell that these were the medicinal herbs specified in the prescription. This 100 Herbs Compendium was a timely rain that had delivered the thing that Zhang Xiaohua dreamed of. Originally, he still wanted to ask Elder Zhang for advice on the ancient and modern names of various medicinal herbs. Now, he only needed to find the correct medicinal herbs according to the picture. The name? It was just a title. The jade slip of the 100 Herbs Compendium was very thin, but the contents were very vast. It recorded countless medicinal herb knowledge, which was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to learn. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua began to slowly memorize and learn. The next day, Nye Qinyu came to the alchemy room punctually and brought a lot of medicinal herbs. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was no longer annoyed like yesterday. She smiled and said, Big brother Ren, I heard from father that you had a fight with Elder Zhang's big white yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, What are you talking about? Little fish Nye, how can you talk like that? What kind of person is this Xiaoxia? How can I lower myself to the level of a little white wolf? If it wasn't for Elder Zhang's timely appearance, would have flattened it with just a few punches and kicks. How can there be the posture of a fight that you mentioned? Nye Qianyu pursed her lips and smiled. Big brother Ren, you're really something. Big White is considered a tyrant in the valley and always bullies other animals. It's also Elder Zhang's favorite and is always pampered. After what you did yesterday, it'll probably behave for a while. Thinking about it, Big White was so aggressive yesterday. It was only because Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were strong that she didn't suffer under the wolf's claws. If it was someone else, it might not have been so. However, thinking about Big White's tragic defeat yesterday and how he wanted to die together with her, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded her head in admiration. After chatting with Zhang Xiaohua for a while, Nie Qianyu blushed and said, "Elder Zhang, you called me to my father's place last night and said a lot of things for no reason." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Is that so?" He must have imparted his years of experience in digging herbs in the valley to you. Bah, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but spit. I wanted to ask Elder Zhang for advice, but he was fascinated by the method you taught my father. After telling me about it, he kept pestering my father with questions. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She said seriously, "Little fishy Nya, that method is very important. You have to remember, other than your father's instructions, you can't tell anyone else. Especially." After thinking for a while, she smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't want to talk too much about the affairs of your Rejuvenation Valley. Don't blame me for being nosy, but don't tell your two sisters." "Sisters?" Nie Qianyu exclaimed, "Big brother Ren, do you have a prejudice against my sisters? You've only met them once." "Oh, is it because you don't want to go up on stage and compete with Big Sister?" This question was rather childish. Of course, Nie Qianyu only wanted to ask Zhang Xiaohua the reason. This was just throwing a brick to attract jade. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Based on what you said, I've only met your two sisters once. How could I have a prejudice against them? It's just that both of them have married outside the valley. They may keep a secret, but if they don't keep it a secret, it may spread out. It won't be good for Rejuvenation Valley." But, Nie Qianyu stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "If this method is from your Beidou school, it'll just be you leaking your school's method. When the time comes, I'll ask my father to stake Rejuvenation Valley's business. I'm sure your school won't necessarily be unable to forgive you. But I don't remember you saying this that day. Could it be that this method?" It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua's repeated exhortations finally aroused Nie Qianyu's suspicions. She thought of the origin of the method. Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned serious and said, "The origin of this method is somewhat unclear. However, since it can bring about fundamental changes to Rejuvenation Valley's pill refinement, do you think Valley Head Nya can refuse? Do you think I can keep it from you?" Nie Qianyu gave a long sigh and said, "That's right. Thank you, Big Brother Ren. Even though he knows it's drinking poison to quench his thirst, my father can't refuse. Big Brother Ren also has great good intentions." "I understand." Hearing that she was going to speak again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Yesterday, I already told Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang that this method can only be used to refine pills. Others definitely won't be able to see through it. It's fine as long as no one knows about this method. I'm only telling you today because I want you to pay attention to keeping it a secret. I know. Last time, when Senior Brother Lu from the weapon refining sect came to provoke me, I was already vigilant. If it wasn't for someone deliberately saying something, how would he know to compete with you in strength? I just want you to know that this Rejuvenation Valley isn't a paradise and that you should leave earlier." Seeing that Nie Qianyu was already aware, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything else. She pointed at a large pile of medicinal herbs and said, "It seems that Valley Head Nya wants to make use of my free labor. Nie Qianyu, what kind of pills are we going to refine today?" Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "If Big Brother Ren doesn't like it, how about 3 maces of silver per day? What do you think?" "Oh my!" Zhang Xiaohua also rolled her eyes and said, "That method of yours is a regular person's hourly payment. This great hero is an expert. No matter what, I have to be paid according to my labor. How about 1 maces of gold for each pill recipe refined?" Bah, Nye Qianyu spat, in your dreams. Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. She picked up some medicinal herbs from the ground and walked towards the cauldron while shaking her head and muttering, "Squeeze, pure squeeze." Nye Qianyu pursed her lips and smiled, following behind her. Today's pill refining speed was still very fast. Although Nye Qianyu had already prepared a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, more than 10 pill recipes were completely refined in one morning. Watching the disciples put the pills into the porcelain bottles, Nye Qianyu smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother Ren, your method of refining is somewhat inappropriate." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "So you can see it too." Nye Qianyu, why don't you tell me about it? Nye Qianyu said, "I know that Big Brother Ren wants to practice his alchemy techniques, but if you practice pill formulas one by one, you will be refining pills for our Rejuvenation Valley. It won't improve your alchemy skills much. If you continue to practice like this, our Rejuvenation Valley will really have to reward you." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. At first, I also wanted to refine the pill formulas one by one, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Before I finished refining this pill formula, I discovered that something was wrong." "That's right. Big Brother Ren, almost all the pill recipes in this book are refining methods. You only need to refine a few of them, and you will be able to refine the rest. There's no need to practice all the pill recipes once." "Exactly," Zhang Xiaohua said resolutely and decisively. "Then, how about this?" Nye Qianyu hesitated and said, "Our Rejuvenation Valley has hundreds and thousands of pill recipes. How is it appropriate for you to practice like this? When I go back tonight, I will talk to Father. You don't have to practice all of them. I will pick out different pill recipes with different techniques or concocting methods. Big Brother Ren only needs to successfully refine the representative pills." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very moved and almost had the urge to reach out and scratch her nose. She smiled and said, "How can Valley Master Nye agree? You don't need to work for nothing." "Bah," Nye Qianyu spat and said, "Do you think everyone will squeeze you dry like a coolie?" As she said this, her face turned red first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble little you, Take this pill recipe book away tomorrow. I will carefully look through it again and refine some pills for myself. It's so pitiful. Just now I was working for others, and in a while I will be working for my own family." Pfft, Nye Qianyu laughed and said, "Okay, Big Brother Ren, you refine the pills. I will go back and tell Father that I will find the pill recipes for you tomorrow this afternoon. Okay, I will have to trouble you, little you, However, I still want to see all the pill recipes. You must not hide them." "Okay," Nye Qianyu dragged her voice and said, "I will remember, I am Rejuvenation Valley's coolie." Saying this, she ran out with flushed cheeks. Looking at Nye Qianyu's lively back, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Do I have such great charm?" After closing the door, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hurry to refine pills. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and comprehended the Tao of heaven. After a long time, with an unfathomable smile on his face, he stood up and walked to the pill furnace in the groove. After a while, he would use this pill furnace to refine pills, so it was better to practice first. Looking at the pill furnace in the groove, Zhang Xiaohua used the usual methods to shrink and enlarge the pill furnace, but the pill furnace didn't have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He had thought that this method would work on all pill furnaces. Fortunately, when he ignited the earth fire and injected the flame control spell, the temperature of the cauldron gradually rose. Then, he added the herbs and a few common spells into the cauldron. The herbs gradually melted, and Zhang Xiaohua's heart was at ease. It seemed that the method to shrink the pill furnace was unique to his own pill furnace, and the method to refine pills was universal. According to the records of the second pill refining method in the Jade Slip, Zhang Xiaohua successfully refined more than 10 types of pills in a short time. That was because the second method was used to refine top-grade pills by the immortal Dao. Zhang Xiaohua's pills were not only for martial Dao, but also for elementary pills. Using this method was really a small test. Then, Zhang Xiaohua recorded his experience in refining these pills, as well as the flaws of the 5 elements, on the jade slip. Then, he took out the pill recipe booklet and recorded the remaining pill recipes on the jade slip. Only then did he stop. After all, he had just discovered the Tao of the 5 elements in pills. He could only reach the final conclusion after a large amount of practice. Chapter 470. Finding the attributes of every single herb was not something that could be done in a short period of time, or even in a few years. It could only be done slowly and using an extremely long period of time. As for the question of how herbs that were originally of the wood attribute could have attributes of the 5 elements, Zhang Xiaohua had some vague ideas. For example, the scarlet fire grass was red in color, and there was no vegetation growing in its surroundings. Even the soil would turn to stone, so it was obviously of the fire attribute. The 2 main ingredients of the crimson flame pill, the crimson pearl grass, complemented the fire attribute scarlet fire grass, so it was definitely of the water attribute. Of course, there were even more herbs that could not be directly identified from their appearance, so it was impossible to directly determine their attributes. The Qi practitioners of the Path of Immortals were very resourceful, and they had come into contact with many more herbs than the Qi practitioners of the Path of Immortals. If Zhang Xiaohua did not use any special techniques and only tried using his stupid method, who knew when he would be able to tell the difference? And how could the art of herbal medicine be able to clearly identify the attributes of dried herbs? Firstly, there were limited types of herbs. Secondly, different people would fall sick every day. It was very easy to obtain results through large amounts of practice. Even so, the art of herbal medicine had only reached its current scale after several thousand years. Zhang Xiaohua engraved the pill recipe and her own experiences into the jade slip. After expending some of her spiritual sense, she stowed the jade slip away and began to cultivate the God's Guide. Ever since she began using her spiritual sense to write jade slips, Zhang Xiaohua knew that apart from true qi, the spiritual sense was extremely important in the path of immortality. She had only just come into contact with the path of immortality, so she might have to use her spiritual sense in many places in the future. As a result, she cultivated the God's Guide every day. After a while, she finished replenishing her spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her spiritual sense had improved slightly, and the God's Guide had also improved slightly. Just as she was about to stand up, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the mnemonic chant recorded in the appendix of the God's Guide jade slip to conceal her cultivation and spiritual sense. When Zhang Xiaohua saw it that day, she didn't think much of it. The way of immortality that she cultivated was just a legend in Jianghu. No one had seen it before. It would only appear when she used the way of immortality to fight with others. How could anyone discover it on a normal day? This incantation was completely useless to him. Now that his mind was moved and he thought of this, he felt that something wasn't right. After a period of time, he would have to spread the incense cult alone. The aroma sect was a colossus. It was a super sect with a legacy of 10,000 years. When Zhang Xiaohua was at Huanxi Manor, she had not felt the power of its legacy. But when she arrived at Rejuvenation Valley, she found that even a small faction like Rejuvenation Valley had old men like Elder Zhang, as well as some people she had never seen before. As a sect, the Aroma sect had stood tall in Jianghu for 10,000 years. How could it not have its own heritage? Who knew if there were some old monsters hidden in the Aroma sect that were over 100 years old? Moreover, it was the legacy of the way of immortality. Perhaps they had some secret method to see through a person's cultivation. She was unlucky to be seen through. However, she was going to the aroma sect under the banner of Rejuvenation Valley. Nominally, she was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Wouldn't that be causing a lot of trouble for Rejuvenation Valley? Therefore, for her own sake, she still had to comprehend the mnemonic chant to conceal her cultivation and spiritual sense. Taking out the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua carefully read it for the first time. The mnemonic chant was very long, about 2,000 words. It was abnormally cryptic. Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully but didn't learn anything. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, the average cultivation method of the Way of Immortality was not easy to understand or practice. The difficulty of concealing one's cultivation could be imagined. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when she first started cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was abnormally simple. There were many things in the cultivation method that she didn't know how to understand. But after entering the Way of Immortality for several years, her aptitude seemed to have improved greatly. For example, the art of alchemy and the art of refining weapons. Although it was not easy, she could understand it carefully. Although she didn't have a master to guide her, she could still master it. Could the cultivation method of the Way of Immortality make people smarter? AI, who cares, isn't it good to be smart? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Who cares how it becomes smart? It's more important to comprehend the mnemonic chant. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered the first part of the mnemonic chant word by word. In the blink of an eye, when Zhang Xiaohua stood up again, the sky had gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Time was too short. She hadn't comprehended anything and the day was about to pass. How good would it be if she could find a place to cultivate alone and ignore the trivial matters of the world? But then, this thought was strangled. Her mother, father, and other family members, O Yan, Qiu Tong, Wen Wenhai, and the others, Dreams, O, and Nie Qianyu, all of them entered her mind. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and couldn't help but smile. The world is so beautiful, why don't I miss it? Cultivation is cultivation. Entering the world is also cultivating the heart. Tao follows nature, Tao follows nature. Then, she felt the true qi in her body surge violently. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly took out a jade talisman to set up a formation around the pill room. Then, she took out 2 origin stones. After thinking for a moment, she threw out the crouching ox stone and sat cross-legged on it. It was rare for her to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra during the day. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua entered Rejuvenation Valley, she had been persistently comprehending the Tao of Heaven and made up for her lack of understanding of the Tao of Heaven with the Qi Huang art. She also continuously improved in the areas of pill refinement and weapon forging. Most importantly, she had to refine Starlight and absorb Origin Qi every night to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Her accumulation in these few months was quite deep, so when she gained something in her temperament, her mental cultivation method also improved. In the dimly lit pill room, Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless. She held a piece of origin stone in each hand and all the pores on her body opened up, greedily absorbing the surrounding origin qi. When the origin qi in the pill room was completely absorbed, the origin qi in Rejuvenation Valley rushed toward the pill room. And now, Zhang Xiaohua's speed of drawing qi was very fast. Although the origin qi in the valley was much more than outside, it was too thin for Zhang Xiaohua. If Zhang Xiaohua greedily absorbed it, it would most likely cause irreparable harm to the medicinal herbs in the valley. At this moment, the results of Zhang Xiaohua's daily hard work in comprehending the Tao of Heaven appeared at this moment. The refined origin qi in her body and the circulating vital qi in her meridians gradually changed under the influence of the Tao of Heaven. These changes were almost undetectable, but it was also these changes that caused Zhang Xiaohua's entire body to be branded with traces of the Tao of Heaven. Didn't the Qi Huang art mention the theory of the 5 elements? The 5 organs in the body were all of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements were some kind of rule of the Tao of Heaven. Under Zhang Xiaohua's comprehension of the Tao of Heaven, her body gradually showed signs of conforming to the Tao of Heaven. Although these signs were extremely small, they caused a chain of changes, such as the absorption of vital qi and origin qi. The crouching ox stone that Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on originally had a fixed speed of the qi of heaven and earth that was being drawn into her body. However, due to the slight change in the way that Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the origin qi, the qi of heaven and earth in the crouching ox stone suddenly seemed to have been summoned by something. It surged out of the crouching ox stone like a tide and crazily poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores. The origin qi in Rejuvenation Valley surged into the elixir room, but this meager amount of origin qi could no longer attract Zhang Xiaohua's attention, so she did not absorb it. When the wild origin qi in the crouching ox stone entered her body, it immediately submitted to the radiance of the Tao of Heaven. It followed the meridians in her body and flashed in a regular pattern. It seemed slow but was actually very fast, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, countless rays of starlight shone down from the night sky, penetrating through the stone walls and enveloping Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings. At this moment, the starlight was surging. The refined starlight fused with his meridians, fused with his primary energy, and fused with his transparent bones. As the starlight fused with his bones, the red dots gradually increased in number, almost imperceptibly. In the Mud Pill Palace, the layer of golden array talismans on the essence of herbalism suddenly sped up and emitted a mysterious wave. The starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body also seemed to have been summoned and was directly drawn into the golden talismans without any refinement. The talismans that had absorbed the starlight emitted a faint radiance. After spinning a few times, fine golden rays of light were emitted from each talisman and entered the tiny core in the middle of the essence of herbalism. The core became more stable and the essence of herbalism seemed to have been replenished. It was mobilized more powerfully and there were faint traces of the Tao of Heaven in its movements. Everything was so harmonious. Under the enlightenment of the Tao of Heaven, she was progressing in an orderly manner. She cultivated until dawn. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. The flame in her eyes flickered abnormally. Zhang Xiaohua put away the crouching ox stone and pocketed the vitality stones. Only then did she check her cultivation level. This check was not a big deal, but it really made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. Previously on the deserted island, he had broken through to the 6th level. Then, he had slowly wandered around the early stages of the 6th level. He had not broken through for a long time. However, he also knew that this was a transition from the early stages of the qi refining stage to the middle stages of the qi refining stage. It was a change in the way of cultivation and could not be rushed. Earlier, there had been various signs of a breakthrough. That was why he took out the crouching ox stone yesterday and wanted to raise his cultivation level to the middle stages of the 6th level. But now, after a brief check, the vital energy in his body was surging. His vital energy flowed freely in his mind. The bottleneck of the 7th level was faintly visible. Was this not a sign of the peak of the 6th level? Could it be that last night's cultivation had directly skipped the middle stages of the 6th level? Zhang Xiaohua was a little incredulous. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always been down to earth, taking one step at a time. This sudden big step was not something he was used to. So, he immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully observed to see if there was anything strange. After a long examination, he did not find anything wrong. Everything was normal. However, he felt that there was something different from before. He felt that this normal was not the same as before. Suddenly, he laughed. He understood what was going on. Chapter 471. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time, and he suddenly understood why he felt that the true qi in his body was different from before. This difference was that the current true qi flow was too natural. It was as if this true qi was born to flow like this. There was no need for him to control it at all. Before this, the true qi flow was under Zhang Xiaohua's deliberate command. According to the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the true qi flowed in the orderly meridians. Now, although the order of the meridians was the same, the true qi flow had some subtle differences. Some meridians were faster, and some were slower. These speeds might not be the real speed, but it was the speed that Zhang Xiaohua perceived in his heart. This thing seems very familiar. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood. Isn't there the taste of heaven's way in here? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds should be related to his comprehension of heaven's way during this time. Perhaps it was the result of a thin and thick head. In fact, it was precisely so. The improvement of cultivation was related to the state of mind. The higher the state of mind, the faster the cultivation. The state of mind was just a side of one's cultivation in heaven's way. The comprehension of heaven's way directly affected the cultivation of the state of mind. This state of mind cultivation had a huge impact on Zhang Xiaohua, a rookie who had just reached the initial stage of qi refining. It was just a few months of comprehension of heaven's way, and he directly improved his cultivation by a big step. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand some of the relationships, but then he had a new discovery. Under heaven's way, the flow of true qi was very harmonious. This inspired Zhang Xiaohua a lot. Yesterday, when he read the mnemonic to hide his cultivation, he was always puzzled. Now, referring to last night's progress, he felt that he seemed to have found the direction of a breakthrough. Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mnemonic again and studied it in detail. Zhang Xiaohua didn't put the jade slip away until the sky was bright. It was naturally impossible to make any progress in such a short time, but the smile on his face revealed the gains in his heart. After removing the formation in the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua happily practiced the Big Dipper Divine Fist. She looked at the sky and thought, little fish Nya should be here by now, right? When he reached the entrance of the pill chamber, he saw Nya Qianyu walking over with a few disciples. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming out of the pill room, Nya Qianyu asked happily, "Did Brother Ren sense my presence again?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I just woke up and wanted to take a walk." Then, she looked at Nya Qianyu's eyes and asked in surprise, "Little fish, what's wrong with your eyes?" Her hair was a little dark, and her eyes were a little bloodshot. Did she have insomnia last night? I heard that the most important way for a woman to maintain her beauty is to sleep. Nya Qianyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to pick out a pill formula for you, so I slept a little late last night. It's okay." Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and cupped his hands. "Little fish, it's been hard on you." Nya Qianyu's eyes reddened. "You still have a conscience. You saw that I slept late and still remembered to come out and welcome me. Forget it, this bit of trouble is worth it." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say and only sighed in her heart. But at this moment, Nya Qianyu suddenly frowned and looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose, her face, and even her hair, but didn't see any ash or firewood. She could only look at Nya Qianyu strangely. Nya Qianyu felt embarrassed and rebuked, "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Xiaohua responded like a bug and said, "Yeah, why are you staring at me?" Nya Qianyu giggled and said, "It's strange, big brother Ren. No matter how I look at you, you look different from yesterday. However, your nose and eyebrows are normal. Could it be that your temperament has changed?" But then, she smiled and said, "But temperament can't be changed in a day." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the great improvement in cultivation last night had such a miraculous effect? Could it really attract the attention of girls? He couldn't help but shake his hair and say with a smile, "I didn't expect that. Ren Xiaoyao would have such a glorious day. Ha ha ha, Nye Qianyu laughed and said, Big brother Ren, the more I look at you, the more you look like the person who only learned the three-character classic for a few months. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. It turned out that she had regressed. In fact, Nye Qianyu was exaggerating a lot. After last night's practice, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had improved greatly. The vital qi in her body and the elixir core in her mud pill palace were closer to the way of heaven and had returned to her original state. Of course, this was only a night's practice. How could there be such an earth-shaking change? If Nye Qianyu didn't care so much about Zhang Xiaohua, how could she see the clues? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up awkwardly, Nye Qianyu walked up to him and helped him wipe the dust off. She said with a smile, Big brother Ren, do you have to be like this? As the saying goes, gold on the outside is rotten on the inside. You're 100 times better than them. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell again. Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and said, Okay, Big brother Ren, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you about the elixir I'm going to refine today. Sure enough, the elixir today was different from the previous days. The steps were slightly more complicated, and there were more herbs. When Zhang Xiaohua used the Rejuvenation Valley's cauldron to refine the elixir, there were some difficulties. However, it was this setback that made Zhang Xiaohua's elixir refinement progress. The elixir refinement of the Way of Immortality was much more advanced than that of the Way of Martial Arts. However, it mainly relied on the control of spells. The fine control of temperature between the eyes and the hands was somewhat clumsy. It was just like how some martial arts moves were more exquisite than the Way of Immortality. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua's elixir refinement speed slowed down slightly. In addition, Nye Qianyu brought a lot of herbs, so she couldn't finish refining in the morning. Nye Qianyu accompanied Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, thinking that she had arranged everything properly. For the next 10 days or so, Nye Qianyu was like this. She constantly increased the difficulty of the elixir formula and increased the number of herbs. She could always spend most of the day in Zhang Xiaohua's elixir room. Zhang Xiaohua only had time to refine her own elixir after she finished the homework that Nye Qianyu gave her. Looking at Nye Qianyu's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua often complained, I've become an old cow in the Rejuvenation Valley. I eat grass and flow milk. However, it was also this kind of hard work that not only did Zhang Xiaohua become more proficient in the elixir refinement method of martial arts, but she also comprehended the elixir refinement method of the Way of Immortality by analogy. She also had more understanding that her predecessors didn't have. The days passed by happily just like that night, when Zhang Xiaohua was using the cauldron to practice the Rejuvenation Valley's secret elixir, 3 Purities Elixir. The Rejuvenation Valley's main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. This was the meeting hall that Zhang Xiaohua saw for the first time in the Rejuvenation Valley. In the main hall, Valley Master Nye sat on the main seat. On the guest seats on both sides, there were 6 people of different heights, short, fat, and thin. Behind them, there were also a few disciples in martial arts attire who stood solemnly. On Valley Master Nye's left was a skinny man in his 50s. He was dressed in martial arts attire and said in surprise, Second brother Nye, are you really going to do this? This concerns the Rejuvenation Valley. If this guy has any ill intentions towards the incense sect and makes them unhappy, not only the Rejuvenation Valley, but the entire Jade Foundation Alliance will be in extreme danger. Valley Master Nye looked at the man with a smile and said, Third brother Swa, it seems like you still don't have much confidence in your second brother. Third brother C said stubbornly, That's true, second brother Nye. When little you got into trouble previously, our entire Jasper Flower horse farm was going to be mobilized. But you insisted that we stay in the horse farm and not move around. Then, you started some stupid martial arts competition to find a groom. You made a mess and almost got into trouble. At this moment, the old man with white hair and a messy beard who was sitting next to Valley Master Nye said, "Third brother Zhua, why don't you understand your second brother Nye's intentions? Isn't he just afraid that he'll fall for their trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Isn't he going to destroy our Jade Foundation alliance while everyone is busy saving little you? Big brother C, I know that too. But I just feel that second brother Nye doesn't treat me as a brother. Seeing that little you is missing, I can't help at all." Big brother C said with a smile, "Isn't our weapon forging sect the same? They don't let us help at all and only send out a few disciples to scout for information." A short and shrewd man sitting next to him said, "How many times have I advised you, third brother Zhua? Our Jade Foundation alliance is bound together for good or ill. How can second brother Nye not treat us as brothers? Isn't it just because he knows that there's no news of little you and that the enemy is secretly plotting against us? He definitely didn't succeed. It's better for us to stay put than to make a move." Third brother C gave him a sideways glance and said, "Sixth brother Ing, don't talk about me now. Of course, isn't your Ing horse ranch ready to go as well? Ha ha ha, enough of that." Someone who looked like Butcher Lu stood up and said, "Our little niece is still the lucky one. Not only is she fine, she even managed to find a good son-in-law. I heard that his martial arts and physical strength are top-notch. Even our weapon-forging sect's little Lu isn't his match." Finally, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man said with a smile, "Fourth brother formation is just joking. Think about it, this Ren Xiaoxia is someone who has overcome all obstacles and defeated 6 generals. He even became the lord of the Spouse Joust competition. How can an ordinary person compare to him? If our Jade Foundation alliance had someone like him, second brother Nye wouldn't have racked his brains to come up with a countermeasure." The weapon-forging sect's fourth brother formation said mysteriously, "We didn't have such people before, but we can't say that we won't have any in the future. Hee, but this person is a good person and his martial arts are excellent. It's just that. Second brother Nye, it's just that his background is really. You know, little Lu told me last time. I even paid special attention to the sects of the pugilistic world near Tanha City, but I didn't hear of any famous sections. Second brother Nye, you're here to scheme, so don't make any mistakes, come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading." Chapter 472. But Boss C of the weapon-forging sect smiled and said, "Beidou school is indeed a very unfamiliar school, but don't worry. Second brother has always been steady in his work. How could he make a mistake? Maybe he took a fancy to this good son-in-law and wanted him to be his son-in-law." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. "That's good. Little you has become a big child. She should have gotten married long ago and run Rejuvenation Valley well." Valley Head Nye smiled bitterly. "I'm very happy and little you is also very happy. It's just that Ren Xiaoxia seems to be neither friendly nor distant and never mentions this matter. Also, if it wasn't for the incense cult, he would have left long ago. Then why are you sticking your hot face to his cold butt? Why did you agree to join the incense cult?" Third brother Zhuo was even more puzzled. Boss C said meaningfully, "Siqing, why don't you ask your second brother to tell the whole story? Maybe your second brother has some use for him and has no choice but to do it?" Valley Head Nye seemed to have known the current situation and was not in a hurry to explain. When he heard Boss C's question, he calmly took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Boss C. He said, "Big brother, take a look at this blood-replenishing pill." "Blood-replenishing pill?" Boss C was obviously a little surprised. He turned around and saw a short man with sparkling eyes. Then, he took the porcelain bottle. Boss C opened the lid and poured out a brownish-red pill. He looked left and right and smiled. "Isn't this the blood-replenishing pill that Rejuvenation Valley usually produces? It's only one size smaller. Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley also wants to cut corners? Valley Head Nya smiled. Big brother, you must be joking. Rejuvenation Valley has 1,000 years of reputation. How would I dare to fool them? The youngest Ng Lao Lu walked over and took the pill from Boss C's hand. He also looked left and right before swallowing it. Then, he closed his eyes and savored the taste. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Second brother Nya, you really know how to hide good things. I've been weak in both chi and blood. I've used some blood replenishing pills from Rejuvenation Valley, but why aren't they as effective as yours? How could you hide such a good thing? Why didn't you share it with everyone?" With that, he reached out to grab the porcelain bottle from Boss C's hand. Valley Master Nya's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He snatched the bottle back and put it into his pocket. He smiled and said, "You're lacking in both essence and blood. Don't read the Jade Heart Sutra, it's much better than eating the blood replenishing pill." Ng Lao Lu chuckled and said, "Aren't I taking advantage of my young age to enjoy myself? If I had reached your age, I would have been powerless long ago." Eldest C ignored Ng Lao Lu's joke and stared at Valley Master Nya, asking, "Lao Lu, what's going on?" Looking at the gazes of his brothers from the Jade Foundation Alliance, Valley Head Nya recounted the entire sequence of events. Of course, he still remembered Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Using the spring and autumn annals technique, he made it sound like Zhang Xiaohua had taught Rejuvenation Valley how to use inner energy. He made it sound like Zhang Xiaohua had read Rejuvenation Valley's ancient records and discovered a long-lost art of pill refinement. Ah! Everyone was astonished. Zhua Xiqing said, "Could it be that this Ren Xiaoyao is Rejuvenation Valley's Tianxi's son-in-law? Your little Yu has been reading ancient records all day and didn't see it, but this kid managed to find it after just a few days of learning." Sigh, brother Yakong, oh right, there's also brother Fu Hu, brother Zhen Xian, brother Zhezhu. Shouldn't you let this kid stay at your Tiger Subdue horse farm, weapon refinery sect and garrison horse farm for a while? Who knows, he might be able to help you guys find some long-lost art. Si Yakong smiled and said, "I've had this thought for a long time. It's just that our weapon refinery sect doesn't have a clever girl like little Yu who can capture his thoughts." When Valley Head Nya heard this, he could only smile bitterly and said, "It's all luck, luck. Brothers, don't think too much. Our Rejuvenation Valley has discovered a long-lost art. Isn't our Jade Foundation Alliance the first to benefit from it? Oh right, Ng Lao Lu, when Sui Jindan is successfully refined, I'll personally give you a porcelain bottle. I guarantee that you'll be able to move it as you wish and it'll be incomparably sturdy." Really? Ng Zhezhu's eyes were filled with tears. He stepped forward and grabbed Valley Head Nya's hands, saying, "Family." Then, he asked, "Second brother must have taken a lot of it back then, right? Go away." Valley Head Nya threw Ng Lao Lu to the side. Si Yakong said thoughtfully, "Second brother, from what you've said, you seem to have let him refine pills in your valley." "Ah, that's right, big brother." Valley Head Nya said excitedly, "You don't know, but this kid is really amazing. Oh, maybe it's because his Beidou school is amazing. He doesn't seem to specialize in alchemy, but he's extremely talented in it. Take note, big brother, it's talent. When he first started refining, I could tell that he wasn't used to using that cauldron. That pill just now was refined by him." Ah! Everyone was flabbergasted. Ng Zhezhu didn't dare to believe it. He said, "The blood replenishing pill you ate just now was much better than what I ate. Moreover, the pills you gave me were always refined by you." Could it be? Everyone understood. That's right, having such a genius alchemist was something that Rejuvenation Valley yearned for even in their dreams. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley was indebted to this person, and Rejuvenation Valley wanted him to marry into their family. Presumably, he would agree to any conditions. The most important thing is, Valley Head Nya continued, through these few months of observation, this child is an unusually smart person. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who only knows how to be chivalrous and doesn't put his own safety first. So, you sent him to the incense cult to hone his skills. Who knows, he might be able to catch the eye of the incense cult. He might even become a disciple of the incense cult. Then, you'll marry little you to him? Ha ha ha, second brother Nya, you're really counting your chickens before they hatch. Valley Head Nya was speechless when he heard this. He had gathered the brothers of the Jade Foundation Alliance to explain to them about Zhang Xiaohua going to the incense cult. After all, if there were any slip-ups and the incense cult blamed them, the entire Jade Foundation Alliance could suffer. But even before he said anything, these brothers had already twisted his meaning. Valley Head Nya originally wanted to explain, but when he heard them say this, his heart was moved. Since his brothers thought so, everyone in the Jianghu, including the incense cult, would think so too. Then, why did he have to make such a pointless explanation? Even if he told them about Zhang Xiaohua's idea, he couldn't just leave Rejuvenation Valley aside. Rather than that, he might as well keep everyone in the dark. If there were any slip-ups in the future, the incense cult might not punish them for not knowing anything. And if he hid this matter from them, how would Zhang Xiaohua thank him? Valley Head Nya couldn't help but think of his daughter's brilliant smile. After talking for a while, they heard Boss Si Yakong of the weapon forging sect ask, "Second brother, has there been any movement from the dragon soaring sword village?" Valley Head Nya turned to look at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man who hadn't spoken for a long time. The soaring dragon mountains are very close to the dragon soaring sword village. I'll leave this matter to fifth brother. After all, the appearance of our men from Rejuvenation Valley there is rather sudden and will easily attract their attention. Ma Fuhu of the Subdue Tiger Horse Farm said calmly, "Ever since second brother Nya told me about this matter, I've been paying attention to the movements of the dragon soaring sword village. On the surface, they don't seem much different from before. But after careful analysis, there are still some differences. Their second young master has been going out a lot recently and most of the time, he's heading north. He's always in a hurry and brings a large number of carriages with him. When he returns leisurely, there are only people and no carriages. Then where did they go? Can you find out?" Boss C asked. Ma Fuhu shook his head and said, "Second brother said to be careful. If there's no evidence of actual harm to our Jade Foundation Alliance, we shouldn't make a move. So, I didn't send anyone to investigate along the way. Big brother, our opponent last time was abnormally strong. Rejuvenation Valley almost suffered a loss. Even the dragon soaring sword village was involved. I'm sure they're not easy to deal with. If there's nothing important, it's better to be on our guard. That's all we can do. If they don't provoke us, we won't be able to find any traces of them." Boss C nodded and said. Then, he said, "Fifth brother, keep a close eye on the dragon soaring sword village. Don't miss out on anything important." Ma Fuhu nodded in agreement. Si Yakong turned to ask Zhen Xian, "I heard that when Lu Meng was at Rejuvenation Valley last time, he challenged Ren Xiaoyao to a contest of strength?" Zhen Xian was stunned and smiled, "That's right. Even Big Brother knows about this? This Lu Meng has always been unyielding. Even his senior brother has been competing with him. But after returning from Rejuvenation Valley, he was full of praise for Ren Xiaoyao. Not only did he say how powerful his martial arts were, even his strength was the best of the best in the pugilistic world. Not to mention his chivalrous heart and benevolent attitude. He said that Ren Xiaoyao was the only one in the world." Si Yakong sneered, "That's right. If Ren Xiaoyao had clenched his teeth, wouldn't he have handed over the weapon refining sect's weapon refining technique to him?" Zhen Xian smiled apologetically, "Big brother, look at what you're saying. Isn't this nephew Ren the future son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley? He's not an outsider. Moreover, I've already grounded Lu Meng for a few days. Even his senior brother wanted to come this time, but I didn't let him. I'm afraid they'll embarrass themselves again. Si Yakong laughed. Why would I care about your weapon refining sect's matters? It's just that when he heard that you've embarrassed the weapon refining sect, my disciple felt indignant and wanted to compete with Ren Xiaoyao in terms of strength. Ah! Everyone present was shocked. Their eyes all turned towards the short man behind Si Yakong. Valley Head Nye smiled bitterly. He had thrown this matter to the back of his mind. He had forgotten that Su Zhuang and Lu Meng from the weapon refining sect, as well as Tong Ba from the weapon refining sect, were all people with extraordinary strength. They were all in their prime and their qi and blood were at their peak. When they saw someone who could compete with them in terms of strength, how could they not come to their door? This was especially true for Tong Ba of the crafting sect. He had always been the strongest person in the Jade Foundation Alliance. Even Lu Meng paled in comparison to him. Now that someone even stronger than Lu Meng had suddenly appeared in Rejuvenation Valley, how could he possibly hold himself back? He had always valued Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy skills, but had cast her strength and martial arts aside. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 473. But Valley Master Nye still tried to persuade him, Martial Nephew Tong, your strength is publicly acknowledged in our alliance. Why do you care about some false reputation? Moreover, Nephew Ren is a guest of Rejuvenation Valley. If you two compete in strength and hurt anyone, it won't be good. Don't let others see you as a joke. Then he waved his hand and said, let's leave this matter at that. Don't mention it again. Tong Ba glanced at his master and smiled, Martial Uncle Nye, don't be afraid. It's just a competition of strength, not an arena. My future brother-in-law didn't lose out at all in the arena. How could he lose out when he's competing with his own people? Valley Master Nye looked at Tong Ba in surprise and then at Si Yakong, saying, why do you have to be like this? Right now, our Rejuvenation Valley wants to worship Ren Xiaoxia. How could we let him take the risk? Tong Ba still refused to back down, saying, Martial Uncle Nye is wrong. We live in the pugilistic world. How can we not have seen bloody storms? Moreover, it's just a competition of strength and not martial arts. What risk is there to speak of? Valley Master Nye was a bit hesitant. Previously, he had asked Zhang Xiaohua to fight for Rejuvenation Valley and Nye Qianyu. He was very angry about the incident with Lu Meng last time. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't wash his dirty linen in public, he would have already lost his temper. But now, this Tong Ba was actually challenging Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. What was going on? Moreover, the boss of weapon forging sect, Si Yakong, was also present. Could it be that being number one in strength was so important? Valley Master Nye looked unhappily at Tong Ba's arrogant and aggressive manner. Then he looked at Si Yakong, who was sitting on the chair and speaking repeatedly just now but now looked like he was asleep. He was secretly puzzled, could it be that Boss Si acquiesced to this? He wants to suppress weapon forging sect. Then he looked at Jin Xian from the corner of his eyes, damn, that guy is also looking down like a Buddha. Could it be that he also saw through Boss Si's thoughts and is too embarrassed to speak? But Boss Si's weapon forging sect is already a head above weapon forging sect. Why is there a need to do this? How strange. Just as he was about to ask again, Tong Ba took a step forward and said, Martial Uncle Nye, you've been blocking for Ren Xiaoxia and not letting him compete with me. How do you know that he's not willing to compete with me? Valley Master Nye was stunned. This was the truth. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he didn't seem like a person who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, his strength was obviously greater than Lu Meng's, so he wasn't necessarily afraid of Tong Ba. Tong Ba took out a small booklet from his bosom and said with a smile, "I know this future brother-in-law is interested in refining weapons, but he's not considered a member of our union, so it's not convenient for Martial Uncle Nye to ask. These are some of the refining techniques of my weapon-forging sect. If young hero Ren is willing to compete with me, this book will be the prize for the competition." This? Valley Master Nye stared at Si Yakong with a frown. He had heard Nye Qianyu mention this before and knew that Zhang Xiaohua was interested in the weapon-forging sect's techniques. But just as Tong Ba said, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't considered a member of the Jade Foundation Alliance, so it wasn't convenient for him to ask weapon-forging sect Si Yakong or weapon-forging sect Jin Xian directly. He had to find a chance to ask in private, and this chance would be during the banquet later. At this time, Tong Ba actually placed the weapon-forging sect's techniques in front of him, catching Valley Master Nye off guard. Valley Master Nye thought for a moment and looked at Jin Xian, saying, Ren Xiaoxia wanted to use Lu Meng's booklet as the prize to teach him a lesson. He might not just want to see the weapon-forging sect's techniques. Martial nephew Tong is thinking too much. Valley Master Nye was also an old fox. Since he didn't have anything on him, of course he wouldn't admit it. It wasn't a good habit to pry into the secrets of other sections. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Since martial nephew Tong is so well prepared, I'll have little you ask if Ren Xiaoxia is also interested in this competition. If he has anything to say, I'll immediately reply to martial nephew Tong. What do you say, big brother Si?" Si Yakong was forced to express his stance. He could only open his eyes and smile, saying, "It's all because of the competitive spirit of the younger generation. Weren't we the same back then? Let them do as they please. Ren Xiaoxia is only half an outsider anyways. The goodies don't flow into the fields of outsiders." Valley Master Nye could only nod. Thus, everyone skipped over this matter and began to discuss Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal pills in detail. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered when she heard Nye Qianyu's message. Why compete in strength for no reason? She had a pile of things she hadn't learned yet. Putting aside the art of pill refinement, that crimson flame pill was still waiting for her to refine, and she didn't seem to have much confidence in refining it yet. Even the rabbit talisman needed to be comprehended in a hurry. Oh right, there was also the incantation for concealing one's cultivation in spirit guidance. She was just about to refuse when she heard Nye Qianyu say with a smile, "Moreover, senior martial brother Tong has even taken out the classics of the weapon-forging sect for this competition as a prize. Big brother Ren, haven't you always wanted to look at the methods of weapon refinement first? If you can win against senior martial brother Tong, won't you be able to learn openly?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly. She had already obtained the jade slip of the weapon-forging sect. Who would care about his martial way weapon refinement methods? However, if there wasn't such a prize, he would have refused. Now that the other party had come knocking with a prize, was there a need for her to refuse? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Little fish Nye, weapon-forging sect's Tong Ba is obviously stronger than weapon-forging sect's Lu Meng, but how much stronger is he?" Nye Qianyu smiled and said, "I only know that it's not much, but how much do I pay attention to? However, father said last night that it's a few hundred kilograms of strength." A few hundred kilograms? Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. A few hundred kilograms of strength was naturally unattainable for ordinary people, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was really too light. This is strange. Lu Meng's strength can't even lift my weapon. I'm sure Tong Ba also knows this. With such strength, how could he bring himself to be humiliated? Zhang Xiaohua said. Yes, big brother Ren is right. Nye Qianyu also explained, father said this yesterday. Who would give away their sect's secret method of weapon refinement without a reason? Even if it's an ordinary method, it's still confidential. There must be something fishy about this. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, what did Uncle Nie say? Nie Qianyu nodded and said, Father thought so too, but he couldn't get anything out of him. During the banquet last night, Senior Uncle C still kept his mouth shut. Therefore, Father asked you to go with the flow and see what's going on. Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin, of course. Since it's a piece of meat that's delivered to my doorstep, why wouldn't I try it? Moreover, he didn't ask me to bet anything, so I won't bet anything. Even if senior brother Tong wins, I won't lose anything, right? Ba, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but spit and said, Father even asked you to bet something with that elixir of yours. You're good, trying to gain something without risking anything. Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, I was refining elixirs in Rejuvenation Valley and didn't provoke anyone. They came to stir up trouble and said I'm stingy? How about I don't agree to it? Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and snickered, alright, you're always doing this kind of business anyway, and there are always people who are willing to be suckers like you. Speaking of this, Nie Qianyu suddenly exclaimed, oh, that's right, I haven't given you the 20 taels of gold you got in the peach forest outside the valley. Father urged me last time, so I forgot about it. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely and said, Big brother Ren, did you forget about it? Zhang Xiaohua said with an honest face, no, how could I forget? Then why didn't you ask me for it? Are you a little embarrassed? Alas, look at me, I forgot about it. No, just take it. When the time comes, I'll give you a little more profit. Ba, Nie Qianyu almost spat on Zhang Xiaohua's face. So this was what this fellow was thinking. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu and smiled, then what's Uncle Nie's arrangement? When and where will the competition be held? Nie Qianyu said, if you agree, we'll have the competition at Rejuvenation Valley's Martial Arts Hall tonight. When the time comes, all the leaders of our Jade Foundation Alliance will appear. Other than the competition held every 2 years, it's been a long time since I've seen the Uncle Masters and Uncle Masters. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, your Jade Foundation Alliance is so close? You even have to compete between the various sects? That's right. The Yuli Alliance is basically a sect that has been passed down for generations and has a history of over 1,000 years. There have been changes throughout the years. In the early years, there were a few sects that were destroyed. However, as long as it's possible, they would rejoin the alliance. Father, you've been friends with the other Uncle Masters since you were young. Therefore, the disciples of our sects are all familiar with each other. Otherwise, why would I have said that Father would be able to obtain the weapon refining sect's weapon refining technique that day? Zhang Xiaohua smiled, what's the difference between this and a large sect? Nie Qianyu said in all seriousness, of course, there's a big difference. Everyone has different cultivation techniques, and the projects they manage are different as well. If it's a sect, how tiring would it be to be a sect master? Zhang Xiaohua said, perhaps, you were already a sect a few thousand years ago. Nie Qianyu shook his head. I don't know about that. Alright, let's not talk about it. Let's hurry up and refine the pills. Father knows that you're busy tonight, so he asked me to bring fewer herbs over. Huh? How did Uncle Nie know that I'd definitely be there tonight? Just like you? It's a waste not to take advantage of the situation. How could I not go? Uncle Nie really knows me well. At night, the candles were burning brightly. In the manner of Rejuvenation Valley, in an open-air courtyard towards the west, candles as thick as an arm and torches lit up the courtyard brightly. Right in the middle was a spacious area, with a row of tables placed on both sides. There was already wine and food on the tables, and the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley were placing other things on the tables. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 474. By the time Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the courtyard under Nie Qianyu's guidance, a sumptuous feast was already placed on the main table and the two sides of the table. The leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance were already seated. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu, everyone stood up and came forward to greet them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to follow Nie Qianyu's small steps forward. She quickened her pace and bowed, "Seniors, my apologies, my apologies. I've made you wait for so long. I've learned a thing or two from Lady Nie just now. I'm late. Si Yakong and the others didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as a junior and returned the greeting. This old man is Si Yakong of Weapon Forging Sect. Ren Xiaoxia, you're too humble. You've lent a helping hand at the site of injustice and saved Rejuvenation Valley. We're all grateful, but we were afraid that our enemies wouldn't let this matter rest and would cause trouble to us. That's why we haven't come to thank you, Xiaoxia. Now that we've met, the first thing I'd like to say to you is thanks." Zhang Xiaohua now knew the relationships between the various sects in the Jade Foundation Alliance and didn't feel that Si Yakong was interfering with Rejuvenation Valley's affairs. She smiled. "Valley Lord Nie has already thanked me countless times and even let me see the pill formula. I've already recouped my costs. You don't have to say that. Besides, I don't even dare to listen to Lady Nie talk about pills anymore." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Si Yakong was taken aback. He then laughed heartily. "Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a straightforward person. Come, let me introduce you to Xiaoxia." With that, he introduced everyone. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "I've heard so much about you." As for how much she had heard, only he knew. When she saw the short Tong Ba, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Looking at this skinny person, how could he be the strongest person in the Jade Foundation Alliance? Tong Ba smiled and cupped his hands. "Ren Xiaoxia, I've long heard Lu Meng praising you to the heavens. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary. Later on, I'll have to ask Xiaoxia to teach me a lot. Let me see Xiaoxia's divine power." As he spoke, he looked around Zhang Xiaohua with disappointment in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before she understood. She smiled and said, "I've also heard that senior brother Tong is the #1 divine power in our alliance. That's exactly what I want to see." Seeing this, Valley Master Nie laughed and said, "All right, you two heroes cherish each other. Let's have a good chat later. For now, please take a seat." When everyone heard this, they all returned to their seats. Zhang Xiaohua also sat next to Valley Head Nie's table. Valley Head Nie looked at Zhang Xiaohua next to him and said, "Nephew Ren, you've been to Rejuvenation Valley for several months and have visited most of the places in the valley. You've never been to this training ground, right?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Uncle Nie's place is so rich in medicinal herbs and pill recipes that I've even forgotten to return. How could I have the energy to wander around?" Valley Head Nie shook his head and said, "In the pugilistic world, martial arts is still the most important thing. Pills and the like are only supplementary. You can't neglect the essentials and focus on trifles." Zhang Xiaohua knew that these were heartfelt words and nodded with a smile. Not long after, the banquet began. Everyone raised their cups and chatted and laughed. Ma Fuhu and Zhua Xiqing, the two younger ones, even came over from time to time to drink a few sips with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really like drinking. However, this 100-flower wine from Rejuvenation Valley was indeed delicious and the alcohol taste wasn't too strong. Furthermore, Nie Qianyu had traveled with Zhang Xiaohua all the way here and the attentive girl already knew Zhang Xiaohua's taste. She especially instructed her disciple to pour a particularly light wine for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua gladly raised her cup. The most amazing thing was that these people only talked about romance and interesting things in the pugilistic world. They didn't ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation in Beta School, nor did they ask about the reason why he went to spread the incense religion. This made Zhang Xiaohua's impression of the Yuli alliance improve. After more than 3 rounds of wine, there were only 5 dishes. Si Yakong cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, the competition in our alliance was just held last year. It hasn't been this lively for a long time. Furthermore, it was also at this training ground in Rejuvenation Valley that our weapon forging sect disciple, Tong Ba, obtained the title of number 1 in divine strength in the Yuli alliance." Oh, this title. At this point, he turned to ask Shen Xian, 4th Master Zhen, "How many years has our weapon forging sect held this title?" Zhen Xian pursed his lips and said, "Boss C, how would I know? This is the reputation of your weapon forging sect. If you don't remember it yourself, why do you want us to remember it for you?" With that, he angrily drank a cup of wine. Si Yakong smiled and looked around at the crowd. This disciple of mine has always been very competitive. When he heard that there was someone stronger than him, he kept looking for me, wanting to compete with Ren Xiaoxia in terms of physical strength. Of course, our weapon forging sect has always made a living by forging weapons. To put it bluntly, we are blacksmiths. In terms of martial arts, he definitely can't beat Ren Xiaoxia. Needless to say, but in terms of physical strength, I think that Tong Ba might be able to compete with Ren Xiaoxia, so I nodded in agreement. Also, I heard that Ren Xiaoxia is interested in weapon forging, so I took out one of our sect's secret weapon forging manuals as the prize for this competition. If Ren Xiaoxia can win against my disciple, this manual will be given to Ren Xiaoxia. Also, if Ren Xiaoxia has any questions while reading it, you can ask our weapon forging sect. I guarantee that we will answer all your questions. Tong Ba had already said this yesterday, and Zhang Xiaohua had also heard it from Nie Qianyu. But today, Si Yakong said it again as the head of weapon forging sect. This kind of sincerity made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange. That's right, she wasn't touched, but a little strange. There seemed to be a little, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What was the purpose behind this secret weapon forging manual? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly pinch her chin and think to herself. However, when he saw Valley Master Nie's somewhat astonished expression, he thought in his heart, even Valley Master Nie doesn't know. How mysterious. However, all of my things are in my money pouch and I'm not afraid of you thinking about it. Let's see what you have in store. At this time, she heard Si Yakong say, however, this competition was proposed by our weapon forging sect. We didn't ask for Ren Xiaoxia's permission in advance, so Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to prepare any prizes. He just needs to participate in the competition. When Valley Master Nie heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after trying a few times, he didn't know what to say. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua came out from behind the table and said with a smile, "Since Sect Master C is so generous, I won't stand on ceremony. To be honest, I don't have anything valuable on me and I don't have anything to use as a stake. Sect Master C's arrangement is very suitable." When Nie Qianyu heard this, she lowered her head and laughed secretly. When Tong Ba saw Zhang Xiaohua walking down the stage, he also jumped out and cupped his hands. "Then I'll have to ask Ren Xiaoxia to give me some pointers." Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting, likewise. "Senior brother Tong, please show mercy." Following which, he asked, "I wonder how the competition in our alliance is to test our strength?" Tong Ba smiled and said, "Firstly, it's to see who can lift more stone weights. Secondly, it's to see who can pull who with the rope. However, I heard that junior brother Lu had a new competition method with you. Why don't we use your long sword?" Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "All right, but I don't have my long sword with me. Senior brother Tong, please wait a moment. I'll go get it." Tong Ba smiled, "Let the disciples go get it. Ren Xiaoxia still needs to drink a few more cups." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I'll go by myself. I'll drink later. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was about to get up, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and signaled for her to go. Then, she turned and left. When she left the courtyard and came to a dark place, she turned around and burrowed into the ground. She came to the attic in the peach forest and took the long sword. Then, she returned to the door with the long sword and came in with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned, Ingzhizhu laughed heartily and said, "Nephew Ren is really able to keep his composure. When I saw that he didn't say anything a moment ago, I thought that he didn't want to compete with martial nephew Tong. But now that I see that he left in a hurry and came back in a hurry, I realize that he also has a competitive spirit in his heart." Zhou Siqing nodded, "Yes, young people should be like this." Only Valley Master Nia and Nie Qianyu were shocked. They knew where the long sword was and how far the attic was from here. Seeing that the long sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand emitted a dark luster under the bright lights of the martial arts practice field, not only Tong Ba, but also Si Yakong and Zhen Xian had a fanatical look in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and couldn't help but think, "Oh, I forgot that the weapon forging sect and the weapon forging sect make a living by refining weapons. They must have seen countless materials in the world. My long sword is so heavy that it must have attracted their attention. Of course, Lu Meng may have neglected it, but when he tells the master of the weapon forging sect, he will. Ah, careless, careless." However, since things had come to this, there was nothing to regret. He also wanted to know what the long sword was. Sure enough, Tong Ba looked back at Si Yakong and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. "Is this the long sword that made junior brother Lu Meng lose? I think Ren Xiaoxia can hold it easily. Why don't you let me try lifting it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the long sword to Tong Ba. "Of course, if senior brother Tong can raise both hands above your head, I will lose this round. What do you think?" Her words were very generous and also looked down on others. However, with Lu Meng as an example, Tong Ba didn't dare to look down on her and only nodded, "Let's do as Ren Xiaoxia says." After saying that, he stretched out both hands to take the long sword. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had already gathered his strength and reminded him, "Be careful, senior brother Tong, I'm going to let go." Tong Ba held his breath and didn't dare to speak. He nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua let go of her hand and the long sword fell into Tong Ba's hands. At this moment, the entire arena was silent. Only the crackling sound of the torches could be heard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the small longsword fell straight to the ground as soon as it fell into Tong Ba's hands. Tong Ba's face was already flushed red, but he still couldn't stop it. Seeing that his hands and feet were about to be smashed, Tong Ba quickly let go and jumped to the side. With a muffled sound, it was as if the entire arena shook, and the longsword fell to the ground. Chapter 475. Tong Ba didn't know what to do. When he heard Lu Meng's rumor, he thought it was exaggerated. Perhaps Lu Meng was just trying to cover up his failure. How could there be something so heavy in this world? However, his master's eyes lit up when he heard the rumor. There were all sorts of strange things in this world. The weaponsmith sect made a living by forging weapons. The books in the sect naturally recorded all sorts of strange things. Tong Ba didn't know much, but Si Yakong knew. Even so, according to Si Yakong's estimation, even if it was a long sword or any other weapon, as long as it wasn't a huge hammer, Tong Ba wouldn't be unable to lift it. That was why Tong Ba was so confident in challenging Zhang Xiaohua. The long sword wasn't eye-catching. It was obviously a sword embryo. Tong Ba thought that it was impossible for him to not be able to lift it with his strength. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even catch it. Naturally, he turned around to look at his master who had promised him that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Si Yakong was even more surprised. He didn't expect this result either. He looked at Zhen Xian, who was also surprised. Then, they stood up and walked into the arena. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem surprised to see them. Wasn't the purpose of this competition to draw out his long sword? If the two master blacksmiths didn't come out, Zhang Xiaohua would really doubt her own intelligence. The two of them walked into the arena and cupped their hands. Ren Xiaoxia, your weapon is so heavy. We are very curious. Can you let us take a closer look? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Feel free to take a look. Zhen Xian waved his hand and a disciple outside the arena brought a torch over. Zhen Xian took it and placed it on the long sword on the ground to take a closer look. At the banquet, Valley Master Nye seemed to have understood Si Yakong's intentions. He looked a little displeased. Zhang Xiaohua was his guest and wasn't an outsider. Since Si Yakong wanted to see the long sword, it wasn't a big deal to tell him about it. There was no need to make things so complicated. Why did they have to compete in strength and even reveal the secrets of the weaponsmith sect? However, Si Yakong was the big brother of the Yuli alliance after all. It wasn't appropriate for him to say anything in front of Si Yakong, so he could only leave this grudge for later. Si Yakong and Zhen Xian held their torches and crouched on the ground. They approached the sword and looked at it carefully. Sometimes they rubbed it gently with their hands, sometimes they flicked the sword with their fingers, and sometimes they whispered something. However, as time passed, the two of them didn't look enlightened. Instead, they looked even more suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them with a smile. She wanted to ask them about it, but judging from their expressions, they probably didn't know the origin of the sword. So, she turned to look at Tong Ba. When Tong Ba saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, he couldn't help but blush. Although he had an ulterior motive and this competition was just a prelude, he couldn't even handle the other party's weapon. That was, cough cough. He didn't deserve the title of number one divine strength. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when the two old scholars stood up. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Si Yakong frowned and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this old man wants to ask you. Where did you get this thing, oh, this long sword? This question was a little reckless, but it also seemed very intimate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I got it on a deserted island overseas. Deserted island? Overseas? Si Yakong was a little surprised. He quickly asked, Nephew, can you tell me the exact location? Well, she skipped Xiaoxia and changed it to nephew. This was almost a trap. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he took the opportunity to say, Uncle Si, of course, the ship encountered a storm and this nephew was blown into the sea. However, I don't know the exact location. Later on, I was lucky enough to return to land, but I forgot to ask around. Si Yakong was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua calling him uncle. Of course, he wouldn't doubt his answer. He turned to look at Zhen Xian. Zhen Xian thought for a while and asked, Nephew Ren, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the long sword looked like when you saw it? Oh, was it flat on the ground, or was it stuck in the ground, or... Wow, he's calling himself uncle too. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said bluntly, Uncle Zhen, when I saw the long sword that day, it wasn't even on the ground. It wasn't on the ground? Not only were the two grandmasters surprised, but everyone else also exclaimed. However, there was obvious joy in the eyes of the two grandmasters. Then, this long sword? Zhen Xian asked impatiently. Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and said, when I saw the sword, it was above a pool of magma. It was just lying there flat. There seemed to be something invisible below. At that time, I was scared to death. Fire condensation technique? Si Yakong and Zhen Xian exclaimed in unison. Valley Master Nye and the others were shocked to see the two lose their composure. They all came forward and asked, "What's the fire condensation technique?" Si Yakong and Zhen Xian were a little embarrassed. It seemed to be the first time they lost their composure in front of everyone. Si Yakong coughed twice and said, "The fire condensation technique is a refining technique that has been lost for thousands of years. It uses fire to condense raw materials into weapons." "Oh, I see." Everyone nodded when they heard that. It was true. Anyone who suddenly heard about a technique that had been lost for thousands of years would have such a reaction. Sure enough, Si Yakong and Zhen Xian pulled Zhang Xiaohua aside and asked her about this and that. They inquired about the situation of the long sword clearly. However, so what if they saw it with their own eyes? If the refining technique of the immortal Tao could be learned with just one's eyes, how could the refining technique be lost? The two of them were addicted to listening and then prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaohua was not happy. "You asked me for so long, and now you're going to leave me alone after you've had your fill?" She immediately grabbed the two of them and asked, "Uncles, after looking at it for so long, I still want to ask, what is my long sword made of? How can it be refined into a real long sword?" Si Yakong glanced at Zhen Xian. Zhen Xian said awkwardly, "Nephew Ren, it's not that I don't want to hide it from you, but I really don't know either. I've already discussed it with Brother C in detail just now. The things in this world are very magical. If we're talking about the heaviest thing, it's nothing more than black iron. It's only the size of a fist and it's 10 times heavier than a normal piece of iron. If your long sword is made of black iron, it's only 10 times heavier than a normal iron sword. You can't let Nephew Tong be unable to handle it. Moreover, although black iron is heavy, it's not too difficult to refine into a weapon." Si Yakong also interrupted, "In my opinion, your long sword was still in the process of being refined that day. Since the fire condensation method has long been lost and there aren't many people in the wasteland you're in, you can naturally infer how long this long sword has been refined above the magma. If it can't be successfully forged after such a shocking amount of time, how can I be confident that it can be refined into a real long sword? Moreover, weapons rely on nothing more than sharpness and weight. Nephew's long sword has no edge, but just based on its weight, who can withstand it?" Zhang Xiaohua was silent. Didn't she use the weight of this sword to bully people all the way here? At this time, Si Yakong said again, "Only the material of this long sword is unknown to me and Zhen Laosi. If we really want to make a far-fetched guess, perhaps some legendary black iron might be similar to your long sword." "Black iron?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. It was the first time she heard this name. She couldn't help but ask, "What's the origin of this black iron?" Si Yakong looked at Zhen Xian and smiled, "Well, we'll talk about this later. I don't think you're done competing with my disciple yet." With that, he returned to the banquet with Zhen Xian, hand in hand. That. Zhang Xiaohua reached out, wanting to pull them back. Was there a need to continue the competition? However, before she could reach out, they had already returned to the banquet, whetting Zhang Xiaohua's appetite. Seeing that his master had left, Tong Ba walked to the front of the long sword and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, as you said just now, if I can raise this long sword above my head, I'll win." Zhang Xiaohua looked at him. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like someone who could raise a long sword. She could only nod and say, "Please enlighten me, senior brother Tong." Tong Ba chuckled and cupped his fists at the people around him. He took a horse stance and took a deep breath. Then, he stretched out both hands to hold the long sword. Then, with a loud shout, he actually lifted the long sword from the ground. The people of the Jade Foundation Alliance cheered loudly. Then, Tong Ba mustered all his strength. The muscles on his arms twitched as he forced himself to raise the long sword. Seeing this, the disciples who had finished drinking also cheered him on. Under Tong Ba's gnashing teeth, the long sword slowly moved upwards. However, his trembling legs betrayed his bottom line. By the time he raised the long sword to his chest, he couldn't raise it no matter what. His face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Then, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Tong Ba's eyes. He let go of the longsword and just like before, it fell to the ground with a clang. Tong Ba helplessly cupped his fists and said, Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a god power. This foolish brother, this foolish brother is truly impressed. From now on, I won't dare to call myself the Alliance's #1 god power. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Senior brother Tong's words are strange. This one isn't a member of your alliance. Why would you call yourself the #1 god power? Tong Ba smiled bitterly and said, #1 god power, #1 god power. I can't even lift Xiaoxia's weapon. How can I call myself the #1 god power? After saying that, he looked very dejected. He took out the small booklet from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, Ren Xiaoxia, this is what you deserve. Please accept it. However, it contains the secrets of my weapon forging sect. Xiaoxia, please keep it a secret and only use it for yourself. Don't pass it on to anyone else. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to the weapon forging sect and find me or my master. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small booklet and really wanted to take it. However, she still refused and said, how can I accept this? Chapter 476. Nye Qianyu, who was watching intently at the side, was laughing in her heart. She had personally witnessed how Zhang Xiaohua tricked Lu Meng and knew that Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to know how to refine weapons. Therefore, this booklet from the weapon casting sect catered to her interests. How could he not want to get his hands on it? Tong Ba shook his head and said, No, apart from the importance of this booklet, it's also a prize in itself. Xiaoxia deserves it. It's just that I'm a frog in a well and overestimated my abilities. Xiaoxia, please don't take it to heart. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said half-heartedly, You're welcome, you're welcome. Senior brother Tong's divine power is also amazing. Didn't you just say that you've been the #1 divine power for many years? As she spoke, she reached out to take the booklet. However, when she used her strength, she realized that Tong Ba had no intention of letting go. She had no choice but to use more strength in her hand and said, I'm very envious of your sex refining techniques. I want to see how this weapon is refined. I'll definitely keep it a secret and won't divulge the contents of this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought, I've already complimented you and practically swore. Are you still not going to give it to me? However, when she used more strength, wow, Tong Ba still didn't let go. Zhang Xiaohua could only look straight at Tong Ba and smiled. I still have to thank senior brother Tong for your guidance. If there's a chance, I'd like to exchange pointers with you. Great, she had even threatened him and he still wasn't letting go? At this moment, Si Yakong, who was sitting at the banquet table behind Zhang Xiaohua, spoke. Nephew Ren, this booklet is a small token of our sect's appreciation. Please accept it. Also, I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua staggered. Nonsense, Tong Ba had already let go. She was listening to sect leader Si and was caught off guard. Looking at the booklet in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained, I knew there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Look, the show is about to start. Io, that's not right. Didn't I show them my sword just now? Do they have other requests? Don't tell me you want my sword. However, since she had already gotten the booklet, it was impossible for her to give it to Tong Ba. Tong Ba took advantage of the time when Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze and walked back to the banquet. Sigh, old master, since you know it's a presumptuous request, then it's best that you don't say it. Since you said it in front of me, how can I not let you say it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the crowd and cupped her hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect leader C. However, if it's something too difficult, please forgive me for not daring to casually agree. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call him sect leader C, Si Yakong smiled bitterly. The distance I tried so hard to pull apart has been pulled apart again. However, if I don't express my goodwill first, it's really hard for him to open his mouth. Beside them, Valley Master Nya was also puzzled. He really didn't understand why this big brother of weapon forging sect was doing this today. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Nephew Ren isn't an outsider anymore. Big brother C, if there's anything you want to say, it's better to say it first. Your way of doing things seems like you're acting first and reporting later. It's no wonder that nephew Ren is a little reluctant. Seeing that Valley Master Nya had stepped forward to be the peacemaker, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Beside them, Nya Qianyu was a little anxious. She had called Si Yakong uncle since she was young. Seeing how Uncle Si was so generous, it must be something important. It wasn't as simple as looking at the long sword as she had thought. She understood Zhang Xiaohua's temper. She hated being schemed against the most. Oh, of course, she also loved to scheme against others. Looking at his expression, he was a little unhappy. Nya Qianyu hurriedly said, Uncle Si, father's words make sense. You're an elder, so it's not convenient for me to say anything. However, Big Brother Ren has always been a chivalrous person. If you want him to get rid of the evil and help the weak, just say the word and he'll do it. Think about it, I was just a weak girl back then and Big Brother Ren was just a passerby. Just as Nya Qianyu was about to finish her sentence, Si Yakong said in a clear voice, Little you, you're right. Sai, this matter is rather important. I've thought about it over and over again before doing this. If I've embarrassed nephew Ren, I'll apologize. After he finished speaking, he left the banquet and went forward to bow. Zhang Xiaohua's words just now had already provoked public anger. She didn't dare to let the old man bow at this time. She hurriedly went forward to support him and said, Uncle Si, listen to what you're saying. I'm just informing you first. If it's really too difficult, don't mention it. I don't want to make it difficult for me to agree. If you think I can do it, just say it. I won't hesitate. Si Yakong was still hesitant. He said, This matter is indeed very difficult. I'm afraid you won't agree. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua cried in her heart. She said, Since Uncle Si knows it's difficult, then don't mention it, okay? Si Yakong's face was full of disappointment. He nodded and said, Sigh, okay. Since you said so, I won't embarrass myself. Just pretend I didn't say it. When everyone heard this, they all knew that this was a very difficult matter. Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to do it, so it was better not to mention it. Everyone's face would be better. Only Nya Qianyu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Uncle Si, I'm a little curious. Why don't you tell Big Brother Ren this? Why don't you tell me? Si Yakong looked at Nya Qianyu, then at Zhang Xiaohua. He opened his mouth but still shook his head and said, Sigh, forget it, forget it. I might as well not say it. Seeing the old man so dejected, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it and said with a smile, Since Miss Nya asked, Uncle Si, you should tell her. She's always been curious. If you don't tell her, she'll be thinking about it all night. She might even harass you in the middle of the night. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Nya Qianyu spat and said, How would I know how to harass you? She stopped halfway through her sentence. Everyone's expression was strange. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was even more unnatural. Why do you have to drag me into this? Si Yakong also laughed out loud. Seeing this, he said, Actually, thinking about it, it is indeed somewhat difficult. This involves nephew Ren's sect, the Big Dipper sect. I think Nephew Ren can't make the decision himself. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Si Yakong coughed and said, I'm sure everyone still remembers the arena that second brother Nya set up at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley Manor a few months ago. Of course, who didn't know? In the last round, Nephew Ren showed his prowess in the arena and knocked 4 people out of the arena. He even took 2 lives because of it. When this happened, this old man and a few other members of the alliance weren't present. As for the specific details, we only heard it from second brother Nya later. Everyone was puzzled. What did this have to do with the current situation? Si Yakong continued, I'm sure everyone knows the details better than I do. However, Nephew Ren's 4 opponents were strange. When second brother Nya told me about it, he only said that they knew a set of combined attacks and that it was a formation that the 5 of them used together. This shocked me greatly. I'm sure second brother Nya has forgotten that our weapon forging sect had a set of lost 5 elements die in formation. Not only can it be used to forge weapons, but it can also be used to defend against enemies. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was very interesting when she heard this. 5 elements die in formation. Valley Master Nya almost cried out. He trembled and said, Boss C, don't deceive me. I know that your weapon forging sect had this formation thousands of years ago, but it's been lost for a long time. Those few little thieves on the arena made a few gestures. Was that weapon forging sect's secret technique? What do you know? Si Yakong blew his beard and glared at him. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Don't you remember how I asked about it in detail? Aren't you annoyed? This? Valley Master Nya looked embarrassed and said, Big brother, I really didn't expect it to be so serious. I thought that it was just a set of 5 people's combined attacks. Atonement. However, a bitter smile appeared on his face soon after. Nonsense, the 5 elements die in formation sounded like a very powerful thing. On that day, there were only 4 people on the stage, and they had already beaten the others down. It could be seen how powerful the real 5 elements die in formation was. Of course, it was possible for Rejuvenation Valley to beg Zhang Xiaohua to help, but it would be extremely difficult for her to pass on this formation to you. This was not even comparable to Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes. Although Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes were precious, many of them were collected. He only had a small portion of them, and he couldn't refine them himself. If he wanted Zhang Xiaohua to help him refine them, he naturally had to show her. However, this formation might be the only one in Beidou school in the world. It was definitely a secret technique. How could she take it out so easily? Valley Master Nya looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Si Yakong, Big brother Si's request is really making things difficult for Nephew Ren. Even if Nephew Ren wants to teach, he still has to see if the elders of Beidou school are willing. That's right. Now that I think about it, I just said that I had some fantasies and was eager to get this 5 elements formation from Nephew Ren. I'm really a little obsessed. I'm ashamed. Seeing Si Yakong's loneliness and disappointment, the expression on Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting. He really didn't expect weapon forging sect to be after the 5 elements formation. When Nye Qianyu mentioned it to him yesterday, he felt that there must be something to it. Just now, he thought it was a long sword, but after thinking about it, he didn't expect it to be this formation. To be honest, this 5 elements formation was one of the most common formations he knew. He only needed to cultivate a little to become proficient in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break it so easily in the arena. However, was it appropriate for him to give away something he regarded as trash so easily while others treated it as a treasure? Si Yakong had already given up on this idea. He felt that he had been carried away by his enthusiasm a few days ago. He smiled and said, Let's go. Everyone, please take your seats. It's rare for us to taste Rejuvenation Valley's 100 Flowers wine. We must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Everyone responded and was about to take their seats again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said in a clear voice, "It's not like I can't consider Uncle C's request." Chapter 477. These words were very normal, but in Si Yakong's ears, they were like the sounds of nature. He immediately turned his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Run." Xiaoxia's words aren't false, his tone was one of complete disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and nodded. "Does sect head Si think I'm joking?" "No, no." Si Yakong was quite excited and hurriedly explained, "This old man just didn't think that nephew would be so generous. You're even willing to give such an important thing to my weapon forging sect." "Give?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, "Sect head Si overestimates my Beidou school. Not to mention that this 5 elements Dian formation has been lost for thousands of years and that my sect only obtained it under an extremely coincidental opportunity. Even my sect's cultivation methods and formations cannot be given away casually." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Valley Head Nya and smiled, "But if we give it away like this, people will think that it's not real. They will also think that my Beidou school is rich and overbearing. Of course, we can't give it away for free. Even if this one were to give it away, the sect's elders would still punish this disciple. However, Uncle C has the demeanor of an elder. You're not like some gangs who want to get something and say that it's theirs. They'll use the glorified name of taking it back and think of all kinds of dirty tricks. Just based on this, I'm willing to make a fair deal with sect head C." Valley Head Nya said, "Of course. Nephew Ren, Beidou school doesn't belong to you alone. This formation also doesn't belong to you alone. It's necessary to give a good explanation to the sect head. Don't you think so, big brother C?" Si Yakong seemed to have woken up from a dream and immediately said, "That's right, that's right. It's good that Beidou school is willing to pass this formation to my weapon forging sect. How could my sect snatch it away by force? Moreover, this 5 elements Dian formation was passed down to my weapon forging sect by a senior expert thousands of years ago. Who knows, this senior expert might be from your Beidou school." Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but said in all seriousness, Uncle C, if that's the case, then our 2 factions already have a history." Ingzhizhu immediately clapped his hands and continued, "That's great. Since you're related to the weaponsmith sect, then you're related to our Jade Foundation alliance as well. That's great. No wonder nephew Ren looked so familiar. I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohua felt like vomiting blood. She thought to herself, "Do I look that simple?" Valley Master Nya glanced at Si Yakong and said in a low voice, "Nephew Ren, I just don't know what your sect leader and elders want to exchange for this formation." Si Yakong also eagerly chimed in, "That's right, nephew Ren. When you went out, what did the elders in the sect say?" "This." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, "The headmaster didn't make it clear. It's just that Beidou school hasn't been involved in the world for a long time, so we're not too clear about the market conditions of the Jianghu. We'll just take those precious things back home and report back. I think that Uncle C is an elder, so you won't mistreat me, right?" "Of course, how could I let nephew Ren fail to report back?" Si Yakong hurriedly replied. With that, he took out a short sword and handed it over, saying, "Nephew Ren, take a look at this treasured sword. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned, thinking to herself, "What do I need this treasured sword for? It's better to get a jade scroll. Even if it's useless, it's still good to give me 2 weapons that can be used in the immortal Tao." "Oh, right, it's called a magic weapon in the general principles of weapon refinement." Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to brush off Si Yakong's face, so she casually took it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression, Si Yakong already knew that she didn't like it very much. However, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the value of this short sword, so he smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, it's better if you take out this short sword and take a look." Zhang Xiaohua took the short sword and looked at the somewhat old and worn scabbard. She already looked down on it from the bottom of her heart. Hearing Si Yakong's words, she casually took out the short sword. With a schwa sound, the short sword was out of the scabbard. Zhang Xiaohua stared at it and couldn't help but let out a d. She saw that the short sword was about the same length as the short sword used by the bronze-masked old man. The blade at the front of the hilt gave off a blue luster under the bright lights. The luster flowed along with the flickering lights like flowing water. Seeing this, Si Yakong smiled and said confidently, "The four famous swords in the pugilistic world, dragon breaking, wind slaying, gold cutting, and water breaking, each have their own masters. Our weapon forging sect can't compare to them. Although this jade water sword is unknown in the pugilistic world and can't be compared to the four famous swords, it has its own uniqueness that the other famous swords in the world don't have." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but use her divine sense to scan it. However, that jade water sword didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. Seeing this, Si Yakong laughed softly and said, "Nephew Ren, try to send the vital energy in your body into this short sword. Then you'll know how wonderful it is." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and smiled bitterly. The vital energy in her body wasn't the internal energy of martial arts. This vital energy wasn't vital energy. Even if she sent it into the short sword, what use would it be? Glancing at Si Yakong, Zhang Xiaohua still sent a wisp of vital energy into the jade water sword in her hand. That wisp of vital energy wasn't a big deal, but that jade-green water-like splendor suddenly rippled. Startled, Zhang Xiaohua sent another wisp of vital energy. At this moment, the tip of the short sword trembled and a few wisps of sword light actually shot out. "Sword light?" Ingzhizhu cried out involuntarily. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew her vital energy. That jade water sword's light faded and it returned to its previous tranquility. Si Yakong was also a little surprised. He cupped his hands and said, "Nephew Ren, I didn't expect your internal energy to be so exquisite. I thought you could only force out a wisp of brilliance." Zhang Xiaohua flipped her hand to look at the short sword. She asked with interest, "Uncle Si, what's going on? This jade water sword was refined by your honorable sect?" Si Yakong looked at the jade water sword with a reluctant expression. He said, "Nephew Ren, you must know that our weapon forging sect and weapon forging sect can refine some weapons that can increase one's internal energy. These refining methods were all researched by a senior several thousand years ago. As for who this senior is, I won't tell you. The only thing I want to tell you is that this jade water sword is this senior's proud work. It can also be considered one of our weapon forging sect's cornerstone treasures." "So it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. This short sword was indeed not bad, but she didn't seem to be able to use it. Although her own small sword couldn't see light, its power was extraordinary. Although the incomparably heavy sword wasn't sharp enough, it could still crush people to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua returned the jade water sword to Si Yakong. She said, "Master Si, this sword is your honorable sect's treasure. How can I take it away from you? Please take it back." How could Si Yakong be willing to take it back? He waved his hand and said, as the ancient said, "Treasured swords are given to heroes. This sword should be kept by a sect that specializes in martial arts like your honorable sect. Fortunately, this jade water sword isn't very famous. If it were to be known by some experts, it might bring disaster to my weapon forging sect." Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was an excuse. The weapon forging sect made weapons. If they didn't have any good things, who would believe them? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't say anything, Si Yakong was a little anxious. He turned his head and shouted at Tong Ba, "Quickly bring me my brocade pouch." When Tong Ba heard this, he hurriedly stood up and walked to the side. He brought over a pouch that was placed on the side. This pouch was different from the usual ones. It was made of a pitch-black material and was rectangular in shape. Si Yakong reached out to take it and led Zhang Xiaohua to an empty table. With a shake of his hand, he poured out the contents of the pouch onto the table. He said, "If Nephew Ren isn't satisfied, you can take whatever you like from this table. Take whatever you like. This sect master Si is quite generous. It seems he is determined to obtain the 5 elements Dian formation." Zhang Xiaohua pondered a bit and thought, if I don't pick anything, it would seem like I was being pretentious. Sigh, let's see if there are any jade slips or something. The items in Si Yakong's pouch were very messy. It was scattered all over the table, but there were no jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but frown. She pointed at 3 pitch-black sticks and asked, "Sect Master Si, what are these?" Si Yakong also looked at the 3 short sticks strangely. After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and said, "These seem to be the handles of the 3 flags I found in the secret room last year. They were all covered in dust, so I casually took them out. How did they end up in my brocade pouch? Where did the flags go?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "My sect master likes some ancient jade items." "Oh, not the kind with exquisite carvings. As long as it's a jade pendant or jade piece, the older the better. If sect master Si can give me a few pieces, I'll take them back and report back." "Jade pendant?" Si Yakong was a bit embarrassed and said, "I won't hide it from nephew. My weapon forging sect really doesn't have the kind of thing you're talking about. If it's a normal jade item, the sect does have some, but they're all a bit old and have exquisite carvings." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and was about to speak. Si Yakong suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I remember now. I do have a strange thing here. I think your sect master will like it." After he finished speaking, he put his hand into his chest and was about to take it out, but there was some hesitation on his face. He looked at Valley Master Nya and gave him a look. Valley Master Nya understood and sent out the few disciples in the martial arts practice field. Seeing that the idle people had all left, Si Yakong said apologetically, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This thing is a bit strange. If more people know about it, it may be disadvantageous to both our sections." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately became spirited and asked, "Now can sect master Si take it out and take a look?" Si Yakong mysteriously took his hand out of his chest and held a small booklet in his hand. A martial arts secret book? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What use did this thing have for her? Si Yakong shook his head and said, "Nephew Ren, don't be anxious. Take a look first." As he spoke, he opened the booklet and handed it over. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took the booklet. She lowered her head and looked at it. When she saw the contents of the booklet, she couldn't help but be shocked. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 478. This was a booklet similar to the Carefree Heart Sutra. It was the same size and the quality of the pages were the same. However, what surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that the booklet was completely white without any words at all. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly surprised and raised her head to look at Si Yakong. Si Yakong smiled and said, "Virtuous nephew, take a look at the cover." Zhang Xiaohua closed the booklet and saw that the cover of the booklet had 4 ancient words written on it, "Wordless Heavenly Book." However, the word heaven was different. It was written in a flamboyant style, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Although the other 3 words were also very charming, their charm was much weaker. Could it be that the other 3 words were added later? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully observed the booklet. Sure enough, there was a faint vital qi fluctuation on the booklet. It was actually a restriction of the immortal Tao. However, there was a slight flaw in the restriction where the word heaven was written on the cover, revealing the original heaven on the cover. The other 3 words were written on the cover by someone later. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Needless to say, this was obviously a secret manual that recorded some immortal cultivation technique. It might even be more precious than the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time, Si Yakong explained, "Virtuous nephew Ren, this is a mysterious, wordless heavenly book that has been passed down from generation to generation in my weapon forging sect. It has been more than 1,000 years since my generation. However, I have exhausted all methods and still have not been able to uncover the mystery within. I see that your sect's leader and elders like ancient jade pendants, so I think they must have some methods to decipher the secret of this heavenly book. I will give this heavenly book to your sect now. I only hope that if your sect's elders can decipher it, they will record a copy of the contents and send that copy to my weapon forging sect. What do you think?" "I see." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation, Si Yakong said, "I know that the textless heavenly book is of great importance. If it were to be leaked, it would bring great trouble to you. However, you don't have to worry, nephew Ren. Those who have nothing to do with it have already been cleared out by second brother Nya. The people who remain here will not reveal anything. The textless heavenly book has also been kept in our weapon forging sect for 1,000 years and has not been revealed to the public. In the future, the people of our Jade Foundation Alliance will definitely not mention anything about it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Your sect's senior is quite interesting. Although there's a heaven character in it, of all the other characters, he just had to add such a sensational name. If others knew about it, they would definitely think that it was some kind of peerless martial art manual. It would be strange if they didn't go to your weapon forging sect to steal it." Si Yakong nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. It's just that this book is extremely mysterious and it's also completely empty. The seniors in the sect use this to detect the other 3 words." Zhang Xiaohua declined to comment and said, "What if the seniors in my Beidou school can't decipher the mystery?" Si Yakong smiled bitterly and said, "This heavenly book has been in our weapon forging sect for 1,000 years and still hasn't been deciphered. It's better to find a sect that we trust to decipher it for us. Nephew Ren's chivalrous heart must have been influenced by the seniors in your sect. Therefore, although I've never met the seniors in your sect, I'm still very confident in your Beidou school. Rather than letting this heavenly book gather dust in your weapon forging sect, why don't you give it to your seniors to decipher?" Then, Si Yakong paused and said, "If you can't decipher this heavenly book, then don't return to weapon forging sect for a day." The people who were listening looked at each other in dismay. Si Yakong was betting too much on this. Not to mention the contents of the wordless heavenly book, if Beidou school took this heavenly book and said that they couldn't decipher it, then wouldn't this heavenly book be given to them for nothing? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also moved. She thought for a moment and said, "Sect head Si, since you're so confident in my Beidou school, then I'll make a decision for the seniors in my sect. Our 2 sects have a time limit of 20 years. If my Beidou school can't decipher it, then 20 years from now, we'll let this heavenly book return to weapon forging sect. What do you think?" Si Yakong's wrinkled face smiled like a tangerine peel. He stepped forward and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Nephew Ren, how do you want this old man to thank your Beidou school? This is really—" Zhang Xiaohua was very embarrassed when Si Yakong pulled her hand. She said, "It's okay, sect head Si. Everyone in my Beidou school is magnanimous. Even if the seniors know that I acted on my own accord, they won't blame me. They'll only reward me. Don't worry." That was because this guy was the only person in this illusory Beidou school. Who would blame him? Si Yakong was very grateful. He pointed at the table full of things and said, "Nephew Ren, you don't have to be so polite. Take everything on the table. Consider it a small token of appreciation from my weapon forging sect." How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to take it? She repeatedly refused and said, "I'm not going back to Beidou school. What's the use of taking so many things? I still only want those 3 flagpoles." "You only want 3 flagpoles?" Si Yakong was very puzzled. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Ren Baqian was going to spread the incense cult in a while. It wouldn't be convenient to bring so many things. Thus, he said, "How about this, nephew Ren? This old man will leave these things first. When you're done spreading the incense cult, I'll invite you and your seniors to visit my weapon forging sect. This old man will prepare some gifts." Finished speaking, he placed the 3 pitch-black flagpoles in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing that the gifts were really too light, he chose a piece of material from the many items and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "This is a rare refining material. Nephew Ren, take it." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back anymore. She reached out and took it. She looked around and smiled, "Sect head C, if it's possible, there's no harm in giving your brocade pouch to me. I see that this brocade pouch is also a good thing. I just happen to have a bag with me. I'll use it to store things." When Si Yakong heard this, he smiled and said, "Of course, nephew Ren has good eyes. This old man's brocade pouch is something that's impervious to water and fire. It's perfect for storing things." Finished speaking, he picked up the brocade pouch that was thrown on the ground and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua received it with a smile. She put the material and the 3 flagpoles inside. When Nie Qianyu saw this, she obediently found an ordinary bag and handed it over. Si Yakong took the bag and asked, "Nephew Ren, you really don't want to take more? This old man's brocade pouch is quite big. It's so light to put so little things inside." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Next time I go to weapon forging sect with my seniors, I'll pick some good things." Si Yakong laughed loudly. He swept the things on the table into his pocket and handed it back to Tong Ba. When Valley Head Nya saw that Si Yakong's intentions were fulfilled, he was also happy. He had everyone return to the banquet and called out his disciples. He reorganized the banquet and ate until the moon was high and the stars were sparse. During the banquet that followed, Zhang Xiaohua didn't drink much. When she saw that it was getting late, she stood up and bid farewell, "Seniors, it's getting late. Forgive nephew Ren for taking her leave. Uncle C, please stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more days and wait for nephew Ren to finish writing the formation." When everyone saw this, they all stood up to send her off. Nie Qianyu also took the opportunity to leave the banquet and took Zhang Xiaohua out of the martial arts field. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Nie Qianyu take her back to the inner valley. She only made an appointment with Nie Qianyu for tomorrow's time. When she saw Nie Qianyu enter Peach Blossom Nunnery, she turned around and went back to the pill room. Lighting the lantern, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the prayer mat and took out the jade water sword from her bosom. Zhang Xiaohua had always thought that only the martial way's internal energy could be sent into a weapon and be magnified by the weapon. She didn't think that her own internal energy could also be sent into the jade water sword and that it would produce some kind of sword ray. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. When she didn't find any abnormalities, she held the jade water sword in her right hand and slowly sent her internal energy into the short sword. When she was in the martial arts field, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to truly let go of her hands and feet. She only released a little bit of her internal energy. When she saw that there was something strange about the short sword, she immediately stopped. Now that there was no one around, she wanted to see the true use of the short sword. As expected, when Zhang Xiaohua sent her internal energy into the short sword, the jade water sword suddenly emitted a blue light. At the tip of the sword, a so-called sword ray suddenly appeared. Its length was indeterminate and it was constantly expanding and contracting. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was overjoyed. She increased the amount of her internal energy and the sword ray became longer. When Zhang Xiaohua sent in more than 60% of her internal energy, the sword ray and the length of the short sword were actually 2 times longer than an ordinary long sword. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to send in more internal energy, but the light of the short sword was scattered. It seemed that it had reached its limit. If she forced her internal energy, the short sword might collapse. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua maintained 60% of her internal energy and didn't send in any more. At this time, in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, there was clearly an exceptionally resplendent and dazzling long sword. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. She waved her right hand and casually made a few strokes with the sword. Looking at the stone table to the side, she had an idea. She waved her arm and lightly chopped at a small corner of the stone table. With a soft, cheat sound, the small corner fell to the ground as if she didn't put any strength into it. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly went over to take a closer look. The stone table that was cut off was unusually smooth. The effect was even better than her own short sword. Seeing the sword ray of the short sword in her hand fluctuating according to her thoughts, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. The short sword was an immortal weapon. If she fought with it in her hand, she would lose her advantage. Moreover, that incomplete sword technique was only useful with a flying sword. It wasn't appropriate to use it on an ordinary long sword. Although the short sword in her hand wasn't long enough, with the sword ray, it was longer than an ordinary long sword. When she found an exquisite sword technique in the future, it shouldn't be inferior to her short sword or long sword. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind couldn't help but wander. She had just heard Si Yakong say that the 4 great divine swords of the pugilistic world each had a famous name. Even this short sword was called the Jade Water Sword. Her short sword and long sword didn't seem to have any names. What should I name it? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. This short sword wins by speed. Under the control of divine sense, it's like a meteor streaking across the sky. It's just that the name meteor seems to be a bit cliché. That's right, I seem to have given this short sword to little Meng. It's best if there's the word Meng in the name, hehe. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a trace of sweetness in her heart. At the same time, Nie Qinyu's face, which could be angry or happy at the same time, quietly appeared in her mind. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 479. Zhu Meng. If it wants to chase after the speed of a dream, wouldn't it be even faster than a shooting star? Moreover, it has the intention of chasing after Little Dream, so it's her. Zhang Xiaohua gave her small sword an extremely romantic name, Zhu Meng. She couldn't help but feel excited. Striking while the iron was hot, she also gave her ugly long sword a name. Long swords were known for their heaviness, so of course they had to appear in the name. At this moment, the words, Motionless Wisdom King, suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Motionless Heavy Sword? Wisdom King Sword? None of them seemed to suit her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She thought of 2 words, Prajna, a great wisdom that surpassed everything. The long sword used its heaviness to defeat the enemy. It was a classic example of great skill not working. Any skill, any wisdom in front of this weight was just a paper tiger. It was an existence that surpassed all wisdom. Yes, it was the Prajna heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua happily held the great wisdom sword in his left hand, while his right hand held the jade water sword, which was constantly expanding and contracting with its jade-green sword aura. He loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. With a thought, chasing dream also flew into the sky of the pill room. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he was competing with all the heroes in the world. After admiring it for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put Zhu Meng and jade water into her money pouch. She then took out the 3 flagpoles that she had just obtained from sect head Si Yakong. Feeling the coldness of the flagpoles in her hand, and the waves of vital energy emitted from them, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This was the only thing that sect head Si had thrown onto the table that emitted waves. How could Zhang Xiaohua not choose them? Looking at the 3 flagpoles, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally thought of the 3 talents formation in the auspicious 3 treasures hands. Wasn't it also formed by 3 array flags? The 3 talents flag formation wasn't a very special formation in the immortal Tao. Even the 5 elements Dian formation was a bit stronger than it. Presumably, there must have been many sects in the ancient times that understood this 3 talents flag formation. Therefore, it wasn't strange for weapon forging sect to have 3 extra flags. However, only 3 flagpoles were not enough. Where did the flags on the flagpoles go? Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the brocade pouch that she had gotten from sect leader Si and placed the precious weapon refining material into the pouch. Then, she flipped the brocade pouch over and examined it carefully. She then took out her jade water sword and used the tip of her sword to pick something on the brocade pouch. After a while, 3 pieces of black cloth bigger than her palm were cut off from the brocade pouch by Zhang Xiaohua. Then, she threw the brocade pouch with 3 holes to one side. With a smile on her face, she looked at the 3 triangular pieces of cloth in her hands that were made of an unknown material and were emitting waves of vital qi. Weren't they the flags? It was no wonder that sect leader Si Yakong couldn't remember where he threw the flags. It turned out that someone had used them as rags to mend his brocade pouch. If Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense hadn't sensed the waves coming from the brocade pouch that was thrown on the ground, who would have thought of this? Zhang Xiaohua picked up a flagpole with his left hand and a flag with his right. Looking at the flawless flag, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this small flag must have used up all of its energy for the people from the weapon forging sect to be able to pull it off the flagpole. He had to put the flag back on, but it wasn't something that could be done with needlework. Only by grasping the method to refine the flag would he be able to successfully refine the 3 flags. It was a pity that the general principles of weapon refining only had the basics of weapon refining and ordinary weapon refining techniques. Although the flags used for this level of flag formation were ordinary, it didn't cover anything. She could only look at the flags and sigh. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Didn't she still have the prize for her strength competition with Tong Ba tonight? She wondered if there was a method to refine weapons in the book. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have too much hope. The flags used for the 3-talent flag gate formation were weapons refined using the immortal Tao. At most, weapon forging sect was using martial arts techniques, so they wouldn't leave behind such records. Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua put everything into his money pouch, he took out the small booklet. Inside the booklet were all the refining techniques used by the weapon forging sect. The techniques and methods inside were exquisite and were things that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen before. However, if he wanted to use them to refine a small flag, it would be wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and placed the booklet on the table. It seemed that she could only place her last hope on the textless heavenly book. However, although there was a small hole in the cover of the heavenly book, the restriction inside was still very strong. It wasn't something that Zhang Xiaohua could break at this moment. Perhaps the dream-chasing sword could break this restriction, but the pages of the book were inside the restriction. If she wasn't careful or there was a problem when breaking the restriction, the pages or the contents of the book would be damaged. Not only would Zhang Xiaohua not be able to obtain the complete contents of the heavenly book, she wouldn't be able to answer to weapon forging sect even 20 years later. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua decided to study the weapon forging sect's booklet properly first. When she had time in the future, she would think about how to break this restriction. It was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua finished taking stock of her gains, then sat down cross-legged and began her routine cultivation. Of course, before she started cultivating, she didn't forget to set up a formation to seal off the pill room. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating, in the outer valley of Rejuvenation Valley, where the Jade Foundation Alliance's sect masters had been discussing, they were all seated at their respective positions. They were sipping on fragrant tea and discussing. Valley Master Nye said, "Big brother C, you've been a little rash today. During such an important period, you should have discussed this with me first. Let little you probe him first. If it doesn't work out, we'll think of something else. If Ren Xiaoxia agrees, it won't be too late for us to discuss this further." Si Yakong cupped his fists and said, "Second brother Nye, this is all my fault. I'll apologize first for not giving you a heads up first. It's just that you don't know this. I've thought of many possibilities during this period of time, but I was afraid that Ren Xiaoxia would reject me. That's why I had no choice but to take the risk. Think about it, if he had rejected little you earlier, how would I be able to open my mouth now?" Zhen Xian said, "It's a good thing that this Ren Xiaoyao is really generous. He's even willing to teach us such a wondrous formation. I really don't know how this Beidou school teaches its disciples." Ing Zhizhu, however, smiled and said, "He didn't suffer any losses at Beidou school. He's already gotten so many things." Ma Fuhu also said in surprise, "Big brother C, it's one thing for you to give him the jade water sword, but that textless heavenly book is a priceless treasure. We've never heard you talk about it before. Aren't you going too easy on them by giving it away so casually?" When the others heard this question, they also looked at Si Yakong. Si Yakong took a sip of tea and said with a bitter smile, "The textless heavenly book, the textless heavenly book. Just hearing this name sounds like a great disaster. How would I dare to reveal anything about it? Don't forget that the Misty School in Pingyang City is a major sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was also because of some martial arts secret manual that the Fragrant Cult, the Great Forest Division, and the Righteous Alliance joined forces to exterminate it. If they knew that our weapon forging sect has the textless heavenly book, regardless of whether there are martial arts secret manuals in it, wouldn't they have long come to kill us? Any one of the three sects can easily wipe out our weapon forging sect." Everyone nodded. Si Yakong continued, "This textless heavenly book has been in our weapon forging sect for thousands of years. Only the sect masters of each generation know about it. After so many years, no one has been able to decipher its secrets. No one knows what's recorded in it. I've been thinking about this all day, and it's like a fishbone stuck in my throat. I can't eat or sleep in peace. I'm afraid that this secret will be revealed one day and bring disaster to our weapon forging sect. That's why I came up with this idea in a flash. Since we're going to pay a huge price in exchange for the formation, we might as well take out something that can shock people. Although this heavenly book is a huge treasure mountain, if we can't find the path to it, we can only think about it." Everyone nodded. Only Valley Head Nya was a little dejected. "Yes, you're giving this hot mountain of treasure to Beidou school as a big favor and promising to share it with them. However, at the same time, you're transferring a huge risk to Beidou school. During the 20 years that it would take to return the textless heavenly book, the Beidou school would have to risk being tracked down by various sects in the pugilistic world. Moreover, if the Beidou school didn't return the textless heavenly book after 20 years, as long as the weapon forging sect slightly spread the news, wouldn't the Beidou school become the target of public criticism? Of course, Valley Head Nya still believed in Si Yikong's character. Perhaps he wouldn't do such a thing, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that the others in the weapon-forging sect wouldn't have such thoughts. However, Valley Head Nya also understood Si Yikong's intentions. There was no free meal in this world. If the Beta school didn't have a diamond, then don't take on a porcelain job. Since you heard the name of this secret manual and still wanted to accept it, then you had to pay a certain amount of risk if you wanted to covet the martial arts secret manual inside. Thinking about it, benefits and risks coexisted. At the same time, Valley Head Nya also understood the profound meaning behind Zhang Xiaohua's promise to return the heavenly book after 20 years. Seeing Si Yikong's somewhat proud expression and the gloating expressions of the others, Valley Head Nya couldn't help but feel a little dejected. This is the pugilistic world. Although there is family and warmth, there is also. Valley Head Nya couldn't bear to continue thinking about it. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up as usual. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist, she was about to stop when her heart suddenly moved. Like a sudden impulse, she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist again. As early as a few months ago, Zhang Xiaohua could only draw in 9 streams of cold to temper her bones. She knew that this was her limit and didn't try to practice it again. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's accumulated strength suddenly broke through to the peak of the early stage of refining qi. Her cultivation had increased by a lot. Today, she tried it again and sure enough, there was an unexpected gain. The 10th stream of cold actually came from her toes. Following the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist, she tempered all the bones in her body for the 10th time. The Big Dipper magical fist advanced again. As for what level the Big Dipper magical fist was at, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to calculate. As long as she had the cold stream to temper her bones, who cared what level it was? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua secretly decided that in the future, she would practice the Big Dipper magical fist again after she tempered her bones. She didn't want to miss the time to level up her fist art. The 11th time of the Big Dipper magical fist didn't produce any cold stream. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. After she stopped, she returned to the pill room and began to comprehend the rabbit talisman. Seeing that she needed to break more and more restrictions, if she didn't improve her cultivation of restrictions, she might delay things. Chapter 480. After a long time, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and was somewhat puzzled. Normally, Nye Qianyu would have already skipped over at this time. Why is there no movement today? Will something happen? As Zhang Xiaohua pondered, she was about to release her divine sense, but at this moment, she heard footsteps outside. Just by hearing, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Nye Qianyu had arrived. However, her footsteps were somewhat slow today, as if she was extremely unhappy. Zhang Xiaohua got off the bed and walked over. Sure enough, she saw Nye Qianyu's somewhat hesitant figure in front of the pill room with a faint worried expression. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Nye Qianyu forced a smile and said, "Big brother Ren, you're up?" Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and said, "Little you, it's strange today. Why are you speaking so formally? I always wake up very early, and you know that. Did something happen?" Nye Qianyu opened her mouth and looked as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she took out the 4 treasures of the study from behind her and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. "Big brother Ren, father asked me to bring these over. Yesterday, you already promised Uncle C that you would impart some 5 elements dye information to her. Father doesn't know how you'll impart it, but he's afraid that it'll be the same as the way you imparted to us, so he told me to bring these things over." Zhang Xiaohua didn't take them and only smiled. "That's right. However, just like last time, I'll still say it and you'll copy it." Upon hearing this, Nie Qianyu's expression changed greatly. Big Brother Ren, I'm afraid that's not good. This is the secret manual of your Beidou school. It's fine if you exchanged it with the weapon forging sect. After all, they gave you a lot of benefits. If you let me copy it, wouldn't that be? Nie Qianyu knew very well that she had kept a copy of the 5 Elements Dian formation in her heart. She had indirectly given a copy of the formation to Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I've only studied the 3-character classic for a few months. With my writing skills, I don't know when I'll be able to finish copying it. Besides, if sect leader C can't understand it, won't you blame me for keeping it to myself?" Nie Qianyu's heart was filled with warmth. She smiled and said, "My Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have any Jade Water Sword or Jade Blood Sword for you. And I don't have any heavenly book with words for you. Then give me the most precious thing in your Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua said casually. "This." Nie Qianyu's face flushed red, but she didn't know what was the most precious thing in Rejuvenation Valley. As Zhang Xiaohua walked into the pill room and arranged the brush and ink, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but say, "Big Brother Ren, you've been so generous to my Rejuvenation Valley. I have something to say to you." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Little you, when did you learn to be so refined?" "I asked you just now. If you have something to say, just say it. We can be considered as friends who have gone through life and death together." Hearing this, Nie Qianyu gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "Actually, Big Brother Ren, it's enough that you obtained the Jade Water Sword last night. Why do you still want Uncle C's heavenly book? Uncle C is my family's elder, so I shouldn't talk about him behind his back. But at that time, I felt that there was something fishy about it. It was just that I couldn't interrupt or stop you under the circumstances. After thinking about it last night, I still felt that it was inappropriate." Thus, Nie Qianyu told Zhang Xiaohua about her thoughts last night in full detail. She actually had the same thoughts as the 6 sect leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance. In the end, she said, "But oh, Big Brother Ren's final deadline of 20 years is indeed very clever. Firstly, it shows the generosity of your sect, and secondly, it gives weapon forging sect some peace of mind." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Since when had she thought so much about it? She just felt that she had already obtained a lot, so it was inappropriate to take another heavenly book from him. But seeing that Si Yakong was sincerely giving it to her, she set a deadline of 20 years. Actually, according to his plan, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to break the restriction in a few years and see the contents inside. This deadline was just a casual offer. However, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly amused. This weapon forging sect Si Yakong has really put in a lot of effort for the sake of his sect's interests. Not to mention how much preparation work he has done to obtain the 5 Elements Dian formation, he has also racked his brains for this heavenly book. It's really hard on him. Unfortunately, this young master's Beidou school is a non-existent sect, so there's no way to find someone to take the blame. If this young master is unhappy, I'll find a place to hide and make you cry." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Nie Qianyu thought that she had touched on his heart and made him unhappy. Thus, she advised, "However, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to take it to heart. Although it's best not to accept this heavenly book, since you've accepted it, you should quickly find a time to return it to the sect and let the elders in the sect unravel its mysteries. Perhaps there really is a secret martial art manual that can be used to develop the sect. Even if you can't unravel it, you should return it to Weapon Forging Sect as soon as possible. Uncle C of Weapon Forging Sect doesn't seem to be the kind of treacherous person who would say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He was probably forced into a corner and came up with this idea on the spur of the moment." Soon after, she thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Furthermore, with the friendship between my Rejuvenation Valley and Weapon Forging Sect, I don't think Uncle C will have any bad intentions towards you." Seeing Nie Qianyu's adorable bashfulness, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Little you, if you hadn't said it so clearly, I really wouldn't have thought of so many things. I really don't know how to thank you. Sigh, as the ancient saying goes, don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. I'm still too trusting of others." Nie Qianyu pursed her lips and smiled. Big Brother Ren is kind-hearted and magnanimous, so the heavens will always take care of you. You just have to be a little more careful in the future. Then don't mention anything about thanking me again. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily and said, "All right, I won't mention it, I won't mention it. Then you don't have to give me the most precious thing in your rejuvenation valley. Consider it my thanks." "Pay." Nie Qianyu couldn't help but spit out. After telling Zhang Xiaohua the words in her heart, Nie Qianyu felt much more at ease. Thus, under Zhang Xiaohua's guidance, she began to copy the 5 elements Dian formation. The copying of the formation wasn't like the previous bewitching finger, which was ready-made from books and could be copied. However, this 5 elements Dian formation was imprinted in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, there were many changes to the formation, so she couldn't explain it clearly in a short time. She could only explain it bit by bit and copy it bit by bit. In the next 20 days, Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu would copy the formation in the morning in the pill room. At noon, they would take the copied formation out of the inner valley. As for whether Nie Qianyu would copy another copy to keep in Rejuvenation Valley or directly give it to Si Yakong, it wasn't something that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know. In the afternoon, he continued to ask Rejuvenation Valley to provide him with pill formulas and medicinal herbs so that he could familiarize himself with refining medicinal pills. Zhang Xiaohua led a carefree life, and her experience in refining medicinal pills steadily increased. However, Nie Qianyu was exhausted. On one hand, she had to copy the formation and understand it. On the other hand, she had to prepare pill formulas for Zhang Xiaohua. At first, she was quite happy. Not only could she learn the formation to protect Rejuvenation Valley, but she could also see Zhang Xiaohua every day. However, after a few days, she felt that she couldn't take it anymore. What kind of formation was the 5 elements Dian formation? Although it was a basic formation of the immortal Tao, Nie Qianyu, who didn't understand the immortal Tao at all, couldn't understand it. It was only because she was talented and exceptionally intelligent that she was able to understand a thing or two and memorize the formation under Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts. Therefore, after a few days, the task of preparing the pill formulas for Zhang Xiaohua was personally taken over by Valley Head Nie. She had given Rejuvenation Valley the 5 elements Dian formation for no reason. Shouldn't you provide her with some convenience? If it weren't for the fact that it would be embarrassing, Valley Head Nie would have personally gone to the pill room to learn and copy the formation from Zhang Xiaohua. As for the other members of the Jade Foundation Alliance, apart from Si Yakong who remained in Rejuvenation Valley, the others had all returned to their respective sections. Every day, Si Yakong would receive 1 or several pages of the 5 elements Dian formation. Looking at the familiar handwriting, Si Yakong smiled bitterly. He had put in so much effort and given so many treasures, but they couldn't even compare to a daughter. If he had known earlier, he would have given birth to a daughter of his own. Perhaps it was because he felt guilty or because he was afraid of delaying Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation, Si Yakong had never visited Zhang Xiaohua in the pill room. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind either. She continued to copy the formation from her mind to her paper according to Nie Qianyu's progress every day. Although Si Yakong vaguely had the intention to scheme against Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. She only explained the 5 elements Dian formation as it was in the immortal Tao and combined it with her own martial cultivation, turning this 5 elements formation into a formation that could be used in the martial Tao. This formation was much more complicated than the one used by the 4 people in the arena that day. It took her more than 20 days to record it down. Today, Nie Qianyu put away her brush and sighed. Brother Ren, let's stop here for today. I'm really tired. I've been copying this formation for more than 20 days and I still haven't reached the end. I can only copy this much every day. Any more and I'll have a splitting headache. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. I was the same when I was learning that day. You've already done very well for those who are worse than you. Although the foundation of this formation is simple, the changes within it are very complicated. If we slack off, your Uncle C will be out of luck. After this period of learning, you should also know that if we don't fully grasp it and others find a flaw, the entire formation will collapse. It's better not to use the formation. Nie Qianyu nodded slightly. She also knew that not only Weapon Forging Sect, but Rejuvenation Valley was also learning this 5 elements formation. She had no choice but to give it her all. Zhang Xiaohua continued, anyway, the copying is more or less done. It'll be finished with a few more changes. It'll only take a day or 2. That's right, Brother Ren. The day is approaching. If it was a few years ago, the incense cult would have already sent people to Rejuvenation Valley by now. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and said, the incense cult always comes to Rejuvenation Valley on a fixed date. It can't be that they won't come this year, right? Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 481. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's worried look, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, don't worry, Brother Ren. The fragrance cult doesn't come to Rejuvenation Valley on a fixed date but the year is fixed. They should be coming this year. This has been a tradition for hundreds and thousands of years. Even if Rejuvenation Valley encounters a disaster, the fragrance cult will still come. There's no reason for them not to come this year. Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest and said, not bad, you gave me a big scare. The two of them chatted for a while more before Nie Qianyu brought the book back to the outer valley. As usual, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the straw futon and comprehended the rabbit talisman. After such a long period of comprehension, Zhang Xiaohua had already comprehended more than half of the 365 talismans. Now, it was the 183rd talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already comprehended the 183rd talisman for 3 days without any progress. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes dispiritedly. Ever since he started comprehending the rabbit talisman, only the first few talismans were slightly difficult. Later on, he could comprehend a few of the simple ones in a day and one of the complex ones in 2 days. However, he had already comprehended half of the talismans for 4 days and there was no sign of a breakthrough. Could it be that he had reached a bottleneck? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua decided to put the rabbit talisman aside for the time being. After all, there were still many things that he needed to cultivate, such as restrictions and formations. He had yet to fully comprehend a portion of the jade scroll left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. Perhaps it was because of these weak foundations that the rabbit talisman was in a predicament. However, after 20 days of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua's restrictions had entered a new stage. He wanted to see if there were any restrictions on his body that needed to be broken. Zhang Xiaohua first took out the few jade scrolls left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level, he could already see that the restrictions on these jade scrolls weren't too complicated. However, the method to break the restrictions was related to his cultivation. If he hadn't cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra to the last stage of Qi refinement, he probably wouldn't be able to break the restrictions. It was better to hide them deep in the innermost part of his money pouch. After that, he immersed his divine sense into the jade scroll that he had obtained from the ethereal mountain villa's library and carefully observed the restrictions within. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua thoughtfully withdrew his divine sense. The restrictions on this jade scroll was indeed marvelous. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still lacking. However, he wasn't depressed. The more marvelous, the more precious it was, this must be an important technique. As long as he put effort into it, there would be a day when he would be able to break through it. As long as he worked, he would be able to break through it. Would be sooner or later. As long as he worked hard, there would be a days. His work. Cultivation. This seems to be the second time I've encouraged myself like this while looking at this jade scroll. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and couldn't help but think to himself. Originally, there was a pair of jade bracelets in the money pouch. There was also a restriction on them that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate. Since he still couldn't break the restrictions on the Misty School's jade scroll, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to take out the jade bracelets. He directly looked at the textless heavenly book. Ever since Nie Qianyu revealed Si Yikong's intentions that day, Zhang Xiaohua had been somewhat slacking off. Sometimes, he thought that he might as well put the textless heavenly book in the money pouch. After a few years, he would return it to the weapon-casting sect. Who would be able to break it for them? Sometimes, he also thought that he didn't care. Since the weapon-casting sect let the Beidou school break it, he would just directly use violence. Who would care about the contents of the textless heavenly book? If it was broken, then it was broken. Who could guarantee that it would be completely good? Besides, even if it was broken, he could just use a similar restriction to cover it up. Would Sect Head C be able to find any clues? AI, this weapon-casting sect is really too much. Why didn't they give me some shabby jade scroll? It's not even as good as the weapon-casting sect. That Lu Meng even gave me the general principles of weapon casting. This general principles is really not bad. Although I've never truly entered the weapon casting sect, I've learned a lot from this general principles. It's a pity that there's no specific refining method. Even if I have the flagpole and small flag of the tripartite flag array, I can't refine it. It's also a pity that Tong Ba gave me the refining method. It's only a martial cultivation method. Although there are a lot of things I can learn from it, it's still an unorthodox method. I can't use it. I should think of a way to get some sort of refining jade scroll. Zhang Xiaohua was still a bit hesitant as she tossed the textless heavenly book up and down. After all, this was something that had been passed down in the weapon-casting sect for many years. If she accidentally destroyed it, regardless of what the weapon-casting sect would think, she would first be condemned by her own conscience. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua decisively grabbed the textless heavenly book and laughed loudly. Her divine sense entered the book like a waterfall. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua had an epiphany. The path of immortality was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would be pushed back. If you blindly hesitated, how could you still have the bearing of a Qi practitioner? Only forging ahead with determination was the correct path. If she was so overcautious and timid, she would be at a disadvantage. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense enveloped the entire heavenly book. She carefully examined the restrictions on the book. Apart from a slight flaw where the word Tian was written on the cover, everything else was flawless. Although the fluctuations of vital qi were somewhat weak, it was still incomparably firm in her divine sense. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua had seen the restrictions on the book. However, she had no doubt that if the vital qi of the restrictions was exhausted, the contents of the book would definitely disappear along with the restrictions. It definitely wouldn't appear just because the restrictions disappeared. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua was still rather glad about her choice. After observing for a long time with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, she released her hand. The textless heavenly book abruptly floated in the air, as if an invisible arm was holding it up by Zhang Xiaohua. Then, Zhang Xiaohua made different hand seals in succession. With a wave of her fingers, she sent the hand seals into the heavenly book. Unfortunately, after a while, the hand seals were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. The heavenly book was still quietly floating in the air, showing no reaction at all. With her eyes closed, Zhang Xiaohua's face remained calm, as if she had already expected such an outcome. Then, Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips slightly. Her right hand stopped moving, and her left hand paused for a moment. Immediately, she slowly made another set of hand seals. This hand seal was made extremely slowly. Her fingers moved slightly, as if there were tens of thousands of kilograms of weight hanging from her fingers. Furthermore, her fingers were far less agile than before. Needless to say, this was the restriction technique that Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended. As the hand seals became more complicated, the sluggishness between Zhang Xiaohua's fingers gradually disappeared. What followed was the obscurity of the hand seals. After the hand seals were made, she reached out and inserted it into the heavenly book. The heavenly book trembled slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that there was some effect. Hence, she continued to make the next hand seal. However, her right hand still pinched her thumb and middle finger together and did not move. The second hand seal was still unfamiliar at first, then proficient at it. Zhang Xiaohua's body was already emitting traces of qi of heaven and earth. This was the genuine qi in her body that was affected by the hand seals. Because she was unfamiliar with it, it leaked out. Zhang Xiaohua continued to make 17 hand seals, all of which were extremely obscure. Moreover, a lot of qi of heaven and earth had already appeared around Zhang Xiaohua. The heavenly book that was floating in the air first trembled slightly, then trembled violently, and then emitted a faint blue light. The qi of heaven and earth around Zhang Xiaohua was all attracted to it, emitting a bright brilliance. It was very beautiful. As the hand seals were inserted, the blue light became more intense. When the 17th hand seal was inserted, the heavenly book almost became a blue ball of light. Zhang Xiaohua could see it clearly with her divine sense. She immediately made the last hand seal. This was a hand seal that required the cooperation of both hands. Zhang Xiaohua's right thumb and middle finger separated and her wrist turned nimbly. The fingers on both her left and right hands seemed to be dancing. It was abnormally lively, which was completely different from the previous 17 hand seals. After a moment, the last hand seal was completed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips, a determined expression on her face. Her hands paused for a moment, then she put both hands forward and inserted the hand seal into the heavenly book. When the heavenly book received the hand seal, it immediately emitted a bright blue light. It was abnormally dazzling. Although Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and used her divine sense to observe, she naturally closed her eyes again. It was only for a moment that the extremely brilliant blue light suddenly disappeared. A simple and unadorned book appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without opening her eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it. Just as her divine sense came into contact with the book, a strange change occurred. The book seemed to have a strong suction force that pulled Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense into it. As soon as her divine sense entered the book, she lost contact with Zhang Xiaohua. This book could actually absorb divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her first reaction was to withdraw her divine sense. This was the first time she had encountered something that could absorb divine sense. How could she not be shocked? However, she only hesitated for a moment. In her essence of elixir, the golden light flashed, and the strong divine sense continued to be injected into the book. The book did not hold back and swallowed the divine sense like a whale drinking water. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua also gritted her teeth. The essence of elixir in her Naiwan palace flashed repeatedly, and more divine sense was injected into the book as if it was free. At this moment, an even more mysterious scene appeared. As Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense poured in, the ancient book gradually came to life. Following the divine sense, the pages of the book automatically flipped. What was even more unbelievable was that as the pages of the book flipped, countless ancient characters suddenly flew out from the blank pages. They followed the direction of the divine sense and swarmed into Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned. He had read many jade slips, but he had never seen such a big scene. This weapon-casting sect's methods seemed to be too arrogant. He was like a country boy who had never seen the world. This was his first time entering Pingyang City. All Zhang Xiaohua could think of now was to channel all his consciousness into the scroll. He could not think of anything else calm. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 482. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how much time had passed, but the ancient characters in the scroll were still flowing in endlessly, and Zhang Xiaohua already felt that his consciousness was about to be exhausted. Although Zhang Xiaohua now had God's guidance and wasn't afraid of the consumption of his consciousness, but if he didn't have the guidance of his consciousness, wouldn't these ancient texts that rushed into his mind backfire on him, or harm the scroll? This was not something Zhang Xiaohua could know. Therefore, he could only muster his strength and pour in what little spiritual sense he had, hoping that he could complete the transmission of the texts before his spiritual sense was exhausted. After a while, the number of characters floating in the air gradually decreased. It seemed that the transmission had reached the end. However, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was also exhausted. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and was about to withdraw his spiritual sense to deal with the sudden interruption of the transmission. At this moment, the golden array outside the essence of herbalism rotated and shot a ray of golden light into the core of the essence of herbalism. The essence of herbalism shook again and suddenly produced a ray of spiritual sense. Although this ray of spiritual sense was small, once it came out of the essence of herbalism, it made Zhang Xiaohua feel that it was dense. If Zhang Xiaohua's current spiritual sense was sparse air, then this ray of spiritual sense was a dense stream. The moment the spiritual sense left the Naiwan Palace, it immediately entered the scroll. As the spiritual sense entered, the pages that had been slowly flipping suddenly sped up and flipped to the end in a few moments. The texts that were transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind also intensified, and this sudden increase in input actually made Zhang Xiaohua feel a splitting headache. Fortunately, the transmission process had reached the end and there was not much information transmitted in that instant. The pain disappeared in a flash. When Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses, the ancient scroll had already closed and was quietly floating in the air. The blue brilliance had long disappeared and it had returned to its previous appearance of the wordless heavenly book. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and waved her hand. The wordless heavenly book fell into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cover and then flipped through the book. It was still blank. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to look at the restriction again. Unfortunately, the thief had left and the building was empty. She wanted to, but she was powerless. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed the wordless heavenly book in her bosom. She did not check the words that had just entered her mind. She just looked down and recited the incantation for the second level of God's traction. She slowly rotated her Dan core to replenish the consumption of her divine sense. Although he had consumed all of his divine sense just now, the last wisp of divine sense that shot out from the elixir core had pointed out a path for Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. The more divine sense there was, the better. Only the quality was truly good. Although Zhang Xiaohua had only sensed a small amount of it, he could faintly feel that it was equivalent to at least 20% of his divine sense. It seemed that this God's traction still needed more effort. It was not until the sun was about to set that Zhang Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes. She calmly looked around the pill room and stood up. In the morning, she had finished copying the 5 elements Dian formation with Nye Qianyu. Nie Qianyu had left behind the pill formula and medicinal herbs that Zhang Xiaohua needed to refine in the afternoon. However, Zhang Xiaohua had spent the entire afternoon on the wordless heavenly book. How could she have the time to care about these medicinal herbs? The medicinal herbs that had been left unused for the entire afternoon were already a little wilted. However, when Zhang Xiaohua had deciphered the wordless heavenly book, a lot of heaven and earth essence qi had gushed out. The entire pill room was filled with a lot of heaven and earth essence qi. Although those medicinal herbs had already left the ground, the essence qi they contained had not dissipated too much. However, if they were to stay in this pill room for the night, they probably would not be able to be used tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and put these medicinal herbs into the money bag. He had wanted to put these medicinal herbs into the jade box, but the jade box was too small and the medicinal herbs were too long. If he took them out tomorrow, he did not know what Nie Qianyu would ask. It was better to put them directly into the space of the money bag. It seemed that the essence qi inside was sufficient, so there should not be much change. After putting away the medicinal herbs, Zhang Xiaohua stepped out of the pill room and shook his head, which was still a little painful. The feeling of exhausting his divine sense and pouring in a huge amount of words was really uncomfortable. It seemed that when he read the jade slip in the future, he would have to pay more attention. From the transmission method of the wordless heavenly book, it could be seen that the Way of Immortals did not only record words in jade slips. In the future, if he encountered a strange restriction formation, it would be best to make some defenses for himself. Just now, if there had been a sudden attack from the book along with the words, he would have been flustered and might have been injured. Of course, there was the spirit guidance to repair his divine sense, but it was hard to say if there were other unknown attacks. Outside the pill room, it was dusk and the weather was already hot. The air mixed with the smell of medicinal herbs blew in his face. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. He liked the faint smell of medicinal herbs very much. Under the stone wall in the distance, although there were still many disciples going in and out of the pill room, it was much less than in the morning. Their busy faces were full of satisfied smiles. For some reason, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of his father and elder brother who were far away in the Guozhuang house. At this time, they should also be coming back from the fields outside the village, carrying hoes on their shoulders, or maybe with tobacco in their mouths, leisurely walking back home. In the small courtyard not far away, there should be smoke rising gradually. Maybe now there were 2 wisps of smoke rising. Mother, an unforgettable face appeared in front of his eyes. Thinking of the doting in his mother's eyes, thinking of his mother's expectations, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously raised his head. The sun in the distance was about to set. Unconsciously, his heart was filled with warmth, and his head was no longer as painful as before. Facing the afterglow, he walked briskly towards the inner part of the valley. The shadow behind him was getting longer and longer. After turning a few winding paths, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of a medicinal garden. The plants here were all exquisite red. Strings of bright red flower buds were raised on slender stems and leaves. When the breeze blew, there were slight waves from one end to the other. Zhang Xiaohua picked up a clean, slightly raised piece of soil and sat down. It was just like when he was young, when he was tired from working in the Guozhuang house, sitting on the ridge of the fields. He casually pulled out an exquisite red flower from the medicinal garden. Holding it in his hand, he swayed it left and right, as if it was a dog's tail flower. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mood seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. It seemed that it had been a long time since he was so relaxed and lazy. Sitting there lazily, he let the wind blow through his hair, and let the sun pass over his face. In the forest not far away, birds were chirping. It was not until the setting sun took away the last ray of light in this world that peace gradually returned. The birds also returned to their nests to enjoy the warmth of the bird's nest. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and didn't look at his surroundings. He also didn't release his consciousness. However, in this moment of tranquility, he seemed to understand everything around him. He saw it clearer than his eyes, and saw it more meticulously than his consciousness. It was as if he was this silence, and everything in this silence was him. The headache from overusing his consciousness and the large amount of characters rushing in seemed to gradually disappear at this moment. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying this beautiful scene, his brow suddenly furrowed. He felt that there seemed to be someone walking in his direction from the distance. Although he couldn't be sure, his heart was moved. Immediately after, he released his consciousness. Indeed, Valley Master Nya was slowly walking in his direction from several dozen feet away. He seemed to be searching for something as he walked. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. In this rejuvenation valley, apart from Elder Zhang and the others, the only person that Valley Master Nya would search for in this manner was probably himself. Looking at the direction he was looking in, it could only be himself. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua stood up with the exquisite red in his hand. It was rare for him to have a moment of leisure, but he had finished enjoying it just like that. Looking at Valley Master Nya's appearance, something must have happened. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Could it be that someone from the School of Fragrance had come? Counting the days, it should be about time. Thinking of his second brother whose whereabouts were unknown, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly went to greet them. After walking for a while, she happened to meet Valley Master Nya. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk over, Valley Master Nya immediately stopped and said with a smile, "Virtuous nephew Ran, why aren't you refining pills and cultivating in the pill room today? You're actually in the mood to come enjoy the scenery in the valley?" Glancing at the exquisite red in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, he continued without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, "My rejuvenation valley is like spring all year round. The scenery in the inner valley is exceptionally beautiful. This exquisite red is only one of the many places. If virtuous nephew likes it, little you can take you around tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua raised the exquisite red and looked at it with interest, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Nya. I've been copying formations all this time. Today, I've come out for a walk because Nameless was irritated. Playing with flowers and admiring the moon should be the business of scholars. Us Jianghu people can forget about it." Valley Master Nya was a bit embarrassed when he heard this and smiled, "Speaking of which, I still want to express my thanks to virtuous nephew. Also, I want to privately apologize to you on behalf of Boss C. Actually, although Boss C's actions were a bit rash, he did have some difficulties." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's all difficulties. AI, forget it. Why bother? Only I can decipher this wordless heavenly book. No matter how many years it's in weapon forging sect, it'll still be a wordless heavenly book. In the end, it'll probably be like the other immortal inheritances and turn to dust. Although the spell I inserted into the scroll this afternoon and absorbed my own divine sense can't fix the flaw on the scroll's cover, it's already full of vitality. It shouldn't be a problem to store it for another 1,000 years." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and stopped Valley Master Nya from speaking, saying, "I have my own heart towards the bright moon. Why should I fear the bright moon shining on the ravine? There's no need for excessive explanations. My Beidou school has always kept its word. Once the elders in the school discover the secret, they will definitely tell weapon forging sect." Hearing this, Valley Master Nya's expression trembled and he solemnly bowed deeply, saying, "Virtuous nephew is so righteous. I thank you on behalf of weapon forging sect." Zhang Xiaohua sighed slightly and shook her head. She also returned the bow and asked, "Did Valley Master Nya come here to find me?" Valley Master Nya nodded, saying, "That's right. It's because virtuous nephew has an agreement with my rejuvenation valley that I came to discuss it with virtuous nephew. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.